Welcome back yet again, ladies and gentlemen, to some more Wild Rift action right here on the WNS, presented to you by Wisdom Gaming and Riot as well. I will be one of your casters for the evening. Ravish, the most ravish man on the internet. Joined here by my side yet again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Man, Beat Down Boulevard. How you doing, baby?
I'm doing great, Robbie. We got so much going on today, so much Wild Rift action, and so excited to be brought on with none other than my Toronto Mandem.
Yeah, so y'all know how it be, man. Yo, big shout out to the Big Six, baby. Y'all know what goes down here. So with that being said here, Beatdown, let's go ahead and start off the show with a little sentence association, shall we?
All right,
I'll say a word, you say a word. It's real simple. We all know lexicons, right? So real simple. Going off with you.
R.
A.
Nice.
And.
Talented.
Perhaps a. Oh, that's two words.
A. Handsome.
Okay, cool. You know what? I like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? So I think that sentence makes you are a talented and perhaps a handsome, you know, and that's the
it.
end right there.
What
that's
else is there
all
to
we
say?
need to realistically. Exactly. You know what? My favorite thing about shows is the cliffhangers because right when
Really? I hate them.
No, it's the best part because it gets your heart pumping for the next little bit, right? So that being said here, Beatdown, I believe my heart continues to pump for our next bit of the show here, my friend. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we'll be seeing today with the teams.
Right, and as it says on your screen, and as you can tell, it is the second qualifier for Circuit 3 that's going to be starting next week. We are looking to secure our last two spots, the 7th and 8th one, of course, and these teams are fighting for that very chance. And it's exciting because, you know, even though a lot of teams have already qualified, we're seeing a lot of teams today that have definitely made waves in the North American scene here for Wild Rift. I mean, you just look off the top, Saint, one side TCB orgs we've seen before. Fun Havers specifically do have a lot of players that you have seen before previously as well. So it's going to be really exciting to see who will be able to lock in those last two spots.
Exactly like you mentioned, my friend. There are only 2 spots left going into the major next week. So every single one of these teams wants to make sure that they lock that in right at the end, all right? So we're going to be fighting for that all throughout the entire day. So you know these series are going to be absolutely fantastic. Let's see, with our first search series and our first team of Team Saint with Crown Prince, Camel, Icy, Nori, and Kansui, and Crown Prince looking so cute.
And Team Saint are a team that I have my eye on in this particular major. I mean, in previous qualifiers, they have lost. They lost only to one of the higher ended teams. They were knocked out by Demons last time, and they've actually taken C9 to 3 games. So definitely, when you consider who's left in North American scene trying to get to this next major, they're one of the teams I think are probably going to be my favorite.
100%. On the other end, let's take a look at their opponents today, my friend, because although they might be your favorites, then Fun Havers too, which great name by the way, are also looking to make some contention as well with Toki, Chaos, Asami, Cloudy, and Twitch Nielsen, all very, very experienced players.
That's right, and that's kind of what I was alluding to earlier when we were looking at the bracket. This is a team, though, is player-wise, you've definitely seen these guys around, all very skilled, all looking to find their place in the top 2 so that they can qualify. So already off the bat, we have a really exciting matchup here in top 8.
Yes, we do, my friend, and I'm elated and, as you know, absolutely exhilarating, bursting at the seams for what is to come forward for us today with our first matchup, bro. I cannot wait, was what could be said, and now you cannot wait either, because before we get into that, we should look at who we predict to win today. Now, with that being in front of us, I know we talked about being Toronto Mandem, and of course, synergy, yet again, that same wavelength, bro. How do we do it?
Bro, we're just different guys, Robbie. That's the only explanation for it here. People just got to get used to that.
Exactly, though. It's, you know what it is? It's like I lost all my hair so I could become F-smart as
bro.
you
I
are,
keep telling you that. That's the thing. It's just making space for all the brain in there, man. I gotta catch up.
I'm like Mojo Jojo with it, bro. It's like
Yeah, I'm waiting for the big helmet.
Oh, dude,
Wait, you should
yo.
cosplay that.
You know, oh, yes, not a bad idea. You know, ask and you shall receive, my friend. But I like that we both the same way with Saints. Like you were saying, they're one of your favorites coming into the day, considering how experienced these players are, and considering they're already moving forward in the bracket, considering how things have shaped up so far with past the games that we have. I think we're in for a pretty close and high contentious game between these two as we have the draft in front of us.
Of course, and if you don't know, you're just joining us, your first time tuning into Wild Rift. It is best of threes here in this qualifier, so today it is going to be first to two. See who's going to move on to the top four side of this particular bracket.
Exactly like you mentioned. So with that, within our first game today, we'll see some solid power picks. Bandwidth right off the top. You know, the Fiora, the Set, along with the Morgana. On the other end, the Thresh, Diana, and Rakana too. Taken away from one side of Saints with Galio locked in first.
A lot of strong picks, and from the Wild Rift I've seen and played, I really do like Galio, just because of how much. The interesting thing for me with this game is how much team fighting is more prevalent compared to League, just because of the size of the map and things like that, and objective timers. And I think Galio ends up fitting the bill really well, just because of things like the hero's entrance, how you're able to have that big impact in these tighter chokes.
Yeah, exactly that, right? I find with Galio as of right now, he's just been so good, being able to flex in so many different roles. But speaking of things that are good, right, we do get the lock-in of the Olaf and the Senna. On the other end, Olaf has been tearing apart Wilder recently with just how much early game power he has.
Right, and I mean, and that's definitely not much of a difference to the other counterpart here. It is going to be a nice early, a nice jungler to be, you know, setting up for ganks, being able to make plays at Ragnarok, being super useful against the CC that's coming through here. Especially when you look at things like the Camille Galio. That's good no matter what game you're playing, and it's especially true here in Wild Rift.
Exactly that, and especially with the Corky too, considering that package is just so good. It comes up right at 4 minutes, all of the time of the major objectives, and perhaps to try to dissuade some of that lockdown, we do got that Gragas coming in as well. This is a pretty often bare lane matchup that I do see, you know, between some pretty solid top laners. So perhaps that's what we could get, but you know, with Wild Rift, you never truly know. As we see Zed as well banned away from the side of Fun Havers.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense here. Now you're just looking for teams to kind of round out their compositions. Again, there's a lot of focus on the team fighting here, and that's partially why you do see the Gragas coming through on Team Fun Havers, and he's just a fun-having champion, so it makes a whole lot of sense here. And I think the rest, especially on the side of Saint, you're probably looking to just remove some magic damage options, just to... I know, of course, Gragas does do magic damage, but maybe just want to make sure that you can prevent Fun Havers from diversifying the damage profile just a little bit more.
Yeah, it would be pretty ideal, because then being damage profiles, they, you know, Saints are looking for some more AP damage, so take away the Lux option, you know, just on both ends, considering how good Lux has been. The lockdown, like you were mentioning, on the side of Saints is already so much, so perhaps they decide, you know what, we don't want one of these options, because it would just become totally unfair with the Garen taken away as well, which,
that's good.
By the way, I've been playing a bit more Garen.
Of course you
so
have.
Fun.
Oh my god, yeah, that's definitely that's a really good ban. Good takeaway. You don't want to see that one paired with literally anything or anyone, so it ends up being a good pickup here, or a good takeaway rather, not a pickup, you know.
Aha, there you go. See, look, because you see, pickup is when I actually go pick up the food, and takeaway is when I get the food, but I have to order it this time, and that's more work, which we don't want.
No, we don't.
Speak of things that require work, playing a Kali is also one of those, as a Kali is also taken away. But on the other end, things are real simple. Oriana lock in, bro. Beautiful, clean, easy, CC and setup. All things you want here, B.
You have a lot of options for setting up that shockwave, just because of your Gragas, because of your Olaf. So you have a lot of, especially the Olaf. It's the perfect ball delivery service when you think about it here. Imagine you were an Uber Eats driver. Do you want, or rather, no, you're ordering Uber Eats. Would you want the Uber Eats driver that, you know, has to deal with traffic, red lights, all this stuff? Or would you rather an Uber Eats driver that can basically fly to your house, beeline?
All I heard was order Uber Eats, so I'm just going to do that right now.
Respectable. What are you going to get?
Oh, dude, every time it's Thai food, unequivocally, because it's spicy, it's dope. It's got options like the Rengar.
Yeah.
See, look at that. Rengar, so spicy. Got options. And so does Ezreal as well. Okay. With the Saints all locked in with all their champions, too, I'm liking their entire damage profile. And of course, our friend Leo does speak very highly of
I was
Rengar,
actually going to reference him too.
Yeah.
Because I know he's been tearing up the Wild Rift with some of that Rengar play, and it's pretty scary. So in general, rather. So I do like that pickup for the side of Team Saint.
Exactly that, right? And with the fall lock-in, it's gonna be that Darius. Now, aside from playing Garen, I've also been playing Darius when he's not, when Garen is not an option. And let me tell you, my Darius is nasty.
Was that when you got rolled by the Nasus though?
That's not important right now.
Oh,
What's
really
important
now?
is that my Darius is nasty. And I'm sure that Toki also got them hands, or should I say thumbs, when he played that Darius too.
Yo, true that. And it's funny too, because Funhavers do have Pain as a sub on the roster, and he is one of the best Darius players on the server, but it is going to be Toki. He's going to be piloting that one, but it's always nice to have that kind of player on your team too. You can get some tips on how you want to run the matchup.
You're right. I'll be making sure to pay attention just so
take notes.
You know, I can perhaps run my matchup better. Because you're right, I did get.
Maybe you'll run the Nasus next time. Who knows?
You know what? Maybe I will beat down. Maybe I will. But with all that being said, you know, we all got our locks in already. We got the draft ready going. The players are almost ready to go in as well. Like I said, I'm bursting at the seams as though my pores are opening up. Steam is coming out. You can't tell, but my entire room right now is a sauna.
Maybe you want to get that one checked out. Doesn't sound good for you.
You know what? Maybe not too. But
Robbie, you're laughing, but I think you should take your health more seriously, huh?
You know what? You're right, man. I should take a lot of things more seriously, to be fair. Now, but one thing I do take very seriously is game number one between these two teams, as they do have pretty standard starts between all of them, right? And let's get into a beatdown. Whoa!
Yo, it's gonna be a great start here. Exciting first game, of course, in day one of this qualifier here. Again, both of these teams playing for a chance at top four, playing for a chance to qualify at the upcoming major next week here.
And the major is pretty cool. I've heard there's a giant prize pool that you can play for, right? That everybody's got their eyes upon.
Love that.
Oh yeah, you know, beatdown. I always do consistently wonder what would happen if I just happened upon $1,000.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
You know, right? And you know, inside of me, I want to say, oh, I like a PS5, or you know, I'd buy one plane ticket across a different province. But realistically, I'd save.
You know what, good man. I like that answer the most here, from being real with you here. I think bringing it back to the game so far, I think the most interesting thing for me, especially like when I think about the transition to Wild Rift, is the objective timings. Because both objectives spawning at 4 minutes means the 5v5s definitely do be starting a lot sooner. I think that's why you end up seeing the merit of having the stronger early game jungles coming through here.
Yeah.
And it's going to be interesting to see how these teams set up for the fights. Of course, we talked about it in draft. Having the Corki with the package that spawns around that time is going to be a really nice boon to team fighting.
As I do already see, you know, just some early aggression going forward as a crab does spawn. I thought this is pretty standard too, because I've seen that some junglers do actually try to set up a potential dive right when they get the third ability, just before the crab spawn, so they can get an advantage at lane. But you know, they play a little bit slower. They don't try to, you know, just try to snowball their lead so far. But knowing the Olaf, his hands can get a little bit itchy once he has all things available to him, as it'll just be the trade of crabs on both ends yet again. Still got a bit more time before maybe some fighting comes in.
Looking like you have a bit of an invade coming through topside as well from Funhaver. Some camps actually being taken away.
Oh.
Yeah, so it could just be, like you said, it's kind of the trade of the sides of the map. Maybe these teams do have different priorities on the things they want to be focusing on in terms of neutral objectives. Especially with Dragons. We're still about 1:30 out from these situations to actually happen. So we'll see if that continues, where we see the kind of split not coming through, or will teams actually converge to the same place.
Speaking of converging, we do see the Rengo is actually here. And considering with the wave, though, it is one cannon, so it shouldn't exactly push there, but he's just looking for the angle. Meanwhile, Thompson's solo kill. The taunt goes in, it goes out to both of them. They cannot get them all, but a trade actually happens. By the end of it, Nori, okay, gets out alive, but look who's here. My man Olaf, ready to run them down. The flash goes out, the taunt is good, and the flash traded from both sides. The Odes stay alive.
Really, it was a really nice answer coming through here from Chaos, but unfortunately wasn't enough to really secure the kill there. But you got to give props to Wilson being able to get the trade back here. that extra gold will end up being very valuable for this Gragas as time goes on. You're already seeing the Roa purchase actually come through too.
Yes, sir. Like you said, and on the Roa right at the beginning too, it does make my heart happy to see this item again. It's beautiful, it's nostalgic. I love it.
Really?
It offers everything you could want and more. It's like finding the perfect girl online.
Oh.
Nope.
Don't open that door.
You're right. But taking back the game we've seen so far, we did point out before that Toki as well got a solo kill topside on Crown Prince too, so we should probably be seeing a bit more fighting there. Yep. And there's already early wards as team set up a dragon.
Right, you already heard the chime coming through. Oh wait, taunt?
Which is a wins of war, but not gonna get the taunt off either, just not exactly in range. Would probably risk his life.
Oh, it's tough. Even though Camel is a little bit low, I think Saint definitely do have the priority for this trade. I mean, you have the Corki package. That's the biggest thing to consider right now as we're starting to see the 5v5 come through. With Saint having kind of control over the area, you see Fun Havers have to move in as a group, and they're going to have to face check soon if they actually want to fight for this objective.
Yeah, speaking of face checking though, Wangar goes right into the bush,
oh,
and Heroes goes out.
Barrel.
It gets stopped with the barrel. That was clean, and now the fight continues with Cloudy on the backside, putting out a bunch of small little bits of poke, but now ICJ is
Here's
there.
The
ICK only splits apart one. The shockwave dissuades from any further contention, but yet again with the pull, Toki keeps on doing it, and one kill goes down. Fun Havers. Who's won?
Fun Havers, really good fight coming through here. Nielsen especially, really well done canceling that hero's entrance right now. Okay, oh, goodbye. Sami, or rather Campbell, doing his best magician's impression. And there you saw his first trick. He made Oriana disappear.
I love that trick. It happens to me all the time whenever I'm playing Baron. Like, pain. For now, though, we'll see that even though they actually did end up getting the pick, right? Camel, on the other end, not able to actually prioritize Dragon so far. They don't have vision set up here either. There's waiting to see Fun Havers will actually move against them.
And the thing is, partially, even though that fight did favor, the 5v5 did favor Fun Havers, a lot of HP bars were low. They really have to take their time with actually going for this neutral. We're now at 6 minutes. We haven't seen either Dragon prioritize at the moment here. And it might just be that move over to this top side of the map. If you see Chaos is already farming, could easily path upwards and move towards the Rift Herald here. When you think about all these team fight ults being back online, you can actually take advantage of the fact that Khan doesn't have the hero's interest just yet. That cooldown is quite long. So I think the team fight for Fun Havers is going to be quite good.
100%, like you said. So for now, though, at least they should be able to prioritize the Dragon so far. The trade we'll see yet again for the Rift Herald on the other side, as it's so natural here too. But what I did thought though is that maybe Nielsen would have actually decided to perhaps go in and put some harassment, just maybe dissuade them from it. But instead, he joins Toki in the bot lane. As you see, Camel is there as well. There's trading going on there so far, but this Camel has to flash and also smite away too. Toki gets away with one tower shot, but it's a double kill. What?
Yeah, really nicely done. Toki flashing, manages to just get away as the passive hemorrhage ends up doing the rest of the work here. And overall, I think you're kind of happy with that one. Fun Havers, excuse me, get a trade of objective, and they get a kill on that bottom side of the map, getting some extra gold into the bruiser like Darius, and really bodes well for your play later on into the game.
Speaking of getting his gold, Crown Prince maybe gets a slow off too, but
never doubted him.
Never doubted, not even once. You
not
see,
even close.
Gragas is a strong boy. You can't be breaking apart these barrels with small scissors like that. You're gonna need a knife to get my man.
That's right. Oh, and they're trying to get our man Toki right now on the bottom side.
Yep, manages to rock it belt away, but dash will simply not be enough. Should be a big shutout if they can get it, but no, not in range at all. Flash's not even up. He gets to walk away for free.
Wow. Okay. Actually gonna hold that thought as Icy was in trouble, but Icy's just a different guy, Ravi. He deals with these, no problem. Doesn't even blow the flash.
Doesn't even need to. Flash is overrated. Why flash when you can fight? Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, why do you need to flash away? You don't have to run away. The enemy attacking you has passed to the gray screen. It's just that simple.
Our favorite color. No, but on the other end though, You'll see that, Toki yet again trying to get down a Crown Prince, but he does have friends here though. So he could try to go for the top, but he's already under the tower with Nielsen hitting him.
It's going to be tough. Waiting to see where Fun Havers want to be dropping the Rift Herald that they had picked up. Besides that, everybody's just going to be walking away, going back to their various places here. Going to be, I think, Fun Havers likely looking for a lane that they can send a few more members to. They managed to make a play, successful dive onto someone like Camel or Icy, like we saw in the top lane earlier. That's where we're going to see the Rift Herald drop, so you can get some of that extra gold.
What? Get him real gold. On one side, Katsui gets a taunt off, and Nielsen but dashes over the wall. Icy's also here, but move in, and nice little two-shot barrage, but we'll get some bulk damage out, though. But they're all under tower here as well, beat down. So Crown Prince dies, and Saints get to walk away.
And look what's happening in the top lane. It doesn't end up being an overcommit from Fun Havers. Instead, it's Sage who commit many members to this mid lane play. Not only do they not secure a kill, they're losing towers.
That was such a sick flash body slam. The range from halfway across the screen. But it's like at the double knockup on the tower. Toki will manage to get out alive. Just barely. Dariush good.
That's right. And honestly, I think the person I want to give most props to is Nielsen. I think his use of the exploding cast so far has been insane. 2 big moments in some of these skirmishes and team fights, and he's managed to keep things in his team's favor. Yeah, the gold lead is only 1,000 right now, but you keep up that those kind of plays, Rob. Fun Havers might be looking at a game 1 win.
You're 100% correct. They could be looking to have some fun even, as is their name so prescribes for now. But immediately though, we are approaching the other mark where we'll see some more objectives up as well, right?
Yep.
And already we say Fun Havers move themselves towards the dragon. We could be in for a big 5v5 here, Pete.
I think the thing to worry about for Saint is that they do not have the hero's entrance. Part of the big wombo is not available to them here because of the fight we saw earlier, and it does hurt their team fighting ability just a little bit more. And because of that extra gold difference, it's really starting to rise. I do favor Fun Havers, especially with how Nielsen has been playing, and that's why we're going to see Package was already used mid, it looks like.
So was Hextech Ultimatum as well, too. So it seems there was a small skirmish in the potential to try to catch somebody out, but see as the continues currently though. Should be fine, A-okay, but Dragon Meat pulled out by Camel.
Yeah, they definitely have advantage when it comes to health, but they still want in.
Prince, okay, just forced the flash out of one, but they're just so far away. Fun Havers cannot find an angle to move in. Toki is right there in front of them. I'm not sure if he can potentially steal this, but he's just, exerting his dominance, if anything.
Yeah, the smite isn't there for the Darius, so it's going to be hard for them to be able to do anything about it. It's going to be another dragon over to Saint here. They're going to gain the benefits of that adaptive force you get, that Infernal Dragon, and already they're going to be the ones stacking early on because of some of the farming and plays they've been able to make. They're catching themselves up. It was almost 3,000 gold lead. Now it's down to 1.
Exactly, and as already mentioned before, right? We were assuming and hoping, and we see that this game continues to be so close. I'm sure as the game goes on, it should be exactly that beautiful hero's entrance. But that continues exhausted is ICJ is exhausted at the back end of it. Manages to get away, but that's a solid poke. The Winds of War will eventually catch him.
Nielsen.
One more stolen down. Nielsen gets away. The shockwave out of the tower. Will get one more.
Man, and these fights have just been back and forth. Chaos, he wants more, Robbie. He has the healing. Oh my god. The Undertow will help secure the double for Asami, as once again they find themselves in the driver's seat. You got to give props to Camel for being able to steal the Rift Herald away. However, the cost was very great.
That's far too great, considering how close that how close that fight was to, and all these summoners plus traded. I find the earlier fight actually did hurt them quite a bit, considering they were able to have package to potentially, considering it was used right on the dragon or right before it, and even the Hextech Ultimatum as well. Not able to isolate single targets, which is what we're looking at, right, between these two teams. Especially with the Galio going in with the Camille. I don't think we would be able to see, unfortunately, that same sort of semicircle combination that I like to call it, or also known as the Olympic sigil.
I like that one better, yeah.
Those big 5 circles that we see across Wild Rift. Third one, I'm sure will be added. I'm sure will be We'll see later on, but they're not in this game right now. Because it's just Galio and Camille.
Senna might count.
I mean,
her little
Senna's,
missing. It's a circle.
but it's not the biggest circle, though, right? I'm talking about big circle. I'm talking about that pie chart. You know,
oh, my bad. You're right. Okay.
Fernando, there it is up currently, but Toki, yet again, the first one to these objectives every single time, as you see Saints setting up around him.
You have to be careful, though, as Toki. Many members of Saints are there, as you say. All Toki can really do right now is keep this top wave pushed in, or rather, at least keep it even, so that Icy can't put any more threat onto this top turret. And now, though, we got a fight actually going on around the mid lane.
Oh, yeah, like you said, but so far, we'll see. Icy as well battling against Toki. You guys once more. Beautiful Zanyas. But
it doesn't
not
matter.
going to be enough. The heal comes back up for Toki as you see on the other end as well, the fighting continuing on both sides. It continues to be just so close. Into war, though, only just taking them down, but almost all of Saints get taken out with just Kansui left alive.
And I'll tell you what, Ravi, Fun Havers may not have been getting all the objectives, but they've been winning a lot of the fights. You can see they're 15-6, and now they're going to get one of the objectives that matters most, as they've secured the Baron, and now they're going to have time to reset for this dragon coming up soon, and they'll be able to, if they so desire, fight that 5v5 and actually manage to secure that one.
Yeah. It will be tough though, right? Considering with how they've been setting up so far, I find they've been taking more so these 2v2s and 3v3s. That happens just so close, but it seems as though the Fun Havers, because of how close they've been playing, it doesn't necessarily matter that how Saints trying to pick them off. It keeps going in their direction. But for now, those Saints have been playing on the back end so far. Down a fair, they're down to about 3k gold, not too bad, but this is not the greatest of looks. They would need a really big fight to bring things back, as the Ocean Dragon is also secured.
The thing is, too, you've seen that top wave get pushed because the tier 3 turret being the only one left poses a bit of a danger here, as Fun Havers are starting to take more of these outer turrets, pick up more of that extra gold, because one more good fight, and we could see the base broken open if Saint aren't careful. Now we'll be waiting for that next dragon to come up in a few minutes' time. Fun Havers, they're just making sure that they are taking control over Saint's bottom side of the map.
They're pushing in a 1-4 split as well, going towards the bottom side. I believe they managed to already get the second turret as well, and like you mentioned, looking to open up the base as one tower goes down. Olaf is there. Lightning does strike twice onto the Galio. For now, though, he manages to get away. Yeah.
Barely is definitely the right word for it, Robbie, and you can see it. Bottom is pushed in. The Baron buff is still there for Fun Havers. They don't even care that the top lane is pushed in.
Okay, suddenly Camel drives him by himself, though. The stasis is enough. Only keep one alive as Nori gets picked away on the backside. Cloudy and Soki now making the way down to the bot lane yet again. Much more.
That's right, and I mean, again, this top wave, they decided they're going to send Toki to get it, and because they've gotten the kill, it's still that 4v4, but they've done the damage, Ravi. They've taken more gold away from Saints with some of those kills coming through, and now they can reset, spend that gold, and really flex the lead that we see they have going for them right now. It's 5,000 in favor of Team Fun Havers, who in this game one, they've been looking pretty strong.
Indeed. And those kind of leads so far right now. Fun Havers, they seem to come out in fights that I find we're supposed to go the direction, because even the last one with Camel diving in, I thought, okay, maybe 1 for 1, 2 for 2. They stopped us, but no. Somehow Nori died in the back line. So now I'm thinking, okay, Fun Havers, they just keep on doing this. And I think a lot of it can definitely be attributed to Asami as well, considering how beautiful these shockwaves have been in these 5v5s, right? Managing to consistently gather 2 to 3 people and making sure that even with all the isolation power on Saints, it doesn't really make a difference.
Sure. I mean, of course, Asami, as you said, Nielsen, things been playing very well, and this is kind of the point we were getting into before the broadcast started. These players been around the scene. It shows how good they have been playing here in game one. And at this point, you have a next Baron coming up very, very shortly, and you can see it with the vision clearing that's coming through from Fun Havers. They're making sure this side of the map is dark. They're making sure Saint are going to have to walk into these bushes essentially blind and take a great risk doing so.
Charlie, though, we'll see them just slow things back down a little bit as Toki continues his spy push on one side. But looking at where Fun Havers are positioning,
here we go.
Catch one. It might be Nori yet again. Flash body slam will not connect, and Nori manages to get away. The cascade to the wall will force out the flash. But at least he'll get him out of the fight for now. Kama goes in. The 5v5 with the Cloudy in the back end. For so much damage. The shield comes through. One goes down. Nielsen's gone. Heroes enters is there. A massive knockup right in the middle of everybody else.
Shockwave!
Keeps on poking the shockwave. Look at one more as KO stays alive for it all. He's full health. He took nothing. That's an ace.
It certainly helps when you have a Seta on your team. That should be all she wrote, Robbie. It was 30-second spawn timers. A wave coming through. Fun Havers really flexing their muscles here, taking game one quite handedly.
That's crazy. You saw right on the side, right? It was a 4v4 there. We were thinking, okay, maybe they get one. Toki almost dies, and suddenly, you know what? Saints make the push, and immediately they flip things around on the flip of a dime. Phenomenal stuff for themselves, because you even look at the gold graph as well. It was pretty much in Fun Havers advantage for quite a fair bit.
Right, but of course it wasn't until around the 12-13 minute mark that you really start to see it dip more towards the favor of the Fun Havers, who were truly the ones having fun this game here. And I think we're getting to that point where we got to highlight a specific player. Robbie, I think you already know who I'm going to say, but I want you to guess.
Is it gonna be Toki?
What? I mean, I think Toki played well, but who have I been talking about all game long? Come on, man. Don't do me like that.
Okay, you know what? You know what, my man, but I know you and I are on the same wavelength here, baby. Why don't you go ahead and say it out loud for the crowd?
All right, I'm going to say it out loud for the crowd. I think it should be Nielsen.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, there it is. That's what we like to hear. I mean, honestly, I think everyone on Fun Havers played really well. But the reason I specify Nielsen is I think so many fights that, in my opinion, should not have gone the Fun Havers way. Dude, on a dime, this guy with the exploding cask managing to displace cancel key ultimates, like the Hextech ultimatum, like the hero's entrance, and just setting up, or rather denying, one of the best things about Saints composition.
All that togetherness, right? The isolation, not able to come through and pass that as well. Remember, he did the flash body slam combo alongside the cask with his thumbs. Yeah. With his thumbs. That's crazy. This guy's goated on the phone.
That's right, he is. And it was a good look here, going in, finishing off game one with a victory there for Fun Havers. And I mean, not looking good for our predictions, but I mean, it was an exciting game nonetheless, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. And you know what? It's fine. Even if we do get it wrong, which I'm pretty used to being wrong in certain predictions as of this point, I'm okay with it, because that means that we get so much more fun games out of it as well, considering how phenomenal Fun Havers have been doing it. And I think if the series continues to stay this close, we might be seeing the continuous swing. But knowing how Saints do play, right? I'm thinking we might see a little bit of a change up as we go towards game number 2, but we're not there yet.
No, but I think that is a good point. I like that. To see that maybe they will try and remove something like the Gragas, because I think that was a big team fight tool and a big deal for the side of Fun Havers. Ended up having a very phenomenal performance.
That's it. That's all you get. That's
all right. I'll take it. I'll take it. You didn't groan. We win.
There have been times where I've said stuff on the broadcast where you've just been so sad about it. But what I am happy about is seeing the stats that you got on Nielsen as well, with stats across the board looking crazy. 76% KP, by the way.
That's something to be very happy about. Pretty solid damage numbers and just across the board. Really well played game from Nielsen 4. And again, we'll see if that Gragas ends up getting a target ban, and even if it does, maybe we'll see him pull out something else. Who knows what the Fun Havers have in store for us?
Yeah, like you mentioned, because considering how good Nielsen has been already, I'm thinking going towards game number 2, we could be seeing, like you said, you know what? If they let the Gragas through again,
I'm listening.
I would be confusion, but I'm thinking this time they may have a response.
Of course, that's true. That is very true. We could see change ups in a number of different ways from Saint, or you could see what we like to call the salty run back, where they say, no. This draft works. We just didn't execute it right. So next game's going to be different. But again, many options here on the side of Saint.
Yeah, like you said, the salty run back, like how every single time I wake up in the morning, I'm like, today I'm gonna be
running
6
it
feet.
back.
Yeah. It just never does actually happen. But let's see what's going on as we get into our next game. Because with how the qualifiers have shaped up so far here, beatdown, right? Like you already said, we're so close to major number 3, and these teams want everything.
That's right. I mean, this is in the third circuit. This is the second qualifier here, of course. So we are in day 1, and it is about getting to Major 3, as we already know. It is for, of course, the prize money you talk about, but you see that little dash right there where it says in the bottom right, top 4 teams qualify for WNS Season 1 Championship. That's what it is all about here, and that's what everyone is playing for this weekend. A chance to make it, to be one of the 8 teams there, get some of that prizing, and, of course, qualify for majors.
Like you said, they're playing for all that and more with that prize pool all the way at the end. You see that total? $150,000 at the end. First place, with that even split with 6K, 4K, 3 and 2. Distributed so evenly with the $80,000 prize pool for the championship. That's crazy. I know I was talking about $1,000. Imagine what you could do with $6,000.
You'd probably also save it. Let's be real.
I would also save it.
There it is.
I mean, there is absolutely zero difference from what I would do between going from.
Oh, I know what you do. I know what you do.
Oh, what would I do?
You'd spend it on a week of gas. I know that premium's hitting you hard right now, Ravi. I know it.
Every single time I get in my car, I'm like, all right, time to go ahead and spend $10 every second I sit in here. Whenever my engine just sits idle, I'm in so much pain. As I look at this game, I'm sure the Saints are feeling that same kind of pain.
Right, we're seeing some of the replays coming through here, some of the key moments from the earlier parts of game 1. You get an idea on how, to be fair, Saint, they were making a lot of moves in the early game when it comes to ganks, setting up plays and things like that. And that's why there was a really brief time when we saw the gold graph that they were in the lead. But again, the team fighting coming through here for FunHavers was just something they couldn't overcome in the first game.
Yeah, because you saw as well too, because I believe the Saints as well were the ones who actually did prioritize, more so on Rift Hurdle as well too, right? So that effort helps out a lot, considering you're getting a lot more plates in your pocket. So that gold swing definitely can help out a little bit, but considering, you can only push so far with 1 or 2 of these Rift Herald, the Dragon does help out a lot with these buffs, and when it came down to them 5v5s, the damage was not enough at Infernal. Doing too much, and of course, Nielsen coming in doing his thing.
Yeah, I will give, you got to give Camel some credit too. He did end up stealing that second Rift Herald. It was actually going to end up being 2 for 2 for the side of FunHavers. Camel did, at great risk to himself, manage to steal that objective away and did, allow them to get some of that gold share back. And again, game 2 could see the draft change-up come through, could see a bit of a different priority. I think the Corki especially is something I really like, and it comes to what the frequency of the packages you get, the timers. It works out really well with objectives. And I think we saw Icy do pretty well overall. So I'd be really surprised if that was a pick we saw changed.
Yeah, but see, even just thinking back to the game too, I find the packages weren't necessarily used so much so for the 5v5s or even around the Dragon or Rift, right? It was setting up more so for the comp they had, right, on the side of Saints, because just playing off either Galio going in or even the Camille going in too. It was just about isolating the targets, but in the beginning it worked out so well, but as the game went on, they just never really found that many opportunities because all the FunHavers were playing as a 5-man unit all the time. Even the split push, they were 1 and 4. And considering the way the map is too, Toki was able to join them so quickly. Which, by the way, Toki decided that, you know what, I may not be able to steal it. I don't have smite, but I'll be darned if I'm not in front of every dragon you guys are taking, just looking at you menacingly.
Bro, some people, they just want front row seats. They want to watch the show take place, and that's what it was for some of those objectives. But again, still opened up a lot of opportunities or the plays to come through later on, even though the early dragon stacking was not really in the favor of FunHavers.
Yeah. And as of right now, you know, I believe hopefully we should be able to see how they change things up as you get the draft going into the next game. Saints so far still staying on the blue side, as the first 3 bans remain the same as before.
Right. So that is, I think, fine, especially with considering what they have taken off the board and away from Fun Havers. It's later on. What are we going to see in terms of priority if they're actually going to change things up? Maybe they end up grabbing the Gragas for themselves. Who knows? There's a lot of different options available. But they say, forget all that stuff you just said, Beatdown. We're going to take Renekton.
Exactly. Your opinion matters no more here. It is all invalid as
my bad.
Recton's taken over. Yeah, apologize. I'm sorry.
Look, I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, I'll stop having opinions. It's okay.
Oh, that'll be the day. But on the other end, we'll see the response from Fun Havers. With Selkie taking the set with them prioritizing the Senna once again too. Just did so much poke as the game went on. That shield too, with all the clumps, was beautiful with how they played the fights. As Chaos as well. I think, you know what? I think we might see a little bit of a change up with what they got, but Olaf is up to them. Might just take it again, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's fine for Chaos. The fact that he was playing very aggressive, very alpha. That's what you want to do with the Olaf. You can't be CC'd. No one can do anything to you here, and that's basically how that one goes. However, we're seeing the jungle change-up come through. Another alpha jungler coming through in the Lee Sin.
Okay. Big shout out to our man. A big shout out to our man Rafa out there as well, who is a Lee Sin aficionado. So I wonder what he'll think about their gameplay. Indeed, I am not one of the Lee Sin enjoyers, but I like the changes so far. No, I'm not. We'll see what decides to happen with this jungle pick. Considering we got the Kali here too, so some dangerous formations coming out from Saints.
This time around, instead of the straight up front to back, it is going to be about a little bit of bypassing the front line here. Champs like Lee Sin can get in there with those alternate angles. Akali, Shroud, at perfect execution, also allowing her to get to those squishy champions very easily. See, Senna can heal, but you can't heal when your HP is 0. I think that's the thought process there.
Yeah.
And I will say that's not an opinion. That is simply a fact.
You know, it's still debatable because GE is still a thing. So
damn it. Touche, good sir.
But to possibly, go against with all of that, the Galio on the other end should help out because you can access the backline if the Galio is the backline.
Oh, that's a really good point. He can join in at a moment's notice here. And I think now when we're looking at the bans, could consider the Camille takeaway, even though Toki could very well go for that Darius yet again. But I mean, the combo is just so very strong here, as we did see in the last game, even though it was dealt with very well by Fun Havers and specifically Nielsen. Worth noting also, Gragas still up. Just saying.
Now, you were saying that this would be a possibility, right, if they were to give it over. But considering how the draft is shaped out so far between these two teams, I don't know if they'll take it. Honestly, I feel like they need much more of a damage profile. They need to put out the big crits. And who better to do that than Camille?
So it is going to be that priority for the combination that we talked about here. And it helps too, because those champions like Akali, those champions like Lucian, squishy, but hard to get a hold of. You know what's great at holding people down, Rafi? That Hextech ultimatum. It's pretty nice.
You're right, bro. They're going to come and they're going to hold you down just like a big old bear hug and tell you that's all okay. It's fine. You're going back to the base. Just accept it.
That's right.
Yeah, that's that. But speaking of holding more people down, it'll be Leona as a final lock-in on the side of the Saints. Yeah, Leona's fantastic. Yeah. So we'll see what Fun Havers will try to respond.
Just sticking to the kind of identity of this, the all-in potential here. You're moving in. You got Renekton, Lee Sin, Akali. Everyone's trying to go forward. Nobody is going to be stopped here. And actually, wow. So it's going to be that Katarina lock in. Asami gets his Orianna taken away. They say, let's just go, okay, forget the team fight. It's going to assassinate you. That's the game you want to play? You want to play, you come to my Rift, you pick Akali? Nah.
I was genuinely half expecting you to just do your best.
I can't. I know what you're thinking. I can't do it. I was like in the middle of starting and I was like,
okay,
no.
Here. So because like, you come to my Rift.
Yeah.
You want to play Akali.
On the day of the second qualifier, day 1.
Huh? Yeah, well the top 2 Cs are out there for contention. In my game, I don't think so.
Yeah. That's perfect.
Beautiful. But with the county lock-in, she will also now make up that third circle in the 5-circle Olympic sigil, as I like to reference it as, so. And I think what better name to make things deadly is that Death Blossom. But beat down. We're about ready to get into game number 2. Fun Havers, one game away from taking up first series, and Saints fighting to stay alive.
Right. Saints backs against the wall. We were expecting to take the dub here so far. Getting pretty well handled by the side of Fun Havers. But now we're seeing the mix up in the draft. We're seeing the adaptations that we were looking for from Saint. So the series is certainly not over yet. Now we get on to the Rift. We see if Saints can bring it back or if they are going to go home early on day 1.
You see, on to the wildest rifts as we get into it. I mean, that's what you call it, right? Just the wildest rift?
Yeah, the wildest rift in NA.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Something like that.
Obviously, I love that. But Nori, setting up a quick bush cheese. Not going to get much out of it, but instead, we'll just continue on into our neutral positions.
And I'm excited to see Nielsen on the Galio this time around because, I mean, great game on the Gragas before, not opting for it this time with a lot of similar setup potential with all the CC he has. I'm looking to see how he'll be able to perform in this game. I'm also looking at the mid lane matchup. You don't often see Assassin. You don't even see it much in just League of Legends with Assassin v Assassin. So seeing it here in Wild Rift is certainly exciting.
Yeah. I think it just raises the stakes, right? You live your life on a knife's edge, just teetering it with the blade. Well, speaking of which, Zed was also banned away too. I have always
Did that hurt you?
I mean, a little bit, but I have always wondered if I would be like able to join just the Kinku as an assassin.
Really? You think so?
I mean, I feel like, I'm nimble, I'm strong, I could do it.
Okay. I mean, I did. Yeah, I did go rock climbing with you once. It wasn't bad.
Yeah, thank you. See, look at that.
I mean, you needed the chalk, which you didn't ask for, but besides that, everything was pretty solid.
But that just proves my toughness as a person, as we see so far. Nori putting out some tough shots onto Cloudy. Gets locked down to go in the flash, and that's first blood. But it continues forward. I see there for the trade as well.
Yeah, that ends up being a really nice move. First, it's Camille and Khan who move mid to see what angle they can find, but they just end up escorting that mid wave to set up for this bottom play. It ends up being the 1v2. Cloudy Nielsen blow all their summoners to ensure that they can get that kill. And it's tough because you knew you were going to fall anyway. But now, those summoners being gone, something you can take advantage of in the coming minutes.
Rather, we should be able to see perhaps if we continue to get more responses from either side. Right? We did see how pretty quiet the first game was, but once it got going, it absolutely did not stop rolling. It's as though a train has stops to make, but decides to ignore all of them.
Right, and Cloudy, Nielsen, ignoring the fact that Nori is trying to do his best here all alone. They're going to very easily have that wave shove come through. So with the early kills coming through, that early bit of extra gold you get onto the side of Saints. Going to see them very likely trying to contest this first dragon or maybe try to have their pick of the litter here. Especially now, wow,
Cloudy's dead.
Cloudy's dead.
Yeah, Minori putting out the Kali as well. That's another 2v2 kill going their way. Axe will not land, but still though, Chaos wants to go in. That's one more Death Blossom. Okay, maybe the reset maybe comes in. One the Lotus.
Shield.
Oh no, the shield, the turret. It was so close, it was so good. And as he goes over, la perfect execution. But one Murado might be able to do it. Still looking. The kick, the shuriken flip. Can't get it. Maybe. He's it. I was almost in range. No, he turns it back around. Chaos, you baited him. Oh no.
This whole game already at minute 3 has just been chaos, Ravi. As you can see it, now it is Fun Havers managing to kind of catch up on what has been happening earlier. Now they're only down 1 kill and down very little, a very minuscule amount of gold here. Man, this was that was an aggressive one. Now as we kind of like slow back down and then take stock of everything. It's usually now that we're at this 4-minute mark where we're going to see a lot of the 5v5s take place. Both objectives have spawned now. And we can see Fun Havers choosing to focus on that Rift Herald.
But you do also see the Yet Again Crown Prince is also there. But they could try to capitalize on this as all 5 of them move up. And Saints just brute force their way inside of the pit. Funhavers looking to set back up. Listen. And the Sonic Wave, but as that expires, yeah, they just cannot find the angle into the fight as Toki, yet again, mirroring around the waiting to see.
No taunts.
Isolate one person.
Looks good.
They move in.
They stole it.
It's taken away. They stole Chaos that she dies in the middle of all that. But Toki fighting 2v1 so far as Cloudy has to run away as Sami as well might be the next target. But Cloudy is just so squishy that should go over to Icy.
Oh, he wants a little more. Oh my goodness.
It's fine.
Toki ends up, yeah, he's fine. Not even close, right? And I like this too. Taking advantage of the gray screens you force some of the members of Funhavers to be on. You're going to immediately drop this Herald. Get some of that extra play gold. Oh my.
Double taunt over the wall. The Death Blossom as well will continue to put on a ton of damage, but it's just so close, but they continue to maintain mid priority off all that.
Right, it did cost some summoner spells, but Saint, they continue with mid prio. They get to gold from turret plates. Everything is going well for them in this early game. A much stronger start from before. And the consolation prize. No, Camel. No. You can't do this.
There's no way, right?
There's no way. There's no way.
He does it again.
You're kidding.
Oh my. Class just Lee Sin things, man.
Bro, you gotta keep Lee Sin out of the pit, especially in Wild Rift when you don't even have to ward hop with the safeguard. It's just easy for him to be like, hello, goodbye.
Man, is his name Lee Sin or Lee Shing? Because he always gets a smite down. You know what? That was close. I'm okay with that one. Moving on from that.
Fair enough. Let's do that.
Yeah, let's move on from that. Because see, so far, like you're saying, there's still a lot of attention being paid mid, although there aren't objectives up just yet. I think we might be in for another fight potentially, but we do see Cal going topside.
Oh, already Toki is forced to flash. Crown Prince is a lot of threat with a Dominus. Thing is now, Camel's in the area. He's already been doing so much work this game. He wants the 1v1. Oh my god.
Yep, should get the kick, the shield off to Hexic Ultimatum, but outside of tower range allows it to get away. Zenith Blade onto the tower though, and that'll be the call.
2 for 1.
Right there,
the 3
2
for 1.
He's going for it. Camel, the shield. Oh! Not gonna land the ult.
Still positive for Saint. You do get a lot of kills on the Chaos, which is nice on the Olaf, but overall, in fact, Toki has been the focus of a lot. This game has been receiving a lot of pressure, as we can see here. But I think already this is such a much stronger game from Team Saint. And you can see it, especially with Camel on the Lee Sin. The comfort is there, the skill is there, and the objective control, despite not always being there first, is there.
Yeah, because you saw how in the beginning of the last game as well, things were a lot more quiet, a lot more balanced, right? The trades were decently even, but the objective is where they really took a faltering, right? And as of right now, with Camel being able to bring things back in such a massive way, I know he wants to try to push this even more. He still has the Herald that will probably drop in mid.
Ooh, Camel.
And so that he goes on a tower. The tower goes down too, but Camel manages to get out pretty easily. They might be looking for this as well. They'll lock down onto 1. What? There's not enough damage to take down Kansui.
I see landing the Shuriken flip. It's just there to do a little bit of dissuading here. But overall, again, still, it's Saint not really being effectively punished by Funhavers, who seem like they are now a little more out of sorts in this game too. It's all been Saints all day long. Icy is okay. I thought he was gonna full send.
Things are fine yet again. Every single time you look at Toki, just assume he'll stay alive.
You know what it is, man?
What's up?
When I play a Kali, I land a Shuriken flip. I see red, bro. Immediately, like I'm pulling the whole combo out there. It's like, yeah, I can take them. There's
never a question that whenever you play a Kali, when you think, okay, I'm gonna wait to reactivate this. It's just one ability for you as it continues forward. One ability and 2. Lance aside, Nielsen Solar Flare, not gonna connect.
Hello.
You go down, Hexic Ultimatum onto Nauri. There you go, Sami moving back and forth, ton of that as we put out. The resets come in, that's a double kill. As he's trying to get to 1 more, but it'll be even trade. This is 1 on the side of Funhavers and a shutdown to Sami.
And a much needed fight for Funhavers, getting the 3 for 1, excuse me, and they're gonna be able to secure that second Rift Herald. They don't have to drop it yet, but that ability to be able to finally knock down some structures is much needed after how this early game has been going for them here. And it means that after this reset, after the gold that they're going to be able to spend, they can fight for this dragon.
Dragon previously was stolen away by Campbell, but this time I'm hoping they got some wards on the back side of the pit just to make sure that, you know, they perhaps they don't get stolen away themselves.
For real.
But all of them are there though, so I don't think there's necessarily a worry about that. They will get spotted.
You know what? And I like this. The call is definitely just to have Cloudy move to keep their eye out, but they immediately drop the Rift Herald to get some damage on this turret. It won't take it down, but you get some plates, and I like that.
Oh, just knocked into the wall. But stun should save his life for a couple
He's
more
alive?
seconds. Sami's staying alive? No! Okay, the proc from the Leona will be able to finish that off, but I'm fine with it going to Kansui personally.
Oh, they're looking.
Olaf goes in. He is exhausted though for a couple more seconds so far. The knock up onto one more
Icy's
Cloudy
here.
is on the back end for a ton of damage. There we go. The big yeehaw. As they continue poking away, Cloudy doesn't take any sort of damage either, but it's still a double kill for Icy as he gets Sonic Wave underneath the tower. The double kill. He is fine. What?
Well, that was really nice juggle of aggro coming through here for Team Saint. You end up getting more kills on the Icy, who's really feeling himself on this Akali. Now 5-1. As every time you think Fun Havers, maybe they'll get something back. Maybe they're starting to crawl their way back into this game. Saint immediately put them right down.
It used to happen to beat guys. You look at the replay of this fight so far. They're just so close together too, because you thought Cloudy would be able to do it, but Toki too, right caught in the middle.
And the big thing too is the fight was already a little shaky here for the side of Fun Havers, and you saw it. I mean, Icy flashed right in saying like, oh no, buddy, this one is looking real nice, real big, and it ends up being the triple kill.
For now,
there it
maybe
is.
just a single might go over to Icy. He is so strong, but ooh, in the middle of three, he stars on him. Oh, it's so clean. Okay, fine. Let's get the dunk back on Chaos. But on the back end, though, Toki goes down. He's just trying to extend his fight even more. Campbell gets the kickback just to disrespect him.
They literally, like, they're so strong right now. They're so in the lead. You're just making sure that these trades go a bit more into your favor. And you're seeing it. Again, Icy goes in deep, Robbie, but it doesn't matter. They're just too strong on the side of Saint. They're going to be able to take yet another turret here, despite Fun Havers' best attempts, best efforts. They're still 8,000 gold down.
That's crazy.
Pretty crazy.
I know. Is considering, you know, I thought that maybe one or two of those fights might have gone their way, but I think just the biggest gold swings from Saint is not helping at all. As Crown Prince, though, he is not strong enough for this Camilla battle.
Oh, how?
He hopped way across the screen to get the kill, and he should be able to get away.
Yep.
Yeah, he's fine.
It was really nicely done. You recognize there's no Dominus, and you immediately say, all right, let's go get him. And it's perfect because of the move from Con and Icy. You get that moment to push this wave in and actually route them a bit to secure a turret for themselves here. Fun still far down a pretty big chunk of gold, but you can see them. They don't consider themselves out of it just yet. They are constantly making plays. They're constantly kind of making the best of their situation to try and catch up to what is an insane lead for Team Saint.
Yeah. Team Saint so far just need to find ways to continue making this happen, and I think the Baron is definitely where they can make sure that Funhowers absolutely don't have a single hope of trying to fight against them, but taking down Camel here would be big, because he just pushes the wave out. Should be fine. It's Kansui. Far too tanky. And I think Funhavers are just looking to see if they can lock somebody down.
Yeah, Leona definitely not the target for that one, so they immediately say, you know what? Yeah, I don't want that. They just walk away from it. The thing is, though, they're going to want very, very soon, Robbie. This Mountain Dragon coming up very, very soon. Those stats are going to be very helpful. That shield is nice. And it's tough, too, because if you try and fight this Funhavers and you lose, you're also going to lose out on the Baron at this point, because spawn timers are really starting to get up there.
You're right. And I believe Funhavers don't want themselves to be out of the fight just yet. As they look to move over and get Camel, it would be huge if they get the jungler, but for now they'll just force away one. The stun lands on a Toki. He's just dead. And with all that, now the 1-5 will continue, but consider they're fighting a 4v5. Now a 3v5 is all fun havers. The one out of dodge, they can't fight this no more.
Right, Saint says no fun allowed as they're going to win yet another team fight. They're going to take yet another neutral objective. This time, Camel doesn't even need to steal it. It's going to be nice and easy, nice and secured. And now, already with the lead that Saints have, now we're a couple minutes away from that Elder.
This could be nice, but no, not so easy there. Just add a little bit of shielding. And the Camel decides that this is now not your jungle, our jungle.
I mean, look at him. He's so strong right
jungle.
now. It is his jungle. He's taking all the camps. They're getting whatever they can throw at them here, but they know. It's definitely more of a salt thing where it's like, yeah, well, at least I hit you with my undertow. What do you think about that, huh?
Hypercross screen yet again. Toki goes in, and that should be one solid pick given over. This might be what they need to get Baron here.
That's the thing. You do use your biggest ult combo, though. The Wombo is now out of the way, so it's a little dangerous to start off the Baron. The strongest members, I think, of Saint are still alive, and with the gold advantage, they could win that 4v5. So instead, fun havers, they're just going to use this to push out some of these waves, get themselves a little breathing room, and spend what bit of gold they have for themselves here. But it's not much, as I say that, because it's still a 10k gold lead for Team Saint. They are still well in control.
They continue to be so, like you said, because so many of their members are so strong. Right? Fun havers can realistically only try to get their 1 or 2, and then maybe try to go from there. In the full 5v5, they will most definitely lose. It's Camel too, especially with his GA. Right? He's feeling quite confident. As for now, no one's trying to take the Baron, but they know that on Haver's side, things are only getting rougher and rougher for themselves as the game they just snowballing and leave the Saints.
You could see it in like the individual matchups, the difference in gold between a lot of the members. Saint versus the members of Fun, and it's going to show in these individual 1v1s we're seeing here. Toki is like, yeah, I don't want this. I'm finna grab the smoke.
He definitely does not want the smoke, my friend. He's not a firefighter.
No, sir. Y'all can have that.
But like you mentioned before, the previous 1v1, the dominance was not out for Crown Prince, right? So it was an easy pick off. Speaking of people being picked off, though, Chaos now. There we go. He tries to move in. That Ragnarok doing a bunch, but only allows them to get away, and they leave Nielsen to die. No.
Oh, it's brutal. Camel's playing these fights so very well, and now we're gonna see what else they can get.
Not on the Kansui, but he still gets a solo flare onto 3 more members, and Toki's the middle of just so many. They can do nothing at all. Asami tries, but he knows the farther he goes, the faster he'll die.
And yeah, Asami, he's just trying to buy time, seeing if he's going to be able to recall, but it's going to lot. I think Crown Prince is going to end up finding him. He wins this.
Maybe he can juke him?
Never mind.
It's
just a gold diff, and hey, that's game 2.
Wow.
Really nicely played here for the side of Team Saint.
Look at that. Like you said, just offer just one small pick off to considering all it takes is the ace right at the end of it. And we'll continue to see more plays like that, I'm sure, from both of these teams, but Saints this time beat down, wasted no time in getting ahead.
No, it was a much stronger showing here, taking us to that 3rd game, so they can make this to the top 4 spot here. That's the big deal. You need top 2 if you want to qualify for the next major that's happening next week. So losing here will knock you right out of contention.
Yes, it will. And at least with this, though, I will say, our predictions aren't just completely out of it.
That's true.
So we do still definitely have an option to possibly bring things back. But for now, though, we'll be able to just break down a little bit of what we saw from that game. My God. Now, okay, although like everything was pretty close in terms of goal lead, though, Crown Prince just trouncing Toki.
I agree, but since we're talking about the individual players and getting to that point where we're going to highlight Camel, I'm going for Camel, man. The Lee Sin, night and day from what we saw on game 1. This dude was running Wild Rift from as soon as they got on.
You're 100% not wrong, right? Considering he stole away the Rift Herald along with the Dragon at the beginning, really made sure to cement Saints' lead and propel that even more forward, because that first Rift Herald as well got the mid prio too. They got them to 5v5, and the Funhaver just had no chance of going back in, even with the 2v2 fights they were taking. So far, whoever has had Camille Gallio has not had a good time. Coincidence? I think not.
That's a very interesting point. I do agree with that. Well, I agree that both of them have lost. I won't say there's the correlation. I still think the combination is very good. It just ends up being differences in other parts of the map. Again, I think Camel played amazing in the second game, making it to the point where it wasn't even just the individual play and the mechanics. It was a lot of the map movements, that early play for the dive on the bottom side where you move with your support, you help shove mid so that Icy can also join you in what ended up being a favorable 2-for-1 trade. And then those intelligent decisions are what ended up making it happen here for Saints in game 2.
Yeah, well, speaking of intelligent decisions, let's see what Camel did to propel him so far forward. He was only 5-1 with 71% KP. Just look, he was 20%, the entire damage profile, the entire team, 1/5. Beautiful, gorgeous, abundant.
What you can expect. And then they ended up playing really well. And now going into this next game, definitely a bit of a regain needing to come through for Funhavers if they want to continue their run here in this qualifier. And I mean, this is only day one, so you still definitely have a long road ahead of you even if you win here today.
Yeah, exactly that. And I find the biggest point is going to be the early game, right, from both of these teams, because we've seen so far whoever gets an early lead usually gets the game.
Right, and you see it too. This is the exact play that I was highlighting, actually. Just setting it up so that IC can join you here, and the team fighting in general has been so good. And oh my gosh, Ravi, how could I forget? Camel stealing objective after objective. I'm pretty sure out of 3 dragons and 2 Rift Heralds, only 1 Herald went over to Funhavers. That was it.
Always a sad time, like you said. Having front row seats can be fun unless you're in positions like these, right? You pay all this money. And the opportunity cost is potentially just having the team snowball so much as no chance for you to come back in. But what was interesting too, I wanted to point out as well, you saw in these like close like 4v4 as well, or 5v5s, Chaos was always frontlining a lot of the time. Now of course as an Olaf you do have to, but it was always as though that even though he got maybe 1 or 2 kills, he was consistently being traded away as well. So there was always opportunities for Saints to get something back, and it was never truly a clean fight on the side of Funhavers.
That's the thing, because when they started to fall behind the way that they did, it was definitely a lot of good individual performances in these team fights. And then past a certain point, the gold lead really started to show itself, where, okay, you can play some of these fights really well if you are on the side of Funhavers, but when you're getting slapped by the wallet the size of a 10,000 gold lead, you're going to have to play better than well if you actually want to be able to win it out here. Are you looking for your wallet?
I was looking for my wallet.
I knew it, bro. Like,
I just couldn't find it. Here, I got this pick napkin.
Here.
That's supposed to have my wallet.
I have my wallet, okay? It's like this, but like way thicker, imagine.
All right, you know what? I want you to go ahead and let me hear what that smack sounds like. Just like all this money.
All right, no problem. Yeah, like this is exactly what it sounded like.
All right. Woo!
That was what happened. That's what happens when you're down 10K. That's the sound you hear very quietly in your ears every team fight when you're down 10K. If you've played, you know. If you disagree, you're wrong.
See, yeah, I think that's a lose-lose situation. It's like, yo, if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're also right. Just
that seems perfectly acceptable. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're done, Boulevard, the king of opinions. Everything he says is the law. What is what is this patriarchy? But as we move on into game number 3 for this series, both these teams fighting to stay alive.
Very quickly, I wanna correct you. This is a beat-tatorship. That's the thing that you gotta remember to yourself.
Yet again. No one deserves 2.
All right, I'll take it. Yo, we're 2 for 2 now.
Anyways, we'll look at the draft so far as Greg gets locked in, but the Diana actually makes it through for the first time.
That's right. It was constantly banned out, and this time it's going to be available for the side of Saints, likely going into Icy's hands. And what Icy was doing last game, You know what? Giving him Diana is probably a little dangerous though. But after I think Camel's performance, you do have to respect the Lee Sin. You can't be letting that through anymore.
No, it was far too good, right? There was no realistic way to set up around it, and just how mechanically beautifully he played so far. I think, yeah, the potential for trading away objectives is definitely not what you want to take so early on in the game. The 50-50s are not great, but a person who can deny all that potential, and even more so, is the set.
That's a pretty fun one. I do like the set pick coming through here. I think it's interesting that we're seeing Cloudy on the Senna again. It's definitely good in terms of like the healing, the shielding, and things like that. But it's interesting that they haven't wanted to switch it up. I think the thing that's most interesting to me is I like the Lucian pick, particularly there, because not only have Saints, of course, they play. Nori had a pretty good game, all things considered in game 2, but also I'll let you in on a little something, Robbie. Crown Prince also plays Lucian.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the bait on 3. You're thinking to yourself, if you're fun havers, they're like, oh, wow. They're obviously going to give it to Nori again. Like, what?
I despise bait unless I'm going fishing. Then it is essential to my success. On those days, I love it.
Okay.
Other things that I love, though, are the bands of the Camille and the
Oriana
as well. Yeah, they keep doing it. I think you may be right here,
maybe.
Actually, I'm sorry for even questioning authority. You're definitely right here, Beatdown, but let me have my opinion, please, and thank you.
You know what? Since you asked so nicely, I accept. Go ahead.
Yes. We did it, boys. and with the final bats coming in, that Akali, of course, taken away, who absolutely tore apart the rift here. Especially on the side of the Saints, far too good. Icy clean with it. Yeah. And I'm thinking we might see Katarina banned in response.
Potentially. It's tough. I think the support ban ends up working a little more, in my opinion, just because it was Asami who definitely brought out the Katarina and is that like assassin player as well as Icy. So taking away, I think the Nami is taking away some of those shielding options here. Maybe they're taking away a potential pairing, but either way, it ends up being pretty solid because of the engage also that she ends up offering. And now, big thing for me is, do we find out, are they going to pick a Baron laner for Crown Prince? Oh, wait a minute. It's the Ziggs. It's Lucian top.
You were correct. Look at that. But here, I'm still not willing to let go of the option that this is still Lucian bot side. This is Ziggs.
Lucian Ziggs. Oh, okay.
Lucian Ziggs. Yeah. Lucian Ziggs. And hear me out. Hear me out.
I'm listening.
This is Kha'Zix in the Baron lane.
I see. I'm revoking your opinion privileges. I'm sorry.
You know what? Those 2
it's
minutes
with great pain
were
that
fun.
I do this. I hope you enjoyed them, but you will likely not be receiving them again.
Well, that's fine. It's okay. We take what we can get. Is right now. It's fun havers. We'll take that Rengar once again with the Lux as well. Hey,
so that ends up being a pretty interesting pick here. And this time around, we are getting the Gragas back again, I think, which is the most interesting thing. It was a really strong pick in terms of the team fights coming through when Nielsen was piloting it in game 1. So maybe seeing the return to that, I think, would be really nice here. And we're waiting to see how Saint are going to round out their draft. I think, honestly, decently squishy composition worth noting here. So it could be something that fun havers look to punish, especially because you see the, okay, well, they fixed it in one fell swoop. There it is. Never mind.
Exactly how that happens. They heard you through the screen, man.
They know.
See, exactly. Just the absolute mind-controlling opinions that you were able to put out here, Beatdown. Absolutely. It's far too powerful. It's like you got Conqueror's hockey, bro. Just emanating through the screen with your ideas, letting people know this is what you should do, and you will do it. Bang.
Yes, sir. Only limited by my imagination, as both of these teams as well. Now we're seeing the switch-ups come through. Of course, it is Crown Prince in the top lane, and there's the main reason there that you've lost your opinion privileges. And this is the more interesting composition because Camel not opting for the Rengar we saw in game 1, having the Lee Sin that he popped off on in game 2 taken away from him. Now we see him hop onto the Kha'Zix, another one that can still have that kind of playmaking potential here. And I see on a pick that's been denied from him all series long.
I know, Beatdown, you were just saying too, is considering with all the lock-ins that we have so far, right? I feel sad that you were also now stifling my potential of my imagination.
Fair enough. But see, only one of us can be the sun god, bro. It doesn't work any other way.
Fun fact, by the way, did you know
do
that
you read,
my name?
Do you read One Piece?
Well, just a new chapter? No, I didn't.
Oh, wow. I may have spoiled it. Anyways, moving forward.
Oh, no.
Don't think about what I just said. We're going to focus back on the game. Game 3. Remember, Saints, the ones who lost it in Game 1, they did this exact thing when they faced off against Cloud9 previously. Managed to take it to that Game 3 point, but they couldn't take the dub. Will that change today? Let's talk about that and only that, Ravi.
You know my name in Sanskrit means sun god?
Oh, word?
Yeah.
Wow, you're going to really like the new chapter then.
Oh, no. I was going to bring it back to the yet again.
Nah, I mean, I'm just kidding. We're going back. We're moving forward. Moving forward.
Yeah. Wild Rift. We're fine. There's no such thing as One Piece anymore.
The wildest, riftiest time is what we're going to have here.
The biggest rifts and the wildest of times.
Yes, it was the best of times. It was the wildest of times. Too slow.
Man, it's fun. You know, one thing I'm surprised we haven't said so far, but considering we are watching the fun havers, because these guys, you could say, are fun, or F is for friends who do stuff together. U is for you and me, N is for anywhere, anytime at all.
Down here in the Wild Rift Sea. I
wanted
wanted to bring it back.
That's fine. I like that. That's good. Down here in the Wild Rift River. That's Reverie. Okay, look, I know Reverie is a word, so it's fine.
Reverie is a word, you're right.
We got, we'll see, Gavel alongside Chaos, just trade for crabs. And it'll be the same 10 scheme we saw in game number 1, but Fun Havers though did come out on top of that.
They did, and it is the jungle, the cross map jungling coming through here from both sides. But I like this one. I see again using that push to give himself time to look for some potential plays elsewhere. I mean, Crown Prince on the Lucian, something I'm really excited to see ever since I heard about it. Is that we'll see how he's going to be able to perform, especially if he does get a lot of attention the way Nori did in Game 2 when he was on the Lucian.
Ronaldo, stumble land so far, go all the way. Nielsen yet again just styling on Gragas, but we're still under tower though. Nielsen does not get locked down. Kansui far too low, and we'll all walk away, but Toki dies.
And you see, in the picture. Nice kill coming through here for Camel, a nice gank. And this is kind of what I was going for in the draft. Before I see the Leon effect, I really liked Rengar because so many squishy members. Especially later into the game, a lot of opportunity to pop them like balloons. But Leona comes through. You saw it. Con's level 3, but that eclipse goes crazy. Those extra resistances right off the bat. Delicious.
Would you say that the eclipse goes crazy even?
No, I would say the eclipse goes extremely crazy.
Oh, I rate that. Yeah. For now, see Toki finally taking an advantageous trade against this Lucian though. Is that, considering it is the Poke Bailey matchup, like you can't do a ton about it. So the goal definitely will be in favor of side of Crown Prince, who, we've seen have some small pop-up moments throughout these games, but I think on Solution, if you're looking to show out. Ronaldo, the play lands, a stun as well, showstopper into the wall. It's not going to be enough. And the Haymaker will save his life. That shield so clutch.
It's a beautiful roam though, coming through from Con to be able to get that off, allow Crown Prince to go for a very easy recall. And it just means you get, again, more priority on the side of the map. You can already get an idea of what's important here to Saint, how they're playing. I mean, you see the Ziggs farm very safely on his own, except this time around, he's not on his own. They don't like Toki. Oh, that lands.
Keep it, do it again. Oh, he goes all the way back. Yet again, the Haymaker, but he's locked in the middle of too many people. It's not going to be enough.
That's right. And again, the priority is very clear for both of these teams, especially Saints. Putting all that time on the top side is now going to earn them not only another kill, but also the Rift Herald. Allow them to essentially snowball early gold lead they've gotten for themselves. Because another play like that, Robbie, they're going to be able to take turrets with this.
You're right, yeah. And we've seen so far that no team has been able to reliably get early turrets. As the only thing that I think is reliable in this game is how often Nielsen lands his passes.
Yeah, I'll give him that. And now I see we're a little bit of threat here to try and do his best to wave clear, save the turret, and of course avoid the myriad of skill shots coming through here. Now the Nori, oh lord.
Might be a little bit too far up. Still has no slip with it for protection. So Wolfberry goes down, gets the stun, locked up.
Wants the 1v1.
Here comes Icy. Should not be able to get it. The move fall is big, but goes also to the other side and will get run down. Yeah, there we go.
Really nicely played coming through here. Unfortunately, spending a little too much time in between turrets, and it's going to get well punished by the side of Saints, who are really running away with this game. Oh my god.
Okay, fine. Everything's fine. The input doesn't land. The hitbox is still okay.
Remember what I said about squishy members and champs like Rengar being able to assassinate him? Well, fun fact.
for a second.
Oh, well, you know what? I did say that. Yeah, that also applies to the Kazakhs. You already saw Asami under so much threat. Yes, you don't get a turret because the kill wasn't secured. A member show up, but you get that pressure on the map. You get the turret place that this mid-tier one has, and I think you're still happy with that one.
Yeah, you're... Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
it's right there.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine, but look at this should be done. Loki as the Hullbreaker.
Ah, yeah. So that's an interesting one.
Now he needs no other item in the game. He can just continue to split push and be a massive side lane threat that any champ like that can be. Hullbreaker being one of the newer additions of the game as well. Which I'm confusion as to why it is also things this continuously, but for now
Can't escape it.
you just can't. There's a Sami as well. Can't escape his own death.
Oh, you're nice and immobile, no flash, no exhaust. Isn't really any other way that scene plays out. So it's again another nice catch out. This is just Saints playing so well, especially considering how they did end up faltering a bit in game one. Because of that, they're just continuously in control of this game here. I mean, we're still a few minutes away from another objective showing itself again, but this gold lead is already at this just below the 7-minute mark, is up to 4,000 because of the kills and the plates that are secured.
Loki though, he's far too much damage, almost no resistance on him, but he now has some help. I want to go in. It'll just be a 1v1 between Chaos, looking for the resets in outside the bush, but the shield from IC will keep him safe. He's actually really strong.
Yeah, Diana, quite good. Problem is, who's going to keep the rest of Funhaver safe? Because now it's on Miss Leona and it's Camel. This Kazakhs looking to set it up. Oh, Nielsen!
Okay, it's on the backside. Nielsen yet again goes in. The setup was beautiful. The move not going to do much more. The Haymaker only puts out chip damage, but by the end of it, the setup for Funhavers works out.
It is a much-needed 1-for-nothing trade coming through, but look at it again. This is what happens when you're behind, whether it's League or Wild Rift. To make plays like these a success, you usually need to commit the numbers advantage to offset the gold deficit you're in. Because of that, it was easy for that mid-turn to go through. Not only that, this gold lead is still here, Robbie. And Saint, rather Funhavers, if they're not careful, get popped by Saint.
I believe, as you said, it popped like a balloon. One might have his Crown Prince. Puts out all that damage. The calling from that far away.
It is just simple and clean coming out from Saints so far, as they're just continuing to hold on to control of this game. It's that 7-2 scoreline coming through, and no interest in the Dragon, it seems. They're just going to go ahead and let that one go for the moment, but it's actually just going to be them moving down towards it, just waiting for the team. That's what they were doing.
Chaos is here. Looking for a steal angle potentially, but no, not with the bombs, right? Making sure he stays out of the slow would be nice, and controlling all that terrain as... Is he potential topside?
Oh!
Alright, okay, he does get rooted. Mewfall goes on to so many people, but on the back end, the blinding of the final light, the spark from Asami.
The jump!
Be quite nice. The jump goes back in, only one taken away from the side. Yes, but so far he's still going forward. The Saints are fine, but Nielsen is okay.
That's the thing, man. Again, it's so hard. This Leona's so tanky, of course. Having the... Oh, wait a minute. Crown Prince, all right. I see you. That was pretty nice.
Things are okay. Things are okay. Things are okay.
Oh, he's chilling. And the rest of Saint are chilling too, as they're going ahead to start this next Herald. It's going to be easy pickings coming through, and another play like that means you're probably going to see another turret drop.
It's easy, but considering You know, we're not exactly there. We'll get to see this fight one more time.
What makes it so hard too is, again, this Leona is so tanky, and the fact that, like, really well played, no vision, but after clearing out, went for the Zenith Blade, allowed that brief rooting of multiple targets to set up for the rest of the team to show up here. It allows Camel to reset, allows everyone from Saints to continue picking up gold, and it means that second Rift Herald ended up being picked up. And again, it's all Saints in this game 3, man.
DB Conference is far too good. All of them are just so strong. That entire combo onto Icy did nothing to him. The cask, yet again, is so clean. Moonfall with a shield will keep him alive for a couple of seconds. But Crown Prince, not respond back. He's by himself. It's not going to be enough.
Nope. Members, the rest of the team are on the other side of the map here, so it will end up being a positive trade. Woohoo! Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't end up taking anyone. Playing recalls, though, I think is very worthwhile because you can see it in picture-in-picture. We have gone on the split. Oh, wait a minute.
Maybe. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. I think it's fine. The flash, I guess, does have to be forced out, though. But the tower should be theirs.
They're wasting time.
Yeah, they just keep on doing it. And considering with all the poke that they have, no one for Fun Harvest can actually respond.
Yeah,
this is beautiful from Saints.
No, it's nice because you're preventing the recalls from coming through. So as long as you keep many people here and not actually throw your life away for it, it just means that the Herald did its job, and now you have Camel, who's going to very easily just go ahead and finish this turret off. No problem. That's more gold here, and you can see it. The individual jungle matchup. It's the biggest difference I think we have here. 3,000 gold for Camel, and Crown Prince is actually also in about the same boat.
Speaking of gold, though, there is a 10,000 gold lead.
It's a big number.
Between Fun Havers and the Saints. Yeah. That is a massive one with the key to slap over their wallets.
Yeah.
Right now, Nielsen doesn't get smacked, but only taught a lesson. Exactly, he got the punishment, so watching.
Okay, I could have hit you with that solar flare, but I chose not to.
You better count your lucky stars that you not the gray screen right now, Nielsen. But at least with this, though, they'll continue to focus their efforts in mid. They want to make sure to keep the priority there for as objective covered on not being that dragon.
It's a little bit away, but of course, power very much in Saints' hands. As you can tell, a lot of things have to be expended for fun. They have to commit a lot of members just to move into their own side of the map, just to be able to set up vision here. And as we're getting close to this point in the game where things are getting a little late, almost 13 minutes, Saints, one or two more good fights could spell the end of the series here. Fun, of course, playing for their tournament lives. This bracket is single limit, as a reminder. This is the last chance to specifically qualify for Major 3. I want to specify that.
Yeah, but this is not the last chance qualifiers. Those are weeks away.
Exactly.
As you worry. But on a spot. Will not manage to steal it. The smite a little bit too good. The spell, and would the Saints continue to snowball to the lead? Second dragon in their back pocket. As they look to possibly catch one. Solar flare should be up, but it's not to go for it. Instead, they will look at them menacingly from afar as they push top.
So perfect, because you see it, they move in top, they steal camps, and they set up for the turret steal.
Stopper, all the way back. A cast to separate all of the moonfall on the entire team. I see though, not able to assassinate them, any of them yet, but Crown Prince goes on a rampage as Kansu is also in. Another stun, that's a double kill for Crown Prince as they open up the barrel lane looking for a Sami, the stun, the flash, but they'll keep him alive for now.
They're keeping him in the game. Problem is now, Tier 3 turret has been destroyed. Supers are going to be on their way for the remainder of the game, and that makes this game even harder for Fun Havers, especially because even though they could end, Saint taking advantage of these spawn timers, they're going to grab the Baron for themselves, and this is borderline the nail in the coffin.
Continues to be so here to beat down the Baron on their side. Super Mania's pushing in. 15,000 gold lead, and you know what? That gold lead is just enough to get one tank against.
There it is for you. That gets me too, because you know I'm out here using regular gas.
You're the regular guy,
Yo,
huh?
Imagine. That's exactly right, and it has its perks.
does right now, but there's no perks of being in front of Icy and Kansui, but Icy might have bit off more than he can chew, my friend. This is why you break apart the sandwich before you take the full bite. Camel as well decides, no, not ready for this yet.
Right, they're gonna back off. That is one Baron buff removed. Still a lot of damage done overall to Fun Havers. And it's Saints who are still in control of this game. You get one pick, which is nice, but Icy is going to be back very soon. It's still, you're going to struggle with the wave there as yet another tier 3 turret is going to be under threat here, especially with this poke coming through. How do you respond besides all-inning? And when with your all-in tools being unavailable right now on the side of Fun Havers, you just kind of got to watch this happen.
You tell them to stop. Oh, that was such a beautiful satchel. Now Toki's most definitely dead. And there's no way they can try to stop that either. Oh, man. That's just unfortunate. He was wrong place, wrong time.
Another.
As is every other member of Fun Havers right now. Onto the tower, they don't care. Another call from Crown Prince. Wave them all off, and now no one will be left beat down. The Saints will take game number 3 in our first series of the day.
Really nice performances coming through from Saint, especially after a tough game, one loss coming through from the squad. But to be able to bring it back and regain in such a way where you just win 2 games in a row, and I'm not even talking like with too much of contention here. It's like a different team coming through here from game 2 onward.
Yeah, because you saw just their priorities changed up so much, because previously it was a lot about, just the lane, snowballing there, taking, maybe just playing things out a lot more carefully, but instead, games 2, games 3, right? Focusing a lot more on objectives, mirroring Camel a lot more, making sure he's able to have priority, and Crown Prince too. That third game absolutely popped off, and I think you gotta know my player for the pick of the game, man.
Is it me?
It's, you know what, in my heart of hearts, you're always my star player.
Oh,
but considering you weren't playing in this game, my pick's got to be Crown.
All right, fair enough. And I agree with you there. I think he did have a good game. Honestly, it was tough because I think everybody was playing really well on the side of Saints, but you're right. My star player is also Crown Prince. The dude, really nicely done, I think, from draft till the end there, where they did end up kind of playing things out, being like, oh, yeah, Lucian on 3. Yeah, that's our bot lane Lucian. What are you talking about there? Yeah, okay, ban the Camille. Yeah, exactly. Oh, darn. Crown Prince can't play Camille again. What a sad time. I know, just shoot. But he ended up playing really well in lane in these fights. It was a great show.
Yeah, exactly that. Or shutting down the set. And considering how strong Set used to be, right? Although I do still think that, he definitely has his place in the game too in certain situations. But as of right now, just making sure the big man with that gold, beautiful, luscious hair cannot exert his dominance, which I wish I had. It's just, every time I flick my head, I imagine I'm like, I can possibly do this. There's a hair in my eyes, but
one day
I can see clearly. Who am I fooling?
Yeah, fair enough. But I think at this point we can take a chance to just look at the bracket as a whole and see, take a second look to see how things have kind of progressed because of this victory. Again, Saints are going to be moving themselves up to the top 4 and make it coming through. Of course, we're going to take a quick look at our star player, Crown Prince, the only one with the selfie. I'm just saying it's a selfie gap. But like as I was saying, again, you make top 4 right away, and that's a pretty big deal because, again, to secure yourself to the major that's happening next week, you need top 2 in this tournament, which means they've already gotten half the work done. They need to win one more time, and they will get either that 7th or 8th spot.
Yeah, like you said, 7-0-5 all this, and I gotta ask, but Crown Prince, but where are you in this picture? Is it an airport? Is it a lobby of a hotel?
I think it's an airport, yeah.
It looks like an airport, right? All the high ceilings, right?
He's already getting ready for the major.
Yeah, exactly like you said. And with plays like these, right, it's no doubt at all as to why he was just doing so good. Even the flashing didn't necessarily matter, right? Toki realized he used all his resources. He had nothing to go for. He had no mana, but that's how Set is.
Right, and it's nice too because it was this switch up in terms of the style coming through here. Game 2, we saw the hard play to Nori in the bottom lane from the squad, and then we saw the switch up in the top lane. It was basically play for the Lucian that they ended up going for here, and it ended up working for them very, very well.
So how good he did at putting on all those backline damage, and as one person would say, just every single time they got the opportunity Brought out them twin glizzies to
Oh man, Mark, if you're watching this, I hate you.
to shell out disgusting amounts of damage. And the biggest thing was, too, like you were mentioning, it was a potential from both the Kajit and the Rengar, considering how squishy these compositions were, right? It was just a hop, skip, and a death away to get those resets.
Certainly was, and you're seeing it. It was just play after play after play here for Team Sane doing again. I mean, this is why we did end up having that prediction saying they would come out on top. I mean, maybe a little worried after game one, but realistically, now that I have hindsight, I never doubted them, so it's great. It's a good look too, as now they have made it to the top 4, like I was saying earlier. And it's just it is a big deal here because already, of course, we're starting today in that top 8. It means that 2 wins, and you're in next week's major, and already. One of those 2 have been filled.
So let's see what other teams we might possibly have as to how the bracket has shaped out so far. Like you just mentioned, states have moved on as well going forward, and one more win might potentially land them into either the 7th or 8th seed. But with that, though, we do also have our next matchup as well right after this, which is going to be one side versus Tilt City Banditos.
First of all, Tilt City Banditos.
Great name.
That's so good.
Great.
Just getting that out of the way, like that's great. But the thing is too with this matchup, it's again another 2 teams that have been around in the Wild Rift North American scene. Again, another 2 teams who have participated in other qualifiers, other matches in the past, trying to make their way to the major and of course regionals later on in the spring. So I think it's going to be a big deal for both of these 2 teams as well, because again, even though there is the last chance qualifier coming later on, best chance still, make it to that major, place top 4. And you're in.
Exactly that, yeah. And I think, we should let's go and try to introduce some of these rosters, right? Just go and see what we have in front of us with Team 1 side. On this side, we have Lovely, Happy, Mose, Nick. Let's go with Nick and Sui.
I like that. I think Nick is a good shout for that name. And I remember actually watching this team last week when I was watching the first qualifier coming through, and it was cool because first of all, Mula. Big Annie fan, and it's really fun watching him have a proto belt and do what I like to call proto belt yeetus deletus. Yeah.
I love that. That's great. But on the other end, though, we should go and look at their opponents, the ones with the great names that we so highlighted. The Tilt City Banditos, with the consequence, ENF, Sly, Major, and Zim as well. And again, guys, great name.
So. And yeah, again, another team that's definitely been around here. These players have had experience in the amateurs, or not the amateur, excuse me, the North American Wild Rift scene is what I mean to say. And that's why it's also going to be pretty important for them to be able to try and make it to that top 4, make it to qualify for Major 3 coming up soon.
Like you mentioned, because the winner of this matchup as well will go on to face the Saints.
That's right.
Right after this, right? So, and just seeing how much of a hot streak Saints have been on for these next 2 games and look at different teams. So, the winner of this matchup is going to have to put up a lot of contention. So, we'll see what happens as we cut it to a short break. When we come back, we'll have our next matchup for y'all. ASAP. Catch you all in a bit. And mi amigos and mi amigas. Welcome back yet again to the WNS with the Wild Rift North American Series presented to you by Wisdom and What's Right Games. Hi, Ravishing Graphics, joined here yet again with my main man, Beat Down Boulevard. Beat Down. Hope you had a nice little rest after what was a, dare I say, banger of a series that we had previously.
Oh, careful, Robbie. That's a casterism right there. People might ping you in chat for it.
I sure hope not, but that's all aside because we do have our next series off almost ready to go. Now, who we seeing, man?
We're seeing Tilt City Banditos, great name, versus One Side, and of course our predictions are gonna come through, and I can't wait to see us be on the same page again. Obviously, actually, I have a feeling we've split on this one. I knew it. Last second. How does he do it? I knew you picked Tilt City
crazy.
For the name. I knew it.
Of course. What do you mean? It's so cool.
How? I'm in your head, bro. You better start charging rent, man.
You're right. Charging rent, charging gas. Well, this guy's putting out timeshares.
No, I ain't paying no gas.
Inside
You're
my
crazy.
head. All right. Okay, that's gonna change then. But yeah, literally that, man. Because considering with these teams being a little bit new to the scene, I was thinking about, you know what? Telsey Bandito is just such a cool name. I want to be a bandito, right? So I hopped on the train here, beat down.
Fair enough. I can respect.
Choo. Let's go.
Yeah. And it's interesting too for both of these sides. Like we were talking about them a little bit on the top of the show, how they definitely been around. I think Tilt City Banditos especially been around for quite some time. I mean, they're one of the first teams to play in the Summoner Series last year, which is now the WNS, of course. And like this team has been around the block, of course. And this year they haven't been able to get very many top 8 finishes and make it to those majors and things like that. But Ravi, today they're looking to change that.
I mean, you're right. They just might. It is a possibility, but with one side on the other end, right? It just could be anything and everything that is possible and up for contention. Because the one side might do the same thing. Tilt City Banditos might take it all the way. Who knows? They might be a 7th seed. It's all a possibility right here on the WNS.
Right,
anything can happen.
When Timothy goes to school?
There you go. That's it. I was waiting for it. That's a full clap.
Oh wow,
right
that's like 10 claps. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm putting that in the bank. Let's go.
You just saying that in the client bank, right?
Yeah. How many?
When you bring that out, yeah.
Wait, no, I'm going to the bank. How many? Wait, but how many liters of gas can 10 claps get me?
We're not gonna get into this because I'm not gonna do math on stream.
Okay, you're right. You're right. My bad.
I'm bad with math as it is, man. You're not gonna do this.
Directions too.
Oh. Okay, look.
Hi, I'm looking.
Never eat shredded wheat. All right, look. That's how it is, right? This is all this whole circle. North is that way. I think we're not going to talk about that. My sense of direction is as dark as the window outside. All right, so I can't see nothing at all. I need Google Maps to walk down the street at this point. But you know what kind of direction I want to head towards here?
What's that?
Towards the next game.
I like that direction. I like it a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I believe as well, because considering we do almost have the draft up as well, going to our next game between these two teams here, I'm thinking, considering what's been so strong so far in the WNS, I imagine there might be a consistency from what we saw last game. I don't know if we'll see as many flashy plays like we saw out of the Gragas, but
that was cool.
I won't have to speculate for much longer, as you do have the bands rolling on through.
We do, and I think the thing worth noting too, side of one side, of course. We did talk about Mula in the mid lane, but they actually did. Their regular support isn't in at the moment. So Mula will be moving to support, and it's going to be Leo in the mid lane. But we could still see the Annie support. Maybe that would be hype.
Wait, Leo's in the mid lane? I thought he was working in the back and doing TO stuff. Wow.
Dude, Leo's just that talented. Put him wherever.
So good. How it is. But speaking of talent, though, we do have, things like the Wukong coming in alongside the Camille and the Brand as well, locked in, matched by the Thresh and the Oriana on the other side. I like this Brand pick a lot, though.
Yeah, do you? I want to talk to me about it. Let's.
I'll tell you what's up, because I think Brand has been riding in priority as well, going towards the bot lane, right? Considering just how good supporting is, I think Brand too, even if you'd fall, you will fall, giving away so much damage, all that super hot fire.
I like it.
And you can drop on top of them, almost hot as the bars that I give off, bro. Bang.
All right. You know what? I was about to give you your opinion privileges back, but you ruined it at the end. You were so close. You know that? I know, man. It's okay. You'll get it though. Keep up those opinions. I'm liking it. You're right, Brand. I'm feeling really good about that one. In the Dragon lane, and overall, it's cool. We're seeing another Darius come through on the side of Tilt City Banditos. The Thresh we haven't seen very much on the day, but I've really enjoyed him in Wild Rift, and I've enjoyed him particularly because of the boot enchants. I think it was KTE, or player who would build the Rocket Belt and was going for like the Rocket Belt Flays, the Rocket Belt death sentences. It's cool. I love boot enchantments.
It's just so fun. Yeah, like you said, the amount of possibilities you have with the boot enchantment for how you can actually change up your plays makes things just so exciting. Like you said, things like the Rocket Belt too, and even with the Darties. I saw the Rocket Belt last game. Yeah, last game too. It's like, you think one gap closure was enough? No, take 2, take 3 even. We're not speaking of gap closures though. We'll see the Corki alongside the Jarvan taken away, and on the other end, Diana alongside the Katarina as well banned out, and the Caitlyn will be the response for the side of TCB.
Yeah, that's definitely a nice one coming through there for Sly in the bottom lane. And at this point, you know, as you said, there's a good chance you are going to be laning into that brand. So having that bit of extra range, I think, might end up being a little more helpful here. And it's actually the Jinx lock-in, which is pretty fun because I didn't see a whole lot of 80 carries before when I was watching. But now, I mean, seeing him come through, it's all right. We'll take it.
Yeah. And Jinx here as well, too. You know, I wonder if she has the Arcane buff here as well.
I mean, Arcane is the same IP in a sense where, like, you know, it's the character. It's in the show.
You're right. Yeah. Arcane, good show. My favorite anime is Arcane, in fact.
Yeah.
On the other hand, we'll see as well. Blitzcrank also locked in.
Ooh.
Go ahead and match with that Jinx, too. So, you were talking about some gap closure, spicy plays. I think you might get more of that with a hook champ on both sides. So I think we're going to be off to some pretty hot stats.
I like it too because it's an interesting thing you see in regular League where you see the Caitlyn lane. It's always like a double range type of deal coming through here at times. So with the Blitz, it's like, all right, Caitlyn, that's really cool. But what if you were right in front of us? Would that range matter? And the answer to that one is absolutely not.
No, not at all, ever, because you see all across the board here with the Wukong, right? With the brand too, even if you can't bring
into that.
But it doesn't even matter because look how far they are. The Wukong can just like bring the party to you. It's like the party in a box, except he's a monkey and he has a staff, a bow staff specifically.
Wait, I would be pretty cool actually for a party if that happened.
Wait.
And I will quickly amend. I realized that now that Zim was already locked in the Thresh, it was there from the very beginning. That is, I mean, I think the combo is still good from Mula and Nick, just because of the fact that, I mean, it's good for Blitzcrank to be in the same effective range as Thresh, but instead he just pulls you in and says, "Hey, I really like laning against you. Why don't you come over here?"
It's just like when you hop in somebody's DMs, like, "Hey, how you doing? I like laning against you. Why don't we hang out some more?" You know, just
it's the curse DMs. That's what Blitzcrank is. Yeah.
You think if I did that, things would work out? No, maybe. Okay, moving on.
It'll work out. It'll work out for Mula. That's for sure.
Aha! You know what? I'm all for that. As of course, as is natural and as God intended, with the Blitzcrank, you must invade.
Yeah, it is more than your God-given right. It is what is expected of you.
Hey, you want to know how to say God-given right in Hindi?
As long as you accept the fact, that I will forget it in 5 minutes.
I will accept it. Actually,
okay.
So within Sanskrit, I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
All right. Some poke goes down though, but beautiful flash play. So it managed to get the buff though, but flash forced out also from Mula. One Murado might be there. He gets alive. The honey fruit. He pulls it back into the tower. The ignite. You absolute Chad.
Okay, that was really big from Mula just to be able to set it up for that 1-for-1. It means that, I mean, both your ADCs managed to pick up that extra bit of gold right off the bat. No lead has been ensured. as a result of it, that was clean.
That was fun. You know, I got really excited and I was like, yo, Blitzcrank's here, man, doing his thing as we get that spicy reap.
We're gonna see it. I mean, first of all, the ignite slowing down, or not the ignite, the exhaust slowing down, I think was big too. Buying enough time for Mula to be able to get to that right under the tower where it's like, yeah, you're not escaping.
You're not escaping. Leo manages to escape and gets the honey fruit proc as well as fine as ENF. You know, just shows his face down to the mid lane as he'll move over towards the other crab.
Right. Oh my gosh, the action doesn't stop. Mula's here. Oh.
I think he probably just wants to just try to get the knockup though, but instead he's forcing away. No, pull not there, and now they get the hook back as well, but they managed to get anybody. The play is good, but right in range, the wind becomes lightning and caught on the trap as well. Mula too, giving all that up a double, and brother, I don't know what you're doing. I'm confusion.
Definitely hoping you could definitely get some kind of trade. I mean, you could see Zim's health being really low. It's unfortunate because they gave up another kill. That's I think 3 kills. Ian on Xin Zhao. So already early lead starting to come through, and it is a thick one at that. 3,000 gold. What's that timer say, Robbie? 235.
230. You know I can't count, bro. But I believe your word for it. Yeah, I take on all that in. Yeah, it's all that continuing so early. I mean, we even mentioned before, we thought this was going to be the spiciest game of the day, right? We even said how all that early fighting in action was definitely going to come through between outside closely the Banditos, and you have not been proven wrong yet, or I should say, you haven't been proven wrong yet.
Not yet. Already, we're seeing Invade come through.
Barely dodging. Nice little half step away, but they can't stop the side of their hook yet again, a little bit wide as ENF continues to take away some mechanics.
You know, like to use that lead that you have, that extra pressure and gold, so you can continue taking resources away from one side. Recall, I mean, perfect. Ian gets to spend some of that gold, already hit that first item, and set himself up for whatever neutral objective he wants. Because right now, it's his rift. Everyone else is just living on it.
Well, I hope he allows other people to be able to live there for free, because
maybe his teammates.
I do not.
Would you not? Would you just not let anybody?
No. What do you mean? Bro, I want my rent. Of course, because you gotta get here, brother. You gotta remember, I want to save, right?
Yeah, that's right, that's right.
God. But, like you said, they decide to pick up the dragon instead. Rip Herald, of course, we traded over.
Very wise decision from one side to not be able to go, or to just choose not to go for that fight. Oh my!
Speaking of fights, that was such a clean 90 caliber net. And now one more might not even need to stop it. That taken away, a big knockup in front of all 5 different people. Continue forward, critical strike, and both lovely. We're happy we're gonna die out of that.
You do, it looks like, secure the Herald in favor of one side, but it is more gold, and it's a really nice play. You move, you know that Dragon is uncontested, so you just offer so much pressure moving towards this top side of the map to be able to go for the punish here. And first of all, Nick immediately just taken off the screen. It means it's just going to be an easy fight for the going forward, rather.
It just didn't even matter, right? Because like all that knockup too, considering how far behind they were in terms of gold and scaling, they were just able to match them completely. Especially with Slide, well on the backside. It's far too strong, putting down a launch shot after the next, enforcing justice, as Caitlyn might.
And this early lead just continues to grow. 5 minutes, 5K. The side of Tilt City Banditos. You can see it. One side, want to take advantage of some Mercy's team.
Yeah, consequence. Beautiful. Lantern away. As fine as them saves his life. But there is now the top tower. It is under duress.
A little bit. You will be losing a plate if you're TCD, but it's not a big deal because I mean you've already taken that mid turret, getting all that extra turret plate and turret gold. You can already see the gold difference really start to show, especially in jungle, because a lot of those early resources, early kills, went over to Ian F.
You know what I've been thinking about, Peter?
What's that?
is you see how Caitlyn is a justice enforcer, right? She's really all about, you know, making sure just the laws follow, right? Yeah. So it's what if she was like Batman? Because Batman is also an enforcer technically, right? But but in his own sense. So all I'm thinking is, what if Caitlyn sounded like Batman? Well, she might sound like how currently ENF is troubled and sad that he lost all of his health.
Yeah, I mean, see, it's so hard. A crescent guard coming
Almost.
through means as soon as you get out of range, if you're not taken down, easy for you to walk out. And this is what you're trying to do if you're one side. Trying to take advantage of some of the picks you can get from Blitzcrank, from Mula, and that's especially with this gold deficit you find yourself in. That's the best bet that you are gonna have. And you can see it. Ian, he knows he's under a little bit of duress and decides, yeah, no, nice try.
Consequence of waiting in the bush to see if it'd be lovely pushes a bit too far. I don't know if they'll fall for it, but we were talking about the Rocky Bit potential, right? It's simply not there yet. The shield a little bit too good for the Kilo passive, staying almost at the exact same health that they were before.
About the threat is always there. The thing, you gotta think about the psychic warfare too, where it's like, oh man, he just came out of the bush, he didn't get me this time, but who knows what's gonna happen next time, especially with the lead coming through here. In the individual, it's only a couple hundred gold, as you can see in that head-to-head top lane, but who else could be there waiting in the shadows? When people are off the rift on the side of TCB, the laners have to be concerned.
Batman is waiting in the shadows. That's who.
True. every time you look into the fog of war, he's there. He can't
He's
be
there.
everywhere, but he can also be anywhere.
He's looking for vengeance, justice, for Gotham. How's my Batman? Good? Yeah?
A little too gravelly, I think. I don't know how to explain it. I'll show you a clip later.
Okay, that's fine. You know what? I'll set it for now. But Rip Trail, though, I think will definitely be stopped in its tracks. Cannot the charge off on the mid tower as we see. No bot side. Gonna be taken away as Dragon is now also up too. A bunch of people are here.
We have a really interesting side selection coming through here, but doesn't mean they don't know where Mula is. That could be big.
Oh, hook over the wall. That was beautiful. And a slide goes down as they all pop over. You see Leo as well on the backside, putting in a bunch of burn down, but and all the team will continue to burn as ENF chasing them down. A double kill going over to the Orianna by the end of it.
It was a tight fight, though. Despite a good pick coming through, it's still in favor of TCB, and they still hold on to their smite, which is their jungler. So it's too tough. The most fed member on the team is just unable to be dealt with here. And Leo, he's going to try and run interference, but you got to imagine this is just going to be another dragon. Actually, we have 2 teleports.
So many teams coming in, but they managed to hit the dragon so far, but ENF should most definitely be dead, and Ape will gladly take that one, but still they got the dragon.
We did see the use of the teleport enchantment. That's going to be from 2 members, and they just got that one, I think, for that play. It ends up, it's a bit of a risk because people just say that it's not as good of an enchantment, but I think in the situation it ended up working really well. It was good timing, and it means that now you're going to be able to get yourself the Rip Trail. It's kind of your way to potentially get back into the game.
And now they continue forward with the fight. A big side for the Blitzcrank and one only locked down. Gotta be consequences, accepting his own.
Yeah, really nice. Again, more gold getting brought back into one side's pocket, and this is good because we saw it was there's a 5,000 gold diff at one point, and now we're down to 3. And part of it is the power of the Blitzcrank. That ability to pull someone in, and Mula did it in that last fight. That happened around that dragon. You isolated Sly, one of the big damage dealers here on TCB, and you make it so you don't actually have that numbers advantage.
Sly, though, is definitely overstayed his welcome, got greedy in the tower plate, but up against 2, I don't think he goes much farther than that. Yep, that's it.
Nice and easy. Another extra bit of gold. It just seems like Tilt City Banditos starting to slip a little bit. Gold lead that they have is falling to pieces around them. As you see one side just continuously getting advantages.
Would you say that it's falling to? I can't. You know what? I'm not even gonna attempt the high note because I know I'll actually never reach it.
I respect knowing your limits. I would have said these trades have been one-sided.
You know, I was saving that. I was saving it just so that when eventually the game was leaning towards one team or the other, I was gonna tell you, hey, it's this game one-sided, and then you would clap, and then we cry together.
Well,
doesn't happen.
yeah. You know what does happen though?
What?
Another a turret take rather for one side is actually gonna be their second one. They're ahead in turret takes. They're just ever so slowly narrowing the gold here. No early objective control had gone the way of. I'm gonna hold that thought because right now Lovely might be going the way of the gray screen.
Ooh, no, he should be fine, but there are no minions there, but a lot of damage. Using Hextech Ultimatum out of tower range, though. Dog shot over the wall. Oh my god, what a play. He's James Bond.
That was lovely. Oh my god, and they're still going in.
Yes, it was. That hook right there was signifying a Jason Bourne. It's an F though. That's the guard popped out. CC not going to land right now. The tower is going to fall as no kills go over to one side. Rand is here though, but no conflagration.
They could keep going here. There's a lot of cooldowns still available on the side of one side, especially with Mula able to pull people in from a distance, but they don't want it. Happy.
No, he's caught up by himself though, over in the bushes, has to flash away, and gets out alive, and oh my god, Nick! With a big rocket over the wall! And now, they can continue to chase them down even more so as Major Pain gets 2 more!
Yeah, that's the thing. You get some of these back and forth kills, but wasn't enough. Now you're starting to fall behind yet again on the side of one side. You're happy, of course. Leo on the other side of the map gets that 1-for-1 trade kill, or that one for nothing kill. Excuse me, on the consequence. But I mean, ultimately, this is a bit of an a step here, especially Happy trying to back in that rush. But even though you saw some kills come through here, you saw the Super Mega Death Rocket claim 1. Yin is so strong, even without that crescent guard, that once he starts running down, you don't really have a way out.
For now, they still with both these teams. We'll move towards next dragon, right? And the Banditos having all the fire here. First, the take. Happy going down is such a consequence for one-sided.
It's going to be another dragon, the third one going through here. Which means we're going to be getting to that Elder very, very shortly. And the other thing, too, is that this gold lead just continues to grow back once more. In favor of Tilt City Banditos, you still have a good bit of time on Happy. So going for this Baron is certainly an option.
And currently, yeah, like you said, Happy not being up, they try to turn it around, and catching one is nice. But just gonna say life for quite a fair amount of time. Lovely, though. Hextech Ultimatum still in. ENF goes down. He gets isolated. Zim might be the next one to go as well. The flame is beautiful along with the exhaust. But now Happy is spinning to win. We'll get 2 more. Those City Banditos may have overstayed the welcome once more. What? Agent Pain? The stasis? He's fine?
Oh, he's not
more
fine.
shots? Oh, he is! I never... No, yeah, he's not. Never mind. A slide? Some pretty sick moves. One more shot. The train not gonna be there. Nick! Oh my god! You're amazing!
That's a lot of gold he's going to be able to pick up, and with that ace coming through, it means you're going to be able to take this turret as well. This Jinx is unbelievably strong at the moment here, and just like that, again, Tilt City Banditos lose the gold lead that they have gotten for themselves. Yeah, now they're up only 2K, but worth noting, Nick is very, very strong right now. You can see the difference in these fights when one side are able to play for Nick and when they aren't. You buy enough space, you let Nick start resetting here on this Jinx, and there's a good chance that one side can win these next objective fights. And they're going to have to soon, because now with Baron on the table, with Elder being up in 2-ish minutes time, you're going to be 5v5s are all you have left.
That's all you realistically need, man. Is considering when you boil down a lot of the fights between just teams the Wild Rift, it becomes so tense because they're all looking for a single angle, and then it just becomes mosh pit. It's like,
yeah, true.
I'm at a rock concert, but I don't want to be here.
Yeah, I was never a big mosh pit guy either. But it's a good analogy, because the thing is we're at this point in the game, 16 minutes, so the spawn times are going to get long. One team gets a pretty definitive like ace or close to something along those lines. It may not be the game considering the outer turrets that are left, but you're certainly going to guarantee yourselves the Baron, and that's going to be how you win the game, especially because Steel City, they realize they have an angle.
They run this back here once more, but last time they decided to turn things around. Happy gets a knock-up onto 3 people. He still has a G up. It's a second knock-up as well, but ENF is alive for a couple more seconds, but he should be falling.
Yay.
As in now they're going forward out to slide. He will die as well. A tough call so far for Steel City Banditos. Not able to get out of this. Major Pain barely sneaks away, but I think it definitely wants to take him down, but he's fine.
I think you're happy with that one, and it's a good punish for TCB, who are trying to start that major objective here. Okay, you're gonna stop the back, because you are wasting a bit of time here, but overall, it ends up being a really nicely navigated team fight here, especially from Nick on this Jinx. And the more gold you get, the better. You just got to be able to finish this recall, because now we're 20 seconds away from that dragon, Ravi. And even before that, you can see Mula clearing up vision, just making sure you don't have this sort of objective, potential objective trade come through. But I have a feeling this next dragon is the one everybody wants to play for.
I think you would be correct in that assumption. This would be down Boulevard. But ENF, though, was looking to be under trouble. But Zim is there, but they're in the bushes. They go on to Zim. Hextech ultimatum. ENF can't save him. He has to just watch him die.
That's a big pickoff. It's literally 1 for nothing. You still have the threat of the Blitzcrank. Even if that rocket grab misses, the next one might not. And in this situation now, one side have all they need to protect their 80 carry.
Maybe not, though. With Slayer slightly under duress, but now once more there's the stasis, the crescent guard for ENF as he tries to re-engage, but he can't get a range. No wind become lightning. It's simply just a breeze. As one more falls, and now they're so low on the side of one-sided, but can they actually burn this down? They might die from the Elder, but yeah, they gotta walk away.
You have time, though. Their jungler stayed alive, and he's gonna be able to reset and go for this one if they want to, but without Nick, they're not feeling as good about their chances here. And now, still 30 seconds on key members of TCB. They still want to. You can see the pings focus on this top side of the map right now.
They could possibly set up a potential split push threat, right? At least onto one side. They could be nice for the side of Steel City Banditos. Just gain some power back into the game, but currently they just seemed a bit too outnumbered at all these fights, though, and both times they've done Baron, things have gone awfully for them.
Yeah, it's tough because now you're at this point where one side, you can't let them, you need to try and make a play onto them, because now you can see how good the front back is. You get caught out by Blitz, you get caught out by Camille, the Hextech ultimatum. There's a lot of ways for you to lose a member before you can even react on the side of TCB, and any opportunity to make team fights easier for Nick is something Steel City Banditos cannot allow to happen. And this Elder, oh, he isolated! Are you serious?
He threaded the needle. He actually got him. Sly is gone. He's not been allowed to live the entire game, and neither will his compadres. ENF, the next to fall. Consequences has to go. And Zim with the pullback. No, he gave it away. The flash over the wall. Make sure he's fine, but consequences? Maybe you get more resets, but what is all he gets?
Tough. No shockwave, but still a good amount of damage here for Major Pain. Zim with the crowd control, but it is a 4 versus 3, and with Lovely still on the board, you can see it.
Slow go for Major Pain. The flash is not there. All over the wall. He goes right into it. Major Pain just takes one, and he out of the stasis into the fire. As Leo staying alive through all of this, by the way. He still has a GA up to what did not fall in Tilt City Banditos. Can't hit the Elder, but they win the fight. Well, lose the fight, sorry.
Yeah, this is a tight one, back and forth, and we see one side in the lead now by being down for a lot of the earlier parts of the game. And it's tough because the fights seem like they start to go well, but it's someone like Consequence who manages to bring it back for the squad. And I like this call. You start the Baron, the rest of your team can show up, because a big part of the team fight here for the side of one side is Mula. And because he's not here for 10 seconds, because he shouldn't have that teleport enchantment, this is the opening that TCB needs.
Flash over the wall. He is rooted. Those GA still up. The smite should be good. That's going over to the ENF. That's big, but the fight continues. The Pyroclasm do so much damage on the entire side.
Oh,
See Lovely
Nika's
going
too
bot back
strong.
in. Sly was there. He's fine. The shot connects up to Happy. But ENF, no. Ooh. Out of the GA. Thought he might be able to get one more.
Nope, not even that. You can see it. You lose that Elder Cloud, but the spawn timer is getting long. We're 21 minutes in, and the last piece of the puzzle here for one side is to be able to get this Baron Nashor. And once you do that, recall, spend some of that gold. You're going to be as strong as you could possibly want to be, and they'll have everything they need to close this game one.
Although not able to get a full ace almost the entire time on either of these teams beatdown. But it's the fact that one-sided have kept it the exact opposite. Just so close. But I think with this, truly things have, I should say one side has finally made things more one-sided.
There you
we
go.
go.
You get it. And it is, I mean, you're right. One side, really strong right now at this point in the game. And the team fight is the big thing here for the squad. Again, it's about Nika. And if he's able to continue putting out the damage that he's been going for, he's been spacing himself really well in these team fights, and he's been putting himself in these positions to, one, avoid the big damage threats, who at this point I think it's Ian getting on top of him with that pressing guard, and someone like Consequences on the Darius. And as long as that continues, this is all one-sided need. It's one last fight, and if they win it, that will be game one.
I wonder if Nico is a fan of Love Life. So, might be looking for just the Nico and knee. Perhaps just exert more of that. Maybe he has a catchphrase, but looking for the angle. No pull to be had from either side. Everybody's fine. Everybody's alive. Calm down. Calm down, Beatdown. Calm down.
You're right. I'm sorry. I'll control myself a little bit better here. As one side are going to take this tier 3 turret. It's going to be nice and easy. They can do this one nice and slow. You take advantage of the Baron buffed up minions. Now they guarantee the supers will be coming in for the remainder of the game in the lane. And now they can just continue taking down turrets, getting more gold. And you can see this lead finally growing in one side's favor. And with the supers coming in on the next wave, you can see it. They're going to pressure mid and fawn at the same time. And this is all they really need to do at this point until TCB overstep.
Would you say that the gold lead is growing on one side?
Yes, I would say that.
Wow, look at that. In sync once again. How does he do it? Nobody will ever know. I know. I believe him. That is why I'm the most ravishing man on the internet. There's nobody to match me.
That's right. Not a single person.
Well, I'm sure maybe one day you'll be able to put up some fight. As for now, those City Banditos are looking to do exactly that. They want to find some sort of angle, maybe an isolation, perhaps, that they can try to put up some numbers, but in these 5v5s, they are outmatched.
Indeed. It's going to be but 5v5s are all that are left, which is the hard thing for TCB. So the main thing you're looking for is, again, that isolation. Zim being able to get some CC off, Major Pain with the Shockwave. Maybe Ian going into a group and splitting them apart with that Crescent Guard, because Nika is the one you want on this Jinx. You take out Jinx, you have a really good chance. But it's hard because all this Jinx has some Secret Service agents.
Right. He's just making sure that Mr. President is fine. As that's still that static shift proc as well. I actually got excited seeing that from Sly. As long as he stays alive, it should be fine. But I think he's staying alive though. Consequences falls. Happy with the knockup on to 4 more. The Shockwave will do enough, but exhausted as soon as Nika gets into the fight. They're trying to reach him. He's trying to kite it back, but there's so many people in front of him, and he gets his kneecaps broken. Will fall once again. This is what Till City Banditos were looking for. That's the ace.
And this is an ace for a long time. We're at 30, 40 seconds on a lot of members of one-sided here. Of course, with the supers being mid and no other lane pushed in, your only recourse is to get the Baron. You don't get to end the game just yet, but you get yourself a real serious advantage and hopefully getting some turrets for yourself here. It's really nicely done by TCB and a really nice play inside lane that's keeping them in this one here. And this extra gold, we're getting to that point where the gold doesn't actually matter anymore. You can see almost everybody is fulfilled, and at this point, about execution.
As it often is at these points you beat down, right? Things just become so tough between these two teams. You said just one small miss and one small overstep can lead to all of this happening so far, but just the fact that those City Banditos have not been able to break over the base. One side still does mean one side are having an advantage going in this next fight. So we're all just looking for match waves and clearing things out as they push on all three lanes.
Now it is still about the group up here. Because of course the all-in is still really good on one side. It means that if you're caught out when you have other members showing on the other side of the map, you are in a lot of trouble. But it's just about using this Baron buff, chipping away at these turrets from range, being able to easily take them down.
By the way, let us remind you all, this is game number 1.
Yeah, right? And
This is game number 1. This is best of
long
3.
one.
Yeah. Right, yeah. Kind of unorthodox, right? Well, at 27 minutes, which is kind of crazy, but, you know, nowhere near just the longest game record. But,
true.
Great amount of time. Okay, ENF goes and buy himself the Crescent Guard apartment. He'll manage to get Leo out of it, too. Just look happy, also can't get into the fight. Somehow, Tilt City Banditos are turning this all around. They won't get the smackdown, but they'll get the Nexus. They were down for so long, they actually turned it back. What a crazy end to the first game.
The crazy thing with that is that they were in the lead for such a long time, and then it really started to, this is back and forth where it started to really fall apart for them. You could see it in the gold graph here. There was this brief, 4-minute period, it looks like, where Tilt City Banditos lost the lead. But then, besides that, they got it right back under control here, as they will get victory in game 1.
You just keep on doing it to beat down, right? Just how back and forth this gold lead went. But like you mentioned, this looks like if you were to put like mountains like upside down, and then one's like a rebel, but then it goes no, come go ahead and join us back down here. As beat down. Considering how close this game was, I gotta ask you the ill and of course long-awaited question.
You monster.
Who you got?
Oh man, in these last couple of, I'm gonna give it to ENF. I think ENF's a star player because I think one, he was able to use his gold really well in the early game that they got from the early plays coming through, and at that point they were doing a really good job snowballing. Yeah, things kind of fell away from them for a bit, but even in the plays where Tilt City started to bring it back, it is ENF going in there, separating people with that Crescent Guard, setting up the rest of the team to be able to deny Nito.
I was going to make a case for Major Pain as well, considering how good, considering how good like his Shockwave were as well. But I think ENF, especially like you mentioned with the point about the angles that he found to consistently, even in those last 2 fights as well, separating major players and within a drop of a second, right? Bringing things back so fast. It's got to be ENF 100,000%. So big shout out to him, because if he can continue to have the performance going into the second game, then maybe things might be more one-sided than we thought.
Maybe, but we'll see. One side certainly, again, had a really good showing, especially considering their support is out today, and they do have Mulan support Leo in the mid lane. So I think it was still a good matchup from them overall. Keeping it this close does make me think we're probably going to see that 3-game series coming through here.
Exactly that. But for now, let's focus on game number 1. As you see, ENF with all of his beautiful stats. Look at that. Although not a ton of damage, but
a lot of KP.
The 82 KP, yeah, I was going to say, that's really why we highlighted this player, yeah.
Yeah, man. And the man was part of everything. Starts, beginning, middle, end. Ian had a stake in pretty much everything that was going on. Exactly. He's the whole story. Game 1 here for Tilt City Banditos.
He's the index. He's also the author. He's the
glossary.
He's the full book. The references, bro. It's all him. It's all based on it. I know, if you wrote a book, I better be like that. Book called Beatdown Boulevard, written for Beatdown, by Beatdown, reviews by Beatdown.
Yeah, who else? Who else do I need to do it for?
Well, maybe for this game, perhaps, as we look to reflect on a chapter of your life that has just passed.
A whole chapter? In like 30 minutes? God, wow. What a thick book. my life is here. As yeah, we
Like
saw.
you?
Have I what?
I said, yeah, like you.
Yeah, true. Very true. And
But-
okay,
yeah.
go on. No, you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, just the game, man. You know, Razor Payne too had some pretty clutch plays too, but this is why we kept talking about ENF, right? These supreme angles to making sure to isolate clutch players.
Yeah, it's been tough, but I think you give some props over to Nika, the rest of first as well. I think Nico's honestly playing these team fights pretty well, but you get to a point where later stages of the game, people like Consequence, people like Ian, well, as fed as you are, you're still an 80 carry, so if they're able to get on top of you, not a whole lot else to say about it.
No, sadly not, right? Because, and we were talking about with the potential of the dive cops coming out in previous games as well, how it all just turns into one giant mosh pit, like you were saying. But this is not a Canadian mosh pit where if you fall down and you can't find your glasses, people will stop and help you, which is what happened to me, by the way.
Yeah, that does happen. Metalheads in Canada are awesome.
I agree. But I assume you don't hear not metalheads, they're simply just heads, as we see. As wonderful Wild Rift should be down, but this is still only game one. Let's
Isn't that
remind
great?
you. I know. So here's what we should do.
Okay.
We'll take a step back real quick. You know what? Take a little deep breath just so we're all calmed down and ready.
All right,
to
I'm
head
relaxed.
in.
I'm relaxed.
Yeah, feeling okay, feeling fine.
Feeling
My
great.
heart rate has finally gone down, so
Okay.
I think I should be fine. But
Yeah?
you know, it was as though I was running a mile a minute with the way my cardio was going right now. It was crazy, bumping out of my chest.
I want to get that checked out. That doesn't sound good.
From what I've heard so far, apparently a lot of them with my body don't
Listen,
sound good. man.
I'm concerned about your health when you say things like that. That's all, man. You know, just like, oh, you know,
Thank
maybe
you.
you should go to the doctor. I told you, bro. If we start working out, like injuries are primary. Number one, you take care of those things. I will. If I see your shoulder clicking, I don't want to see you in the gym for a week.
All right, but doctors are scary, and they have needles, and needles are terrifying. All right, that's just
they
they're just the
do.
absolute worst.
I don't think they'll draw blood.
But that's not the point though. What the point is that look,
They
when-
have them. That's it.
Yes, exactly. The fact that needles exist too. There's a thing that potentially just goes inside of the body. It's sharp and it hurts, and then God knows whatever else happens. I'm just saying they're terrifying. Now that being said, I've got my fair share of needles, but it still scares me every time the doctors. It's not gonna hurt. It hurts.
Say that.
Yeah.
Wait, does it hurt?
Yeah, it hurts me. Both emotionally and physically. Not so much physically, but emotionally.
Oh,
That's
okay.
me.
That's starting to make a lot more sense. Yeah. I could see that it's clearly like had an impact on you. So maybe that's another thing you should get checked out. See, the thing is, the way they check you out for that doesn't involve needles.
Oh, no, does it? Oh, okay. All right. That's it, dog. These are things that we take. All right. So I'm personally all for that. Maybe I will go with the doctor. They go out, say hi, see how they're doing. Because,
Hey, how are you?
you know, I'm doing fine, especially since we're going into game number 2.
There it is. So we're gonna see the rerun, or not the rerun, but the rematch here after game 1 coming through as TCB. Of course, things were pretty contentious for a while. They managed to close it out in what was, I think, like a 27-minute finish, something along those lines. And with sides swapped up now, with TCP being on blue, we're gonna see what the priorities are.
Well, so far, considering with the Darius and of course the Brandon Colley taken away, right? All those power picks, which were just so much damage on the side of one side too. With the Olaf being first lock-in as well, we've continued to see him pop out throughout the day. You know, considering how good he's been, and be matched by the Gragas, and I'm hoping to see another star power Gragas performance.
Maybe. I know ever since we saw what Niels did in the previous series, it's just been on our minds this whole time. But you can see
For
it
sure.
with that Gragas with the Galio. Got a lot of all-in potential already here on the side of one side. And it's going to be interesting because if that Galio... but actually, because of the Galio, we actually have the swap between mid and support here on the side of one side. So Wula's actually back in the mid lane. Maybe we'll see that Annie.
Okay.
Maybe.
It's there. I
Maybe.
mean, I'm thinking, you know, there's also the potential for the Camille as well, too, which has not been banned away as of right now. If you ask me, I genuinely just to be able to diversify some more AP damage. I'm ready to see Seraphine, just straight up. I think she's fantastic, but we can get into that later on as we do see the set lock it as well. So engage on both sides, and potential for disengage too. There's the Corki too. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it ends up being a pretty strong one. We talked about in the previous series how useful it can be in team fights, especially even though you do need a little time, little items before it really starts to come online. The fact that you get that package pretty much at the right when first objective spawns and everyone thereafter, as long as it's taken right away, is going to be a really useful tool for one side to be able to stack them up, especially because last game, they didn't get many objectives.
No, they weren't able to, right? Because one side just had to simply just watch the game fall away from them for so long. And for TCB, with the start that they had, like naturally so, they absolutely just ran the red fort in the first like 8, 9, 10 minutes, if you look at the gold graph as well. But for now, though, we'll see how one side decides to funnel themselves into other options, as Jarvis was taken away outside of TCB. But the Caitlyn Thresh also now gone. The Blitzcrank is still up as right now.
Yeah, worth noting. We probably won't see it necessarily blinded here. I think it was just used earlier as a response into the Thresh. But other than that, yeah, it makes sense, I think, because you didn't want to let that early game power go, even though you're able to take advantage of it. Maybe that doesn't happen next time. And especially with this comp, they are lacking a little bit more in terms of the range early on. So overall, you want to be taking that away. And it sets up the Vayne pretty nicely too.
Hey, look at that. We were just talking about, seeing more AD carries, and we've seen already 4 of them throughout the day. We're thinking we're not going to come in. That's the Morgana as well. I've seen that be a super popular pick. Well, just all throughout the meta too, with the lockdown potential, and it goes so well what TCB want to do with all the engage options. That's all one-sided.
Exactly. Being able to deny some of them with that spell shield is going to be really impactful here. And it helps with all-in too when you have things like the soul shackles. Like this though, we are seeing the Diana come through. We saw it last series, it in the mid lane. Ooh, terrifying. And this is TCB looking to close the book on this series here in that 2-0 fashion.
And if we get the same sort of start that we did before from TCB, then they might just be able to do it. But the Kazakhs might have something to say about it. We also saw Kazakhs the last series, hop, skipping, and jumping, and taking a munch out of everybody that he possibly could. But it's right now. But if you look at his matchups too, and all these TCB aren't exactly super squishy either.
Well, yeah, not quite. I mean, you got some more bruisers on their side, so it's going to be hard to be bursting down targets. But I think if you do manage to early on get these leads, get ahead, you will be able to burst down almost anybody on the side of TCB. And that's more of what you're looking for here. Kazakhs can be big later on, especially with that follow-up coming through on like the hero's entrance. You can actually use the exploding cask to be able to separate members to get some of that isolation in.
You're right. It's a possibility. And considering how fast you can move around the map as well, you have the option to take a lot more of these solo fights depending on your pathing as well. So isolating people might not be too bad, but beat down. As of right now, one of these teams fighting for their tournament lives. And that's one-sided. Right? Meanwhile, Tilt City Banditos feeling good, but they gotta close out one more game for a second series of the night.
You'll see not a whole lot of level 1 shenanigans like we saw in the first game, but I highlighted kind of what we were expecting here. Of course, Ian had a great game 1. You were talking about Major Pain a lot, and I think you were right. Now on this Diana pick, which we've seen can do wonders in the solo lane, to be able to essentially have some of that carry potential later on into the game.
Speaking of Major Pain, I feel like I also have one thing as well, Beatdown. I also have a lot of back pain. I have back pain. Do you know why I have back pain?
Why do you have back pain? Is it because you try to carry your teammates and hurt yourself?
I was hoping you would give it to me and you chose not to. That's
no,
fine.
I've given you a lot today,
Major Pain. Okay. I was one Marauder away. If he had the Ignite, that would have been over. But Major Pain just getting hooked out and shunned away from getting any more farm.
All right, already the range being taken advantage of here by Mula. Back in the mid lane here. Things beside that and relatively slow. You got that ping from, I think it's happening. It's going to be showing on that bottom side of the map. Means you having this push in the bottom lane is going to be very beneficial. So when we get towards that time where that first dragon comes up, it's going to be really nice.
Well, that's a really nice trade as well. I was gonna say between Nika and Leo too, considering that root didn't land and the Winds of War actually does outrange the root as well. So you could just continue chaining that, and Leo stays so far back that it will not necessarily matter what the Morgana tries to do. This is interesting, and I'll look at that too, depending on the laning phase, which if that actually does end up panning out. But for now though, now the black shield is up, it shouldn't actually make much of a difference.
And later on, maybe when UFCC can affect multiple members, it will kind of limit the effectiveness of the black shield. But for now in this lane, it is pretty nice. It's going to be both junglers on this bottom side of the map. Could be looking to meet soon, as we haven't actually seen a gank come through just yet. But we're getting close to that usual timer.
Right, because considering we're not off to that same explosive start, usually junglers try to either gank either right before a crab or once after they're able to get it. Then but we do see Happy is backing currently. Meanwhile, ENF is looking at bot side.
Yeah, this could be the angle. He's actually spotted out by the ward. Wow, Nick is just respecting it. He pops the ghost, says, nope, I'm not trying to, I don't want none of that smoke. He just ends up walking away. So far, it's been a little bit quieter. Of course, trades back and forth going through in lane. But beyond that, not very much. And I think you have this opening top side now because you see ENF showing mid lane. And I think that's what Happy's looking to do.
Yeah, exactly that. The flash right inside the tower with Happy cleans that one up easily. Like you said, the isolation damage was clean, and set was a little bit too far up.
To be nice, Mula. Under absolutely no threat. I don't know what you're talking about, Rob.
Never doubted him.
Yep. How could you even say that?
I'm sorry.
He was under threat?
Sometimes words slip out of my mouth and I don't even know what I'm saying.
Fair enough. I'll let it go this time.
Thank you.
Don't let it happen again.
I'm sorry, sir.
And now we're at that point. First objectives coming on down. It's going to be the Ocean Drake and, of course, the unchanging, ever-present Rift Herald on the other side of the map. And now with that move from Happy, already the priority is clearly there. And because you have that push, as you're hitting, you have those ultimates ready to go, you should have that priority you're looking for. It helps even better when Mula is coming in with the package. He's all spooled up.
You all heard that large horde. Ooh. There's some fancy feet as well as Morgana goes into the wall, the black shield, save her life. But the package cuts the entire fight in half. But the problem is that Mula as well has to run away too, as Nika by himself with him going down. But the fight seems to be right now still in favor of one-sided. A nice cask, and that should be one more. But this shield only saved it for so long.
Well, that was as scrappy as you could ever imagine here. Although it's going to end up favoring one-sided a little bit, who have themselves that gold lead now. And it's nice because Happy getting a lot of these kills. He's 3-0. He's up 1,500 gold. And you can see it in that first item that he's already picked up for himself. That means it's going to be easy to get this first dragon. And the fact is, they're going to do it without Happy in the area, which it is. Is that a little dangerous? Happy's like, wait, I'm almost there. Let me just finish my buff.
I mean, you can't get there right now. There was the thing. But Major Pain decides to go in. Okay, but maybe just staying like a little hidely ho neighbor,
I like the call. No package available, so you are feeling a little better about your fighting chances, especially with some pretty key ultimates ready to go. We actually have 50-50 coming through, and TCB decide, you know what? Let's not flip the game on the first objective. We'll just go take Rift Herald.
Yeah, you're right, because they saw what can happen if they do decide to do that. Instead of just move down mid lane and this was over to the Rift Herald, but there is vision there. I don't know if we know if they could take this either.
It's tough because they delayed. And they ended up walking towards the turret instead. It wouldn't have mattered. They wouldn't have been able to burst it down, but at least they would have had a good chunk done and could potentially threaten the all-in onto one side. But instead, one side now have the opportunity to play for steal. Happy's in the area, and...
Oh, cast back, nice shield as Happy goes in with a 2v1. The isolation is beautiful, but look at Nico at the backside.
The haymaker.
Outside the final hour. No one can get close to him so far. He's hopping away. It's still a double kill. Also, a TCB as a pull him back in. A shutdown goes their way. And 2 more. That's the ace at 6 minutes.
They're really nicely played, and even with the spawn timers being short, you're going to be immediately dropping the Herald. And again, no package, no hero's entrance, but you still feel good about your chances if you're on the side of one side. The problem is, they end up getting a really good moonfall off, and of course, consequences, staying himself alive, a lot of true damage coming through with the Haymaker, allows Slide to very safely go for the damage coming through in the backline. And it gets you the ability to drop the Herald mid, get a lot of extra gold with that turret being down, and find yourselves in a 2k gold lead.
2k gold, there was only just a small drop in the bucket from witnessing personally, but to how close it was last time. Nice though. That's just simple trading, nothing but. I like that Lovely decides to just pop the barrel in the face of Set. So I know I can't damage you, but I'll be darned if I don't try to hurt you.
Fair enough. Not even about the kill. Sometimes it's about sending the message here. And Happy sending us a bit of a message saying he really wants this gank.
Yeah. Yes, he's just waiting. They're out the way, but step forward. Nah, yeah. They're not going to do much out of it. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Fair enough.
But you know, beatdown. You know, it's like you mentioned before. Sometimes it's more about the mental damage you can put out, right?
I mean, the thing is, Happy, no one knew Happy was there. So I don't know if any mental damage went through on that one. It's tough because Happy ends up spending a lot of time not on the map, just in that top lane. But at least now he gets to show up bot. That's cool.
Yeah, you're right. He's fine because, you know, one might even say that if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. I'm waiting. There, you know what? That's one clap we take, doesn't it?
Oh, I clapped twice. I guess the mic didn't pick it up.
That's fine. You know what? But here you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As Happy says, thank you for that buff as well. But Ragnarok put out one more shot. He's locked down, but Nico still wants to go in for this.
They're gonna push.
One more hop in. They can't lock him. Whoop, but a beautiful route onto 2 more. And they keep on getting that chain CC. Lizzo wants to go and he'll flash for that kill as well.
A really nice punish on the invade. Coming through from one side, they end up getting a lot of gold. They've tied things up. They're gonna get more. They have time to take this turret, get these extra plates, and that bonus gold, and even steal away some camps, as you're seeing here. And it's just, again, the back and forth that we saw in game 1 that all started with the invade, beautifully punished by the side of one side.
Yeah. As it continues to, you saw as well, even though the double roots were nice, but you were reported this out of the draft as well here, B. We were saying that this all is follow-up. The potential for dive is so nice from one-sided. If they can keep finding fights like this, then we might be in for all 3 games between these two, but I'll hold that thought. That's exactly so.
Should be. Pretty solid pickup for TCB. Worth noting, though, package is on the way. They have to stall a little bit of time, though.
They can probably burst this down. Happy steals it with a hop in. But Leo should be dead, though. Nico as well, the next target possibly, but they can't go into him. He's far too strong. One more shot, but everything's fine. Major pain is okay, and here comes consequences. No route to be had, though.
You do end up, you do secure the dragon, which you are happy about. That is a nice bit of stats going your way, but you do give up more gold on the side of TCB, and you give up priority on this Rift Herald. It's going to be easy for TCB to be able to pick up. Can't imagine Lovely will be able to do much about it, even though the first charge was towards him. And it is something you kind of get back for yourselves if you TCB. Again, as long as Lovely... Okay, yeah, he's not going to do it. Okay.
Nah, it's fine, it's fine. It's okay, and that's, I believe, the second Rift Herald also on the side of TCB as well. It is unfortunate that since Dragon Stacking last time was how they managed to stay in the game and how they came out on top of the 5v5, so I think they might be looking towards trying to at least take away or steal away 1 or 2 of those just to make sure they stay within the game and are able to contend against one side of the 5v5s, or else that Vayne can get really out of hand.
Man, be a big win for TCB. Considering, again, talk about how these qualifiers, they do rarely make top 8, but this is a team that has been around for quite some time, so it'd be nice to get that top 4. And again, we talked about it since we're in the top 8 part of the bracket still. you end up, if you just got to win 2 games, and you have qualified for Major 3.
All it takes, but look at this game right now, Major Pain though. I've been able to get it, but now under tower, Nico is there. Oh, beautiful stun in, but Buck is built back. Now we go on to one more. The shield is nice. Nico's the target. They might be able to get a second, and look at that, the toss in the showstopper from Consequences. And where you going, buddy? The fight's right here.
Yeah, well, if it isn't the consequences of one side's action. Beautiful play coming through from TCB's top laner. Going to secure yet another fight in their favor. Another chunk of gold from this turret, and the opportunity to use what? The Rift Herald that they still have.
Right, they're actually not even dropping just yet. They know they have the wave, but Major Pain might be in too deep, and he's trying to keep from the voice in his head instead of her. It's all over.
It ends up being, oh wow, so the taunt on the Rift Herald came through on top of the Condemn. So
nice.
The plan was to drop it so it guarantees charge and breaks the turret, but DC ends up being pretty good. You're still happy with the kills, still happy with the plates you picked up, even if it didn't work out the way you want to. And if TCB, you find yourself in a good lead.
The look so far, it seems to be interesting from TCB, right? Although they're not able to find the leads in the same ways, you can see how they're playing a lot more split map currently. They're trying to go for more of these 2 or 3v1s and just push the lane that way. Because last time they had to wait for one-sider to slip up and punish them, but I think this time one-sider has gotten wise with the decisions. We won't see a ton more mistakes out of them for now, as everybody will.
You definitely can't be affording them, especially with kind of power coming through from TCB's side. Seeing a good, nice chunk of gold spent, good item spikes reached for some of these key members, especially Major Pain has the most gold on the squad, and of course someone like Ian, who may not be the most fed, is down compared to Happy, but Olaf, whether it's League of Legends or Wild Rift, his job is to use that Ragnarok, run down the 80 carry, and at that point, the team can handle the rest.
And the package as well also signifies that Orky is looking to handle some business as well. But they won't spot a one. I think the ENF is looking for an angle win, as we know he often does. But still, I don't find much.
Maybe he found something.
Ooh, back as you see, but ENF is actually by himself. He gets a shield off though. The package still doing so much damage, but Major Pain by himself. Managed to take a 1v1 again. Nika out of the fight is a huge pickoff, but still with one-sided are still coming out on top. The City Banditos have lost 2 players, and they cannot take this dragon anymore.
It's not favorable for them. It is the 1 for 2 in favor of one side. Because of how split up that fight was, you could see one side end up corralling them, various members into different parts of the map, and they deny ENF's ability to be able to take down Nika easily. Of course, Nika did fall in the end, but it took more of a commitment than usual. Usually, ENF going in is enough. But when he loses so much of his health, shield and Sterix, and eventually his life, to not even take down the 80 carry, you lose a lot of the value that your champion has in these fights. So well played for one side to keep themselves in it.
I love that, yeah, because on one side, actually managed to get these consistently even trades. We keep talking about how close this game has been, and one side is only like 500 gold ahead. That's it.
Yeah.
And considering how close this has been, we could be in front of the barn burner to beat down, because we're already at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah.
And smack close.
I think you said barn burner because the Elder Dragon that we're getting soon is actually the Infernal one. It's gonna be hot.
Hey.
Yeah. Oh.
But maybe not so far. Nobody burns right now, but Sly's so close.
Whoa.
His ultimate's there. A massive moonfall though. Might change up the fight. Narut. All adding on to one. Happy will stay alive, but Major Pain is by himself once more. You gotta run, brother. There's nobody with you. You ain't got no friends.
It's 1 for 1 and a huge moonfall from Major Pain. The only person Major Pain has to worry about is Mula on this core key. The damage from range is so powerful, such a concern that with him out of the fight, Mula can really flex his muscles a bit on this Diana. You can see the pings coming through. Resets, then back on the map. potentially trying to contest this Baron that is up. But the window for that is closing soon, because remember, like I said, Infernal Elder, not going to be long till we see that one hit Wild Rift.
And that's when you definitely don't want to have go over one side, because that could really put the flavors in their face. And TCB right now know this too. They're looking for a possible fight, because considering the package is such as just far too good. Along these timers, they have to play things safely.
That they do. Now everyone back on the map. Still a little vision here for TCB. You can see they're going to be clearing up some of their own. You mentioned it before, the 500 gold lead. Now the gold lead is, well, non-existent. It's basically the same here between both these teams. So based on, it's going to be just based on them winning these fights the way they want to play them. It's about for, again, TCB, focusing down Nika ASAP, getting on top of him with that Ragnarok or ENF. And on the other end, just getting time for Nika to be getting those silver bolt procs, for Happy to be able to start resetting as well on the Cossack, get more leaps, and be able to take people down one by one.
One by one, they might just fall. And I think if you are TCB right now, what I mentioned before, I think if you get Moolah right before this Elder, or this Baron,
that's it.
It's huge. Yeah, that's it. With no package, you can fight confidently, as that is up there right now. He's not backing for it, but one side is looking to clear out mid first.
That's right, and you can see most of TCB moving in clumps. Make sure they're getting at least some amount of priority, but there it is. The timer is on your screen, everybody. Less than 30 seconds until the Elder comes through. That extra adaptive force the burn that every Elder Dragon gives you. It's going to be game ending.
Exactly. It's almost as hot as the bars that I spill on the daily.
Almost.
It's almost as that. Like you see it. It's just because I am worried that I might be labeled as an arsonist with what I do, but oh my god, that was criminal. But what I saw already, that doesn't come in. Mufo not there yet, but he's isolated. Consequences left by himself. That is an awful pick to give over at this price point.
It's tough. You use a lot of key ultimates to be able to make it happen. You get the package out, but you got to walk away and let it go. You're at a numbers disadvantage, and Consequences is gone for 40 seconds. However,
the dragon, the Moonfall is now made, but it might be a bit too late, as they cannot stop the dragon, but at least he might be able to take one more. But look at this, one-sided. Our Slim Master trade evenly, because Nika is alive. That means everybody else will die. That's the ace for one-sided.
It's a big deal. 40 seconds and almost 50 on a lot of people, and that means you can get some of the honey fruit. It means you can go and start the Baron. You have all the time in the world, and this is one-sided, being able to firmly grasp control of this game.
This is huge at this point, and it just comes down to these dragons. Well, because they were first to take. The package was huge, and there was no option for stealing. And we were saying how TCB needed to be the ones to get the pick earlier on, but instead they're the ones that got picked off. For Consequences, though, thought he had the angle onto 3, but with his team not being there, it's chunked away. And now we have to see how one-sided extend their lead more so.
It's just going to be about affecting a few lanes at once here. You are going to have a pretty easy time sieging, taking down these turrets from TCB's side of the map. And the problem for TCB is going to end up being that you don't have the most amount of wave clear. Your only real range is coming through from Sly and kind of Zim, but again, no wave clear. So if you want to do something about these turrets going down, especially the tier 3 turrets, you're going to have to commit to the all-in here.
Yeah, look for some sort of angle in though for now.
That's a big deal.
Oh, that's actually such a big pick, but maybe we might see one-sided respond to the mid lane, though they can't. A triple roots is beautiful, but still will not stop them from possibly pushing in as they look at the Consequences under tower. He's isolated though, but the healing might be enough to smite as a one-for-one trade as they look to get another tower.
Just use the Haymaker. You know you have the angle to dive, so it's these back and forths here for both of these teams, and it's TCB trying to hold on, trying to keep this game in their favor lest they get taken to a game 3, but it's looking more and more grim despite 4 members being alive per side.
It's rougher and rougher though. as they have not been able to break open the base, but they get this one. Okay, Olaf goes in, he gets the shield off, not able to kill anybody yet. The root is nice onto Leo, but he's so tanky. A cast!
Major
Okay,
pain.
that was clean. He shot it over the wall. He's fine, but oh, you're right. The base still in the base. Now you back up. Going for one more fight. The Major Pain not able to get in. Now Leo not taught either. As happy by himself. The
Another
isolation, the dodges. One after the next. The bounces too. That should be all three as they break open another. Consequences by himself. Maybe he can get two more, but he has to stall this out. That's a double kill, but he will fall.
And that's going to be game 2 here. One side answer back in the series, and they will not let it be easy for Tilt City Banditos. We're going to a third game, Ravi.
That is it. You does that. I don't know how they keep on doing this, man. I don't know how these games just keep being so close between these two teams, and how even the first game as well, going all the way. So like what? 3 games, well, the entire distance on the other end as well. We're going the distance yet again, but this series so close, always playing on the edge of a cliff.
Right, it is just tight. No matter who ends up being favored at the end of it when the Nexus explodes, and it's just gonna show in this game 3. I imagine it's gonna be just as tight here, and it seems like one side really have their rhythm now that Mula is back in the mid lane. Things start to look a lot better for them.
I love that at this point. And you know, I was thinking that maybe after the start that we had, it might have been, you know, just that 2-0, but nope, they deny that, and we down yet again. It is time to decide who we have to pick yet again for this game. Who is it going to be? You got
I think I'm gonna say Mula.
Our star?
I think our star is
Mula.
Mula. I think Mula is our star.
You know what? I'm actually gonna fight you on that.
Right,
I think it's Nika. I think it's Nika personally, because you saw every single fight that Nika was not there, right? They did manage to lose until the very end of the game for one-sided. Every time Nika was allowed to fight and put out disgusting amounts of damage, it was easy pickings, just doing ADC things. So I truly do think it's that's on me. But where's your head's at? Are you convinced, or are you going with Mula?
You know what? I'm convinced. We'll go with Nika.
Let's go. That's how I do, man. I'm the debater, baby. Easy peasy. Just convincing and mind controlling him from all across the city. But you know, Beatdown, I thought you said you weren't allowed. I wasn't allowed to have thoughts, but look at me creating thoughts of my own. My own world exists right here. You can't take this away.
I said opinions. You can have thoughts, however few they may be.
Ouch, man. I have feelings too, though.
Man,
I have thoughts and feelings as well. Let's get that cleared out of the way.
Noted. I'm just
thank you.
Yeah,
appreciate it. But moving on past that too, right? Consider the game we had already, and I started playing it out of the way, man. With one-sided, it just seems as though past the first game, Dragon priority is going to be the biggest thing between these two teams.
Seeming like it, yeah, because both games went to Elder. Both games definitely got into the longer parts of games you expect here in Wild Rift, and it's been an exciting one, just back and forth. The team fighting has been so good on both sides, and you can just see like how tight it is. And I think both of these teams, especially, even though they've been around in that North American scene, neither of them usually reach those upper ends of performances for these teams. So again, in this particular qualifier where you only need to win twice to make it to the major, both of these teams want to take that first step. It would be such a big deal for either one of them, and that's what's making this one even more contested.
Yeah, it becomes just closer and closer at this point, like you're saying. But right now, looking at Nika's stats too, although not the flashiest, but I still stand by the point. As soon as he was able to put all that damage, right, them stuns were clean. And look at this fight, though. He gets taken down, but a little bit of healing, he's fine. Never mind, he dies. Okay.
I mean, either way, there's a lot of fights going through. Some for TCV, some for one side. And that's the thing. Like, you look through a lot of these replays, you're gonna know like it's the back and forth that really took place here, and a lot of these objectives, and sometimes just punishing invades.
Yeah, it needs to be so, and you also see that on the other end, Mula, though, you're picked too. But look at this fight. Look at Nico popping up. Bang, bang, boom, bang. 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4, 5 shot, 6 shot, more. Although he falls on this, but it's cool.
I thought you couldn't do math on stream. What happened?
Hey, well, hold on. See, yet again, look, it's about adapting and evolving, right? So we have come a long way since the first game, and you know, I do think that I've been able to grow as a person. We've all come far here. That's what That's what living life is all about, B-Town. Growing consistently at every second.
Okay, well, when I ask you to do math in a couple minutes, I better not hear any excuses.
Oh, you're gonna hear every excuse on the planet. What do you mean?
Well, fair enough. I can't really argue with that one, I think.
Yeah, you can't. See, look, yet again, I'm the debate master, bro. My arguments are flawless. My opinions are clean. And my jawline is not existent, but that's not.
Wow, I was so ready to call you out on that too. So I'm glad you took the correct route there.
Thank you. Yeah. But that's what having a beard is all about, right? Nobody needs to know you don't have a jawline if they can't see it. Big brain.
Point. Yeah, no, definitely true. I mean, you're not the first person who thought of that. Let's take a second, all right?
You can't. You actually literally can't prove.
Sure, I can. There are people who've been having beards like decades before you. That's been proof enough.
Yeah, but that's not why they did it. Like, people just thought about having beards back then because they were like, oh, I have facial hair and razors aren't a thing. Okay. What am I gonna do?
Well, why?
Get a knife?
Why do you think that, huh? Where'd you get that information?
It's, you know what? It's my job to say the opinion, and because you're contending, it's your job to prove me wrong.
No, I simply remember we talked about this. It's a dictatorship. You're wrong. It's just that simple. I make the rules here. Right. You got to remember that.
I forgot. You know, it's all rules go by you. You're right. I'm sorry. Right. I'm sorry, sire. You're correct as usual. I gotta get out of this, man. I gotta get out of here. But what I do want to dive back into and not leave, though, is the next potential upcoming game that we have between these two teams, right? This series has gone so back and forth, and I'm thinking that although we might not be in for the same barn burner of the beatdown, I think changes will still come through within this draft.
Timing. That was pretty good. And we're gonna see whether or not that comes through. We got another side swap coming in. It's gonna be one side back on the blue side, and I'm gonna hold that thought. We are seeing the brand taken away. Well, respect paid over to Leo, and it looks like, it looks like they got their support back. Yeah. Okay. All right. Love to see that. Yeah. And big dubs. At least now with this too, we'll see the training continue forward, as we do have, the Galio, as well with the Jinx taken once again, what we saw previously from TCB, as that's a Riven lock-in. Let's go. That's gonna be a fun one. We got Moolah's Annie. There it is. Now that the squad is back together, the gloves are off. One side say, all right, this is done, man. Now. So I'm watching Moolah for the boot enchantments. I'm waiting for Rocket Belt. Yeetus deletus. Indeed, because it's looking to be like Control Alt Moolah at this point with the command he has over this champion. Woo! And the response though will be the ever so condescending Camille on the back end of it. Sharp to probably match the Riven in that Baron lane. And Camille, so far we've seen actually going with the Galio, all that lockdown, the CC, and a fantastic split pusher as well. It's worth noting that you did point it out earlier. This combo is 0-2 today, so we got to see if TCB will be the ones that end up playing it correctly. You definitely have the like you said, a lot of the lockdown, really good synergy as well, and the magic damage shield I think will be really nice against Moolah, who, well, Annie. It's a lot of magic damage coming in. It's a lot of magic damage coming through there. I also like we're seeing Ian back on the Olaf, because I thought, honestly, for the most part, he was playing it pretty well, especially trying to focus on bursting down the squishy members like Nika and at times Moolah. So with that in mind, it's going to be nice into this Annie because you can avoid the stun with your Ragnarok and continue running somebody down. Yeah, indeed you can, considering how many plays ENF likes to go for. As we see the entire lock-in for the side of one-sided, as we get the Varus alongside the Nami as well, being Nami was also banned away in game number 1, I want to say as well. So
that comes in as nice. We actually haven't seen Nami throughout this entire
Hey, there
day.
you go.
As that's the Seraphine. That's what I wanted to see, baby. Let's go. Yeah. I'm like,
yo, the Wombo and this is in that comp is kind of insane, especially because the nice thing with Seraphine too, you know, ult travels through people, extends a little bit further, and it's really nice because Olaf he's just gonna sprint, run you down, and while doing so, you're gonna end up getting charmed by Seraphine's performance.
Aha. Indeed you can, and like you said, with them wanting more, they will most definitely ask for an encore. Oh, beautiful stuff from Seraphine. I don't think I can ever actually hear those higher notes or like actually like try to reach them, but one day my range will be enough that I'll just be way up here.
Up where? Sorry,
Batman. I'm saying I'll just be way up here with the voice. I see what you're doing. See, I don't like it. Yes, look, Beaton, I am tall enough to ride all the rides of Wonderland, but
are you?
What I am. Yes, I've been there.
It's been a while. I forgot what the limit is. I won't lie.
Anyways, it doesn't matter right now. We're in game number 3 between these two teams. You can't call me short forever. One day I'll wake up and I'll be 6 feet, and you'll be pissed.
Wow. I really hope whatever helps you sleep at night, bro.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I didn't think it would either. So glad my assessment was correct on that one. And speaking of assessments, let's assess this third game here. Last one of this series. And again, we talked about it just before we got into the draft, where both of these teams, again, usually haven't shown us, despite being around for some time, haven't been able to really reach those higher ends there to be able to place high in majors or for regionals or anything like that. So it's gonna be a good step in that direction for either one, and it's single elim, so whoever walks away with a win here, the other is out of this qualifier.
Fighting for their lives. This nice bubble lands onto Sly, but he'll be fine as both bot leaders say hi.
You wanted that so bad, I could tell.
I did, I really did.
Well, you got it, so I'll give you that.
Thank you. You know what? I'm glad you're able to get one thing today that you just don't deny me and say it's a big data shit, whatever.
Hey man, you said it, not me.
Okay, all right. Anyways, second bubble also lands as we see Happy. You're moving all the way down this ribbon, though. I think it's gonna be so much fun. Just the high octane gameplay that is the potential for one-sided. I await and see.
Yeah, ribbon's definitely a fun one. Especially in these team fights as time goes on. Gonna have a lot of potential there. But for now, we're gonna look at Ian. Potentially show up to this top side of the map, but he's actually just gonna look to continue farming until he hits that level 5, gets access to the Ragnarok. I think in this situation, you want those ultimates as soon as possible. So when you hit that 4-minute mark, or maybe even a little before that, you can look for a little something, be able to get yourself some early advantages.
Little something. You know, I'm always looking for all that. But usually in my case, it means a little bit more spice in my food because everything's so bland. But it's you know, my friends used to tell me that I eat so many spicy foods, I'd probably like drink gasoline because it won't affect me.
I don't know how to explain to you that taste and drinking something that will harm you greatly isn't the same thing.
I'm just saying, man, it's because I can spit fire not only through my spice levels, but also what I'm saying as well. That's the whole point of it.
Ah, I see. I need to talk to these friends just to just get a feel on what's going on there.
They go to a different school. I'm sorry.
I see. Well, it is what it is. What can you do?
Yeah, you know, sorry, get you never meet him.
You're cool, man. Yeah. It happens to the best of us. What can you do?
That's indeed, though, but you're lovely. Sadly, wins a close trade so far as shield proc comes in from Camille. We find across the board as we're back to our same, simple, and slow early.
Right, I like what we're seeing from Mula already. Even though we didn't see him fully commit, we're already seeing that commitment to, or that attempt to look for these angles to be able to try and find some of these dives, especially with the Annie hitting that level 5 mark already. Is now level 6, has access to the Tibbers. Oh, see ya!
Yep, that's one. The wave will not get anything. And from the end of that, that's 2 easy pickups. one-sided.
Rocket Belt, Yeetus, Deletus. Major Pain did not have a say in that fight whatsoever. And it's perfect timing, too. To see actually playing what happened on the top side. You get access to that.
Yeah.
You get access to your first death of the game, basically.
So you're saying I didn't realize that this was the accessible option that we were trying to push for here within Wall Rift, but at least with this, they will also get access to the Dragon as well to start off. So one-sided, off to a good beginning, but Ragnarok is popped, but he stopped immediately. Definitely puts out the Encore, but it's not going to be enough. The Dragon's still alive in between his two. Now an ENF is right on it. He should be able to take it as all of one-sided. Gotta get out of there.
Right, and I'm happy being so low. Hard to imagine he's going to be able to go for the steal. Really nice fight. We talked about the Wombo, and it's so good. Big City Banditos. Even though, wow.
Woo!
Wow. That was pretty nice.
Wow.
But you still have priority. And we're moving up to this Rift Herald. You may not be able to start it. At least you're going to be able to get the Scuttle Crab and hopefully walk away.
For now, they'll lock down to one. Hexic Ultimatum will be used to isolate between these two, but I don't know if this is a fight you want. Call an ambulance, but not for me, says Happy.
They didn't even have a choice. Really nice tidal wave into that bubble coming through and constantly just landing these. It's insane for Sui in that support role. So you do get that trade of the objectives, and because of those extra kills, you find yourself in that early gold lead as you see that rotation. Sui and Mula to the top lane.
First turret destroyed.
Beautiful stuff as well, like you're saying, just coming out. Sui. And honestly, lighting Nami Bubble is hard as it is, but just the fact that my man manages to just cleanly make sure exactly where it's landing every time, considering how fast people can move in Wall Rift too, definitely a sight to behold. I wonder if there was a headshot percentage for Nami Bubbles, how high he'd be. Like, what's his KD8, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, what's the CSD 15?
As all support should be CS.
That's exactly right. And anyways. Early.
Yeah, looking back on the game,
exactly.
yeah, it's pretty slow.
So the early lead been nullified a little bit by TCB, but the thing's worth noting, Happy still has access to the Rift Herald they won about a minute or so ago, so you have this opportunity to make a play, especially it's probably going to be to the lane that Mula's in, just because the CC is really good from this Annie. You already have the Rocket Belt enchantment coming through, as we've seen multiple times this game alone, and that kind of setup is all you need to get yourself access to a nice Rift Herald play.
Basically so, as I wonder where the Herald will be dropped to, considering no real outer tower has been under really any duress so far, considering our teams have been so open as moving around the map, but it seems to be the target, like you said, that Rocket Belt in. Major Pain will now fall, the Encore. I'll land either for now the bubble. He's gonna be a little bit wide as the wave gets cleared out, and that'll be all she wrote for now.
Right, it's gonna be ult for ult. You get Mula to flash so that he doesn't end up getting punished, but with nothing else to really play for, and especially with one side being the ones who have Rift Herald, that means you just gotta back off for now. But we're in a good bit of time. The Happy's gotta be looking for somewhere to be able to drop this one, and with that ping mid, could very well be it. Instead, maybe he goes for the solo play, but
oh, the double taunt as well will allow him to get a nice pick onto Mula. No more of the rocket though. Well, only just tickle. And
it's positive. Nice pick coming through from TCB again. You take advantage of that Ragnarok and ignore all the CC coming through. It's being very valuable in this skirmish. You end up securing that kill here, but it seems like one side have really slowed down since the early successes they found in this game. And haven't been able to find those same pickoffs that they have been showing us beforehand. Because of that,
and I think
you lose that bottom. I was gonna say because of that you lose that bottom turret, and your lead is gone.
Yeah, I was gonna say too, because based upon that point, I think too, both of these teams are just looking to play mainly around just the objectives. Right at this point, they want to make sure that no real side has any sort of slight advantage when they go towards these 4 and 8 minute marks. Because previously we've seen the result of that. And as one side is first to drag into the Herald though, we stalled out mid. They pull it out.
So that's fine. You drop the Herald, and even though the wave is going to answer, the gold damage is done. Consequences, though.
Yeah, is it yet again by himself when he's up against 5 people? A beautiful encore, but there's no follow-up for the side of TCB. The man's to disengage from everything, as Happy is still yet again, though, quite low. One rocket might do it, but it's not up yet.
No, health bars are low, though. You don't have the numbers, but you can see it. They want to try and do something. Oh, the bubble is so good.
Beautiful. The taunt will slow them down, but the dragon should still definitely be there. As Zim overstays his welcome. He thought he had this juice, but he had the sauce.
But because of the timing there on those picks, you can see one side are, at least some of them are going to move up. Try and just take a quick look at the Herald, and then you're going to go ahead and back right off. No mid means you're not going to be able to secure that one just yet. You do have that opportunity to try it if you're a TCB, and that's what they're going to do.
See what they do right now, but like you say, they do start it up, so maybe they might look to continue this. And TCB immediately got to run away. Like you said, the flash is nice, and that'll be enough to say thanks for the leash, buddy.
Nice and easy snag coming through from one side end. That's going to be both Rift Heralds in their pocket. Of course, TCB did manage to get one dragon and could be well poised to get another. The third one will be spawning soon, but overall, one side find themselves back in the lead again, and as soon as they drop this Herald, take down another outer turret, they are going to be able to continue flexing that one. Since the next one is Cloud, you could potentially consider foregoing that one when it spawns and use the Herald elsewhere to take a turret, maybe two.
For now, though, not gonna be able to get down any turrets for it right now, but the mid tier 2 is just so low. Happy. Okay, I respected that a lot, because considering if he lands a stun too, there's also one more person there. But in the 1v1, I don't know if he wins this, especially now that Zim is here, and yeah, he needs to get out of there.
It was worth a try. We're doing a little bit of limit testing, a little bit of flexing.
Yeah, you know, we do little bit testing. That's all it is. It's just it's like when I get tested on which needle won't hurt me.
And the spoiler alert is that they all hurt you.
Exactly. Right?
I knew it.
Is that the worst?
For you, yeah, it sounds pretty terrible. I won't lie.
Dude, I'm just think about the concept of something like actively jabbing your body and making sure that it pinches, but this one is gonna sting. Of one inside it, but Hero's entrance is nice to knock out his big. The bubble was beautiful. As they can continue forward, the flash was there, and the consequences will fall. It's Prime can do nothing more. That's a shutdown on all sides. They only lose Happy, but they'll get the entire team one side. Take it away.
That is insane. There are no objectives to trade for right now, but you just got a buttload of gold in your back pockets here, and this is end up being a really nice catch out. You see, they move in, and it's Happy who forces Major to flash, but because Mule found it slide, they're like, oh, okay, no problem, let's go get him. And because they immediately blow him up, it's easy for the rest of this fight to come through. You called it. Sui pops off with that double bubble.
I was so clean. I'm just saying, bro, check his stats. He's probably got a 4.0 KDA at this point with the way he has not missed this stuff. Nonetheless, though, all digress says, we'll see for now how TCB will decide to respond, because considering so far, the past two fights have not been going great, especially with Happy deciding that he feels very strong, but might be caught out once again, has nowhere to go. We'll just pop the Rift Herald. That'll be all, but Rift Herald should get the charge. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, this is a nice bit of extra gold in your pocket. Of course, no smite means you're too worried now about starting the dragon, but you get to hover your Varus, Nika, being able to cover him and move in for the play. You still have a lot of ult. If you catch someone out, could potentially blow them up, especially with the charm.
Encore is only onto one, though. The wave will be used to disengage, but it will not be enough because we see TCB still want more out of this. The Varus eras, though, have been huge at this point, considering how much damage they put out. And Sly is looking squishy.
Yeah, Sly, you can't be here. You gotta go. That is a positional error that you could get punished for, and it's just gonna be major pain trying to poke. But ultimately, you're gonna secure this one, especially with the teleport here from Happy, just to make sure the smite is ready to go.
You're fine. You could even call that a illegal maneuver. With what Sly was trying to do.
Eventually, luckily enough, did not get punished for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means you just hold on to this gold lead if you're one side.
What's that for another? The second, another bubble landing. That's gotta be ridiculous, but is the corruption will still not hold off the entire team. Goes into stasis, but
the stun?
wave at least
No
on
way.
3 more people. No way he gets out alive from this. He's mauling. He's pissed. He's fine. No.
He is well played.
There should be the at least trade off. The shield is good. Okay. At least the fireball lands, but now the Yanni might not. Okay, never mind. Bro, I'm getting bait across the board here.
Yeah, a lot of good play, and oh, they're not done yet.
Double stun, knockback, still in stasis, the bubble, beautiful timing. Okay, and now they continue more. Zim, last one left alive. The knockup can't get over the wall. I've been looking at Flash, but where you going, buddy? That's not the right way. The base is the right way.
Wow. Really nicely done there in the end, and all this time you see Lovely who's on the top side of the map, just getting more and more gold for one side, and it's making this game that much more one-sided. Of course, you're not going to go for that Baron just yet. People are just getting back on the map, and you want to spend some of that gold you got for yourself. Now, still about 10 to 20 seconds on some members of TCB. You could walk up to that. Baron and try and make a play for it.
If you remember, the previously DCB, every single time they tried Baron last game, things did not go their way.
Yeah, that was last game, though. This game, they have almost a 10k gold lead. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, you're right. You're right. My bad. I wasn't thinking. The circumstances have changed. They have 10k gold lead. I can count. The world goes on.
Oh my God, you're
continues to
committing.
shine.
He's doing
It's
math,
huge.
guys.
Wow, look at that. 1, 2, 3. I knew I'd get here.
Oh my God. Who is this man?
Only God knows. For now, though, we'll see what the next move will be for TCB, because I'm sure only God knows that as well.
That's right. We'll know as it's happening, of course.
Aha!
Not a second sooner.
Are we God?
We do have no. I said we won't know beforehand.
Ah, you're right.
Yeah.
Aha, I see it.
It's just about control over this mid push, though, so you can control what bit of vision that they have, or you can do this.
Yep,
Sorry,
keep on
Sly.
doing that. The ignite for Slide. The shield.
Really nice.
Oh, that's clutch, and the bear already out. You can't land multiple stuns on that, but maybe
You're kidding.
Oh, that was gorgeous too. The movement and the coordination from all these players continues to be immaculate. But the Galio is exhausted. As Nico looking for more blighted arrows. No one gets cut down, but the arrows are beautiful as they're all taking an arrow to the knee. They can't fight no more. That's 3.
And it's really nice punish there from one side. It's going to get them so much more gold, and it's going to get them that Baron they can use to potentially put a close on this series. You can tell everything is just, they're just firing on all cylinders now, and Sly, one of the few members available, knows this Baron could spell the end, but what can he do about it?
Well, the answer, not much at all. Considering Mola is so nice. He taunts over, tries to hold his Baron down, but it's just way too low. Lovely. We're gonna take him out of the fight as they're all here, but he's just stalling. It's not enough. That's the delayed ace, and that's the Baron for one-sided.
And that is a danger zone for TCB, because now you got 30 seconds for Sly, 40 for Zim, and you have most of your members on one side. You get to recall, you get to keep these minions Baron up, and now you can go set up for the dragon. It's going to be the Elder Mountain Dragon, which means you got a thick shield on the way if you're able to secure that one for yourself. With Happy setting up a little bit of vision, you got to imagine this is all on one side's mind.
You know what's on my mind right now?
Popeyes.
No, but now it is. Thanks.
See? How did I know?
Man, you do this every time, you know, bro.
Popeyes.
I need you to take this in.
mind.
Every single time I've asked you, guess what I'm thinking? You said Popeyes. No.
Yeah.
But it changes like that. What I'm thinking right now is ENF doesn't get to play the game.
He got popped.
Yeah, he thought he got popped like a popcorn chicken in my mouth.
The thing, there you go. The thing that's so crazy too is that constantly so many of these fights, oh my goodness, see ya.
Bye. That's it? Stun? No? Okay, everyone back.
Dude,
but
look, he's ending the
gonna end
game.
the game.
He's ending
That'll
the
be
game.
it. They broke up with the base. They don't want anybody else's lives. One-sided. Make us sweat for it, but the end, they take it home in really interesting fashion. How do they do it? Nobody knows.
That was a great, much-needed win here for one side. Again, we talked about it at the top of the show and a little bit earlier on in the year. You see one side have gotten these top 8, these top 4 finishes, but they haven't been able to really get all the way here for this circuit. So they're trying to get that top 2 spot, and they've already done half the work, Ravi. One more match now for this squad, and they will qualify for the major.
They are so close, yet so far here beat down, and things continue to stay extremely contentious between every single one of them. And I don't know, man. Like you said, the things getting tougher out here. There might be a new sheriff in town, but
Maybe.
we should talk about that sheriff from this game here, baby. What you got for me?
Oh, it's Sui. I don't even want to hear any argument. I don't want to hear, look, everybody played well on this team. Don't get me wrong. It was a great game for one side
Mula,
of game
great,
3.
yeah.
Mula, great. Nika, great. Happy, great. Lovely, great. All of them great. But Sui, nah, man. The team fighting, it was too clean. The bubbles were too clean. This just putting anyone else is not, nah, man.
Bro,
Can't
call
be
him
disrespecting
king
my
of
guy.
Bro, call him king of the showers because he's way too clean. With these bubbles every
like it.
single time. How does he do it? You got that cleanser on too, and it makes even more sense because he's Nami. So you know the Nami is clean, bro. She stays in the water too. Oh, glistening, beautiful, love that. But yeah, I'm in complete agreement with you. It's no way it's not. It's no way it's not the Nami. It's right from minute 1 when we saw bubble after bubble, and you would think that this was a bubble blowing contest. For the way he was putting these out.
Yeah, and it's honestly, again, it's really great for the team to be able to get this one out. They didn't have their support first game. They had to do a little mixing and matching with the roster, use the sub, of course, to be able to make sure they could play the match. And then they got them just in time to close things out here in game 3. And it's a good look for them here. So one side looking, honestly, pretty good to win that next match potentially. It's going to be tough, though, because, of course, we're still on the same side of the bracket. And now they're going to be playing up against Team Saint.
And Team Saints right now is going to put up a lot, but we'll look at the stats. Look at that, 3-0 and 19.
Bro, 88%. Look at that.
88% kill pressure. Oh my God, I can't even count that high. But I'll get there eventually.
I believe in you. And this is what I mean. Part of everything is insane in these team fights. You'll probably see it in the clips that will start rolling a little bit after this, but like it's just good gameplay coming through from Nami.
This is phenomenal stuff coming out of him, man. Like you said, he was such a facilitator for his entire team in every single one of those fights. I was impressed through and through. Look at this. Here, look. The bubble onto 3 people. Are you joking?
Pretty insane. And a lot of the team fights went this way, like, especially past a certain point too, where the lead was really starting to grow in favor of this one-side squad. That was a one-sided game coming through here. Once the roster was good to go, they really were able to turn it up.
And you mentioned at the beginning as well, the Rocket Belt shenanigans that we could potentially be seeing with this ending, and it did not fail to disappoint how past the bubbles too. There were so many pickoffs every time you thought the TCB could have gotten into the fight. Nope, they were denied every single time. And with this well beat down, I do of course have to give over the crown of predictions to you today. You did come out the superior analyst yet again.
Actually, we're tied.
Are we?
Oh wait, no, we're not. I'm better than you. Yeah, never mind. Keep it up. Let's go.
Now you realize this? All right, cool,
I don't know.
thanks.
This whole time I thought to myself, like, oh, damn, we went 1-for-1. All right, Robbie, I'll give you that one. But I realized, yeah, I said one side. So,
I
GG,
should have never
no
said
read.
anything,
Yeah,
man.
you should have. I would have let it go. You fool.
I was trying to be the better person. I was like, I'll be nice. It's like bada bing, bada boom. But yeah, I know, but I got bada bang, sadly. But it's okay. It's fine. I know. I'm willing to admit when I'm lesser than at this point in time, because one-sided though. When they did show up and make sure to let us know that, yo, they're here to play and you better ban these champs against us or we go make sure you lock down forever. CC is gonna become your middle name as you look at the more of these teams moving on into the bracket, my friend. We just see two series, like you said, one-sided versus Saints should be next up going over to tomorrow. We do have Z versus TDT up next.
It's going to be a fun one. ZZZ, of course, is Yawn. Team, very iconic logo. They've definitely been around for a little bit here. And I believe TDT are actually a bit newer. So that's going to be a really exciting matchup in that one, especially because, again, we keep saying it. Right now, we're at the top 8 points. So all it takes is 2 wins and you're in.
So let's take a look at the Yawn roster to get towards our next matchup, my friend. We got Ito, You're Dumb, Random, Joey, and Gary. I was trying not to laugh, but because you got it, bro, this is what you say to me every single day. You're dumb, Random. Thanks.
I don't know if I say random, but the rest of that checks out.
All right, cool. Thanks.
But, yeah, I'm pretty sure they were playing last weekend as well when I was watching, and they were pretty good teams. So I'm excited to watch that one. I love the name You're Dumb. I just think that's funny.
Yeah, that's great. We don't beat that. You're dumb because we have our next roster up to see who will be facing who be facing Team Yawn as TDT with the Monkey God, Astra, Mr. Lazy, K3N, and Dank Light. That's a good name as well. Let's go.
Dude, yeah, I was gonna say we got the great names all across the board today, and it's been a great one. And this matchup, it's gonna be really fun. Of course, you and I aren't gonna be the ones casting it, but it's gonna be exciting to watch after we do our quick little handoff.
Indeed, yeah, like you mentioned, we do have another bald man, another beautiful man coming at your faces in a little bit. It will be Smacks and Kangs to take you through the next 2 matches of the day. But Beatdown, I gotta say, it has been beautiful to be here on our first day for Wild Rift. I gotta thank y'all for watching. Big shout out to everybody behind the scenes. It was very exciting to be here, and I absolutely love seeing all these teams fight tooth and nail going towards that major, because Wild Rift is exciting, and I'm glad we got some bangers today as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. For our first time on here, and we get back-to-back game 3s, like that's a blessing. All right, it's been a fun time today.
Yeah, exactly like you mentioned. So I appreciate y'all watching. Before now, though, I've been Ravish Gravis, the most ravish on the internet. We'll catch y'all soon. Peace.
welcome back, everybody, as we're preparing for the next series of the day here for our 6th qualifier, Smacks. I'm Kangas. I'll be your play-by-play caster, and of course, we have Smacks as my color caster joining me today. Shout-outs to Beatdown and Ravish, who are rocking the first half of the day, but hey, happy to be casting with you, Smacks.
Yeah, I'm happy to, and just like you said, really excited that Beatdown and Ravish are on the show as well. It was their first time for WNS, so I hope everyone had a great time listening to them, and I hope we do them justice as well as we're on the second half.
Exactly. We got Team Yawn versus TDT Gaming for our next series here. Best of 3. TDT, a team newer to the Wild Rift scene. They played one best of 3 already, and they took one against BYG. Quick 2-0, so I'm excited to see what they look like against Team Yawn, a more known quantity here in Wild Rift scene.
Yeah, we've been watching variations of Yawn throughout the entirety of North American Wild Rift. There have been a bunch of different people on this roster, but the nice emoji as the icon has been around since the dawn of time. So for Yawn, we're definitely expecting some big stuff from them. And as we're about to see, I'm predicting them to win.
Ooh, you're predicting them to win? Well, no surprise. I am as well, Smacks. As we take a look at our predictions going into this next series. Now, did you have them 2-0 or 2-1? Are you willing to put it down as a series score?
You know, I'm going to go with 2-1 just because the other 2 quarterfinals were also 2-1 today. So I think it's
true.
Go all the distance. The entire
that is
day
the
long.
Curse of the day right now. It's 2-1 across. You don't have any dinner plans, right, Smacks? Nothing to get to important later on?
No, I'm good. Just Wild Rift. Wild Rift is my life. Gaming.
All right, I'm happy that we're both no lives together. But probably the best lives, actually, as we get to watch some Wild Rift action ahead of us. Again, reminder, 2 more spots on the line at the next major. That's what everyone's competing for right now. If you get top 2 in this event, which is tomorrow's games, then you can make one of those last 2 slots. But you still have to win this series first in the quarterfinals, and then 1 more series in the semifinals to make that push. If we're looking at favorites, do you have any in the tournament so far, Smacks? Anybody that you're looking at, like these are the names that we see that we expect to make that push?
I did like the look from Saint. I would imagine that Saint is going to make it to the final tomorrow. We're not going to see them play until tomorrow, but I think that they will have a pretty easy time in their matchup. I'm also looking at I'm looking at maybe Yawn to do this too. They haven't been able to have that success throughout this year up until this point, but I think they could actually have that peak. And I do want to correct you real quick, Kangas. It's not a major that they're playing for. It is the last chance qualifier, but it sure does feel like a major because we're going to have a lot of really good teams there.
All right, fair enough. Well, regardless of that, we are getting ready for pick and ban here, Smacks. So, oh, we're already into it. Okay, never mind. I was going to start talking about what we expected to see from these pick and ban up with Ziggs, Akali, and Master Yi banned away from Team Yawn side, and TDT banning away the Galio, Camille, and Olaf.
Yep, you and I know this very well. The Master Yi is very, very strong on this patch with the new changes and everything that has been. I would bet that that's not going to be available as long as we're playing on this patch. So just moving forward,
he's disgusting. Yeah, I've lost him so many times. He's now my permaban, and so is Yuumi as well. And it also feels like Jax has been with the introduction of Hullbreaker. It's just been crazy, like how the meta has changed with just a couple of items added. Also, Divine Sunderer as well. I had to play against a Nasus with that earlier today. That was terrifying. But Diana and Set still kind of the old meta that we're seeing right now picked here.
It seems like a lot of the players are catching on to Divine Sunderer too. We've been seeing a lot of it on this stream today, but also in the games that we've been playing too. It's really popular and strong on a lot of champions. Rengar, Senna. We saw a Set play in the last game. I think Lee Sin can probably get away with it too. Like a lot of these champions that are being selected probably do use Divine Sunderer very well. Even the ones that are banned, like Camille. So really powerful item. We haven't seen as much Hullbreaker though, interestingly. So maybe these teams will pull it out.
In competitive, Hullbreaker doesn't feel like it's going to be as impactful as in a solo queue environment just because there's more communication, there's a higher chance that you get dove, and team fights are generally more important. So that's why I'm not surprised we haven't seen it as much here, but I haven't seen it not that often in my solo queue games either, but when it does come out, it's just oppressively dumb. But let's see if anybody drafts it here, as Darius can rock it, so who knows? Maybe we would see it picked up.
Yeah, maybe Darius can go for both of those items. We'll see if the Divine Sunder of Darius works out, or if it's just a standard Black Cleaver. You know, they tried to nerf it a bit on this patch. 5 ability haste does not make or break, I think.
Yeah. It reduces some of the spam, but it's hardly even noticeable. But here we go. We already have a first look at some of the champions locked in for each of these sides and kind of what their identity could be here. I'm seeing a lot of teamfight engage on the side of TDT right now with things like the Set Orianna combo. And they're not going to get the Ezreal either. It's both these teams looking at bottom lane now as the bans because no one's locked in any supports or AD carries.
And we heard Ravishing Ravish earlier talk about Orianna as the ball delivery service, sort of a food delivery driver. You want to have a really effective one of those to bring you your command shockwave meal. So for Astron,
we don't have a sponsor for that, Smacks. We don't have to, we don't have to make these kinds of analogies.
But that'd be a good time to fit one in if someone.
True, yeah. Let's get people talking to that. We can get some food delivered to us here. Some lunch. It's gonna be a long one. I hope you again have dinner in the fridge ready to microwave, Smacks, because it could be a late night. Yasuo also banned away. Interesting to note there because there's a lot of things that would pair with that. We have seen that creeping up in the NA meta.
Does look like Ken, instead of going for that melee champion of Yasuo, will be moving over to Xayah. Not a champion that's super popular, but it could potentially be one of those ones that uses the new Stormrazor buff really well. The attack damage is really high on that item now, so perhaps we can see Ken pull that one out. We'll have to find out. The Rakan is still available, so if Danklight is a Rakan fan, then that could be the option. Looks like Carrie is going to go for the Thresh instead.
And also, I just like the Xayah into a Kha'Zix and a Diana as well. Two champions are going to want to jump on you pretty telegraphed. You can just use your ult to peel yourself. But yeah, into that Thresh Lucian. So maybe a little bit of a kill lane here. Even Rakan can be dangerous into the Thresh. If you get hit by one hook, oftentimes you are just dead.
Yon does not have a lot of range with this champion locked in as their marksman, though. Lucian really wants to be in there and scrappy, dashing around with his relentless pursuit. And the rest of these champions do also want to dive in, so it fits really well for Yon. I just worry that Xayah might counteract that really well, and then Mr. Lazy also with the Orianna has a lot of zone threats. So for TDT, I'm liking the composition just a bit more. They will have to overcome the mechanics of Yon.
But notably, we're already seeing a pivot from the last meta, which was all about poke champions. Things like the Jace, the Varus, the Corki that would throw out damage ahead of a fight. We're not going to see a lot of that in this game number 1 right here. Like you said, there's some zone control tools, but not like hardcore poke as we understand it in a traditional sense.
No mages bottom lane either, which has been the meta for so long. So perhaps this is something that teams are looking at as being the new hotness on patch 3.1. Of course, the real new hotness of Karma and Shen not available yet. They've been taken off the board.
Thank goodness. I'm not ready to actually talk about Karma. I haven't emotionally recovered from my experiences playing against her yet. So I need a minute. I need to be able to recover from that first.
I need to finish out the event so actually I can play as the champion because I haven't purchased it yet. So I'm going to need to do that. Speaking of purchasing things or not purchasing them, Astro's clear is going to be a bit slower. Does not have an
Interesting. Astro has not picked up an item. That's a whoopsie right there. Sometimes that'll just happen when you load into a game. You're so focused on the comms, on the game plan, but that will slow down the clear speed, which means that you're dumb here on the Kha'Zix. Might have an argument and will be clearing much faster. That was too much.
Have to get used to that. Yeah.
Every time I say their name. Every time.
Oh, yeah. Ravish and Beatdown were struggling with it, too. What was it they said? You're dumb, random? That was the phrase. Pretty good. But yeah, as you can see, Astro kind of struggling.
I've never casted with Beatdown before, but I've always wanted to because all he does is chirp his co-caster. And man, I feel like Ravish just takes it too much. You gotta dish it back, Ravish.
Are you saying that I should flame you more on this show?
Oh, absolutely.
Should we talk about your Singed performance earlier?
No one needs to know about that one. So I will talk about my Kale performance. How about that? I mean,
that was pretty good. I did like the Kale game. That was fun.
I did, in fact, go 1-11 though. I'll admit it.
Yeah. I kind of struggled playing jungle as well. I've been trying to learn jungle because realistically speaking, in solo queue, there's only 2 roles. I already am good at support, so I want to learn the other one. in jungle, so I'm trying.
Those are the
to do
only
that.
two roles, really.
In solo queue, it kind of feels like it, right? Those are the only ones that do anything early.
Sure, sure.
So
Well,
I've learned that.
luckily we're not watching solo queue. Of course, we are watching actual competitive. So I want to bring our attention back into this and kind of catch up on what's happening on the Rift right now, because we haven't seen any early action. It's just been a little bit of counter jungling coming through from the side of your Dumb and Kha'Zix, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Lee Sin did not have that item. But honestly, Astro, he was still able to clear relatively well, as we got a gank here in the mid lane and a dive under turret. First blood to Team Yon.
Super creative gank path. It's not every day that you get to dive a mid lane turret, let alone against Orianna, but no ultimate quite yet. They used that timer really well. They were able to get the level 5s off, and they didn't actually even need the ultimates in the end as bot lane.
Well, Joey could be in trouble because of that. He's going to be fine, though, as we take a look at the replay. Yeah, oh, it was actually the flash over the wall from Carry to get that hook.
Not bad. That's a very high skill maneuver right there on Thresh. You got to be very accurate to land the death sentence like that. So it's a very skilled move there from Carry, going right back down to the dragon lane. And thankful that Joey didn't actually die in that 1v2. That can definitely hurt the morale of a dragon lane duo.
Whenever we see plays like that where somebody has to flash a wall and then hit a skill shot immediately afterwards, their thumbs are moving quick in that instance.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are the tough ones. They are very easy to mess up. If you just flick your thumb the wrong way, suddenly you look kind of like a fool. So props to Carry for pulling that one off, and it gets first blood to Random, who has the Rod of Ages now, as objectives will be spawning in 30 seconds. This is an advantage, sizably so, for Team Yon.
Quick one on the Rod of Ages. A cheaper item than most, helps you scale on up, and will be ready for these first few objectives, farming very efficiently, and getting that first blood certainly helps, as Astro, looking bottom lane, will actually not be able to find the Dragon's Rage angle quite yet. Looking again, maybe.
Just trying to delay the backs. Joey right now does actually still have the BF sword. So he's backing a little bit of firepower here, but it looked like they wanted to reset so they could get their money spent and then get back to an objective. When they see Astro down here, Team Yon say, all right, well, Lee Sin's taking her Krugs, let's just take the Herald.
And your Dumb is farming really well. With the evolved claws, you can take out these single target camps very quickly. These objectives are no different either. That is a full Rift Herald take. The dragon just barely started up. This could be a full-on assault onto Astro's objective.
It's at 2K right now. Astro's trying to focus it down, but with the Culling on the flank and the Moonfall engage, who gets the dragon? It's Team Yon with the steal, and they're still looking really good in this team fight. TDT cannot get out. They do have Mr. Lazy Cold hanging around, but not enough to turn that play.
Full cleanup right there. And that is because your Dumb has just been clearing off these camps with the claws. Like I was saying, you kill those so quickly, and Team TDT was just not ready for the objective trade on time. You see, as soon as Yon arrives, the Drake is still at 2,000 HP. And Astro, you know, you're very, very good at killing champions. Objectives and jungle camps, not so much early game, as we get to watch this one again.
As we take a look at the replay, watch Random here come in, and Joey as well on the flank. Joey's just kind of creating chaos. It really felt like TDT did not know what they wanted to do, how they wanted to position. They didn't really have, like, control of any choke points. He just got pincered.
Can be really difficult with everyone arriving on different flanks of the map and of the objective too. Yon, I really like that you pointed out that Joey was able to deal so much extra damage, so I like that quite a bit. And we get to see all of this extra, oh my god, extra flashing out.
And they're just going to dive the turret. The Monkey God actually has a lot of health, but okay, no, there's 3 people there. And okay, he's still under turret. Uh-oh, ETO barely surviving. That last turret shot was almost enough.
Oh, I think you might be right. I think I might have misspoken earlier on the major thing. But anyway, under this turret, I'm sorry for correcting you on that. I was just wrong.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Smax is referencing now. Of course, this is top 2 at this qualifiers will be in the next major. But your Dub says, how about win this game, winner of this match? I get it right now. Yep, me.
Wow.
At least a solo kill. Well done to the Kha'Zix.
Fast farming on your Dumb means he gets level 9 way before everyone else on the opposition, and that's 2 upgrades. You get to have the reset on your jump with the wings right there, so turret dives are super easy. Oh my god, that would have been a tragedy.
I thought Joey was just gonna steal that.
Yeah.
Okay, 1v1
Okay.
here. This is looking all right for Monkey God to start off. Oh, if he had gotten Ito to 2 turret shots, maybe he could have looked to continue that, but they didn't quite get him far enough.
All right. Let's go back to talking about how I'm dumb, as Monkey God is probably going to die. Yep, there it is. So, what I was talking about before... All right, hold on. It's Ken!
All right, we don't get to talk about things we want to talk about,
Okay.
Snags. These players are all going to duke it out.
We're good. I mentioned before that the last chance qualifier is next. I'm wrong. There is another major, the third major, that I completely forgot about because my brain is completely frazzled. I'm so sorry. Major 3 is next weekend, and the 2 teams that qualify for finals tomorrow make it there as the 7th and 8th seed. That is how the format works, and I am just wrong. All right. Result.
And now it's about a speed run. Who can get there fastest? Max, I'm keeping score. You're dumb. Okay, never mind. He just missed. I was going to say, I think your dumb's looking for that all-time world record here on this Kazakhs. An insane performance. And now the teams just get gold everywhere. Like, the spillover of Kazakhs' individual experience and gold lead has affected everywhere else on the map.
This is really crazy in the jungle right now. You can see the item lead also. Astro,
Look at Ito.
Wait.
Look at Ito's items.
Oh, he's got the hull
He did
breaker.
it!
I didn't
He
even
did it!
realize.
Let's go.
I was looking at the jungle gap right now. I completely missed the new item here. Let's see what he can do with it.
Literally my first game, I get treated to it. As a Baron laner, I was first excited for this item to come out as Astro has kick away your dumb just to survive. But then I started dreading this item because I realized none of the players that none of the champs that I play actually build it. So I just have to deal with it from all the opposition. But yeah, we're going to see how strong it is for Ito. The thing is, it's not great for team fighting. It's not an item that you build so that you can group up with a team. So I'm actually surprised that Ito's doing just that. You do this so that you are unkillable in a side lane, but it might not matter because they just have such a big gold lead anyway, 10k up. Diana here on the flank here. They can't even approach his dragon.
I wonder if this is just how this item is going to work in Wild Rift, Kangas, because grouping as a team is very beneficial, and this is sort of just a secondary win condition when, if you have the time, you can go off to the side lane. And look, now that they've taken both of these objectives, now Ito can have all this time to go off to the side lane. I say that, and Random is here as well, so it turns off Hull Breaker.
This is literally as the Baron laner when you're yelling at your mid laner, like, get out of here, stop it! You're taking away all my extra juicy stats.
In PC League, you can ping the item, and it says, "I'm hunting alone."
Wait, really? I didn't know that.
Yes. It'll
Fantastic.
complain in the chat for you.
Does it
if you
get
ping
closer
the
to its
item.
mic also?
Yeah, I think so. I think there's
Okay.
a Hullbreaker voice line. It sounds like Gang.
Incredible. The Cody.
Arrgh, I'm
on
hunting
modern
alone.
League of Legends. All right. I forget it is like a pirate item, isn't it? It just doesn't
Yeah.
feel like it. Like a giant hammer. All right, let's see if Ito can survive this. I legit think you can take this fight. With this item, maybe not without Black Cleaver built yet, but once he has that, like, Ito can straight up 1v3. As, they can't even defend their own jungle right now. Team Yon are just so far ahead. It's a decent shockwave for some damage, but carry again with these sniping hooks. Re-engage comes in from Dank Light, but there's just no follow-up, so TDT will have to back off.
Not one, but 2 flash hooks in the same game, Kangas. This is a crazy Thresh player right now. Carry truly popping off on this champion, making sure that TDT knows you might want to ban that one away in the next games. Well, we're going to be getting to that one very quickly. You mentioned the speed run before. Yon have a gigantic lead, and at this point, they're waiting for these waves to fully crash. It feels like we haven't left this part of the map with the observing the entire time as we're just watching Your Dumb clear these camps over and over and over again, waiting for an opportunity to do this.
Ooh, Astro just looks to try and hard force it, but cannot find the kick angle. Didn't even have ultimate, so yeah, unfortunately just gets picked off right there in the Baron lane. And now, like I said, how quickly can Yon speed run this one? 11 minutes on the clock, 14,000 gold lead. Max, I don't know if you've been caught up. Me and Alk have named it the slip and slide when there's a 1,000 gold lead for every minute in the game. And yeah, we definitely got one of those on our hands.
That's even more than that right now. Pretty big slip and slide. Flash away. Still so much damage through the shield.
He's going back! Oh, baited. Under turret. Nicely done for Mr. Lazy Colt, keeping Monkey God alive.
Good to see the Orianna. And underneath the turret, you are a lot more vulnerable than you'd like to be for your dumb, so we'll give over that shutdown. And the Monkey God can buy a couple of items and be very thankful that he survived. Joey just asking him, Astro, I hope you do.
I mean, honestly, I'm surprised he didn't. He had the flash that time around, but I guess Joey can just flash away too, so that's tough to find those angles.
Got the Drake spawning here pretty soon. Yon already taking both of those. And along with both of the Rift Heralds, all these objectives have been very easy for them. And look at that, Joey, he's got Stormrazor, the new item on Lucian. That's pretty surprising. I was not expecting this champion to use that item super well, but what we're seeing with the new patch, a very powerful new item, and maybe he just wants to use the new tool just to see how it works. At this point, you can't really blame him for that.
Testing it out. Actually, even as the Conqueror, so you're really not getting that much out of it. Okay, Astro again. Okay, that hook went a little wide. He dodges out, but random under the tier 2 turret here. Between turrets, rather, goes for the all-in, but the Shockwave response. Shut down over to Mr. Lazy Colt. Now they're chasing for more. Ken goes very far forward, right into your dumb. The stealth Kha'Zix says thank you for the kill on the AD carry.
The shockwaves have been pretty nice for Mr. Lazy Cult, but everyone else is already dead by the time he can get there and land it effectively. And look at these items, too. He's not building for the damage whatsoever. He's just going for all of this utility, and maybe if they get low enough, this Infinity Orb can actually get the crits off, but not a lot of damage out of this build. He's just trying to get these shockwaves off so his team can follow up. Struggle right now for this side as get to see Random's nice mechanics again. This ultimate's really cool.
Yeah, able to go all the way in, but then Monkey God pulling him in, and then here we go. Boom, Shockwave onto 3. That could have turned into so much more if they were just slightly further up and ready to answer that one, but then Ken just did not expect a stealth Kha'Zix to be right in front of you.
He's so scary, and now your dumb level 13 has 3 upgrades. Looks like he went for the spikes, so no triple ultimate in this game. Wow.
Ooh, catch out onto Monkey God, but who's catching who actually? TDT turned to play around and find Joey. Now they're looking for even more, but they got to worry about Ito here on the Darius. Maybe the turnaround play. You're dumb jumping on the backline, assassinates one, gets the reset. Ito, and you're dumb with a triple kill for Kha'Zix.
And so many resets on this team with the dunks and the jumps here. Darius and Kha'Zix, who would have thought they'd have so much synergy as they just rampage through all of these members on TDT. This game is about wrapped. That slip and slide, it's pretty fun for Yon TDT, although they're at the back end. They're getting splashed and everything and not having the best time. 2 inhibitors down. Gonna wait a bit longer, but
oh, come on, team.
They could have done it. They could have done it.
In these instances, you say, end the game, get to the next one. I know you're having fun with it, but we got dinner. Come on, me and Smacks are hungry. This is game number 1.
You know what? It's okay, because now we see Your Dumb also has the Stormrazor on Kha'Zix with an Infinity Edge.
What? All right.
That's pretty
If anybody
fun.
out there's watching and you're like, I haven't tried the new patch yet, there's some new items. All right, cool, let's try them out. Don't do this. This is not what they're meant for. I know it looks like it's working, but I promise you it's not because these are the items being purchased.
Yeah, Your Dumb's the kind of guy who's like in high elo, he tries out a build because he's winning, and then it ends up being like the recommended build, and so you see like, oh, this guy built a death cap on Zed. It must be the correct item.
Oh yeah, all the AP scaling. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Oh, that's 3 of them!
Makes sense. Big light caught out there as the Baron is picked up, so now it should be the end of the game as Simeon can just walk in these Baron-empowered super minions and take down the Nexus. Oh, that's another miss for carry. I believe around 50% success rate on those for right now. We'll keep track of it throughout the series as the final kills come through for Team Yon. They wanted the Baron. They wanted the Purple Worm just to pat the stack a little bit more before going for the game-ending push.
He may not have landed every hook, but he definitely landed all 3 flash hooks, and that is pretty cool, as this is game 1 going over to Yon. Well played! We expected these guys to come out swinging in this one. But honestly, we're pretty surprised here at how true that ended up being.
Yeah, we both predicted the 2-0. And again, Team Yon, they have a lot of names, a lot of players that have been through multiple qualifiers up to this point. They got the reps, they got the experience under their belt. And yeah, even though it's going up, that's still what we call that slip and slide. 16 minutes on the board, and I believe a 20k gold lead for them. The big thing was just Your Dumb got that lead early on the Kazakhs and was able to run away with it. If Astro had a better early game, just slightly faster clear, I think that's a very different game. But once the slides started, we never saw TDT able to kind of equalize or slow it down by any way.
And all that damage from Your Dumb, too. He really made the gold work for him.
Look at Joey's
as
damage.
Well. Joey,
come on, man. What are you
looking
doing?
At Joey's damage?
I'm looking at Joey's damage.
I mean...
He did one more than the monkey got. One more damage than the
Oh, he did!
But, of course, we should be looking at the player that we think deserves star player of that game. And, yeah, I think it's pretty obvious. When we looked at the damage, when we looked at kind of what happened in that game, it was Your Dumb that really took over from the beginning.
Best name in this game, too, Your Dumb.
Yeah.
Love that one.
We should frame this next one. Frame this next star player graphic that they're going to show. That's the highlight of the competitive career.
Yeah, the star player should just be like a gold star sticker, and then in Comic Sans just says "You're dumb." Just to wear it.
And we mail it to the player, and then they just wear it as a badge of honor during their games. That's fantastic.
Yeah, you got your player name on there. Yeah, it'd be perfect. And then the more you get, you get decked out. You have just a sleeve of star player stickers. It'd be perfect.
Ooh. Wait a minute. What if we got Letterman jackets and they actually had the stitches on them?
Okay, yeah. Eventually, some players win the star player enough to where it start looking like a Boy Scout vest. That sash. What's the kid's name from Up? I forget the name of the kid. Oh, well, Kevin's
Ralph?
the bird.
Kevin's the bird. It's definitely Carl's the old guy, right?
Yeah, Carl's
regardless.
the old guy.
You're dumb. Congratulations on grabbing star player. 10, 1, and 6. 1,055 gold per. I don't think I've ever seen that stat over 1,000.
That's the slip and slide for you, right there.
But that's just
fast.
one player.
That's true.
That is insane. And I'm hearing from production Russell. Russell is the name of the kid. There we go. Thank you.
Oh, okay. 32% damage. That's pretty high too. Yeah, Your Dumb definitely deserves it for this game. Glad we gave it to him too. I'm glad he performed it well enough to get it because that gold stat is pretty nuts.
Absolutely. And now when we look at game number 2, because of course this is a best of 3 series, there's a chance for TDT to turn it around. Buy your items to start off is rule number 1. Rule number 2, though, if we look at their performance and what they can do better, I still think that they had a couple of different avenues, a couple different windows where they could have looked to make things happen. This one was kind of a desperation play. The Rift Arrow was already taken. They didn't quite have the window to secure this. But then afterwards, oftentimes you're just kind of get picked off because they weren't expecting the Thresh flash hooks or just Thresh in general. So I think just more investment into ward coverage, roaming together, not getting picked off individually.
And Kazakhs is a champion that does deal a lot of damage, but doesn't get to do it without crowd control on your team. So the Apprehend and the Death Sentence and the Flay really did need to be on point for Your Dumb to be able to do everything that he did. Now, this one's a bit of an exception because he's already pretty strong at this point, but throughout the entire game, you don't get a lead like this on Kazakhs without having that utility on your team. So big ups to Ito for getting all of the apprehends down. We had Carry landing 3 for 3 flash Death Sentences. I really liked that a lot. And
yeah,
we can see all the moonlight damage coming through with the moonfall from random also.
I'm telling you, I think that NA's kind of turning into the region of the Thresh players. We have a lot of really prominent Thresh players in our region, and it's very exciting to watch.
Yeah, we got Carry, we got Charm, we got Smacks, we got Stove.
I never heard of the Smacks guy. I'm not sure about that one, but you know, I do. The list can grow over time.
I'll accept this.
But the big player that I want to highlight from TDT in terms of most impactful performance, I think that Mr. Lazy Colt for sure had the standout performance on this squad. The Orianna Shockwaves, while not packing like a massive wallop each time based on the build, was still very impactful. Finding multi-champ engages or multi-champ Shockwaves is what you want out of an Orianna player. And the fact that they found so many is like, imagine that they have more gold. Imagine that they're in a better position when they're landing those. They win those fights with those kinds of Orianna shockwaves. So if they can just hold off in the early game a little bit better, not throw at some of those earlier objectives and just either take the dragon earlier or back off of it, hey, then you can re-engage as a team, everybody front to back. Those shockwaves start to actually win you fights.
I think the zone threat from Mr. Lazy as well did actually work super nicely. I think for Ken on Xayah, didn't really get to do that all that much. Playing defensive was really just the name of the game against the Diana and the Kazakhs. So I think for Ken, maybe something that has like longer range that also can use zone threat, like Caitlyn or Jhin. I think both those champions would have worked pretty well here. I do like the Xayah Rakan synergy, but they didn't really get to show it off that much in this game. So maybe a different champion in that case. Yeah, I like the shout out for Mr. Lazy Colt. I think he did a great job. So now we're going to be into the draft. TDT on the blue side.
I'm calling the Kazakhs ban right here. If I'm thinking of anything that they're going to adapt from game 1 to game 2, I don't expect to see your dumb on the Kazakhs. And there we go. It is banned away.
And Yon take away the Master Yi as well. And it's Thresh, too. Carry won't have his hands on that champion, so that one's gone. We have Ito, no Darius in this game. The Monkey God steals that away, so Yon are really going to have to come at this with a very different approach for game 2 in terms of draft.
I like this first pick here. It's very safe, very blindable. As a Baron laner, like, the worst you can do is go even on Darius. That's kind of how he feels. And then you can still be a front liner in the later stages of the game, even if you don't get a lead for yourself. But Team Yon still going to tried and true classics. The Lee Sin in the jungle along with the Galio, which is still flexible. That can go mid, that can go in the support role.
This Lee Sin is going to be pretty interesting, especially against Vi, too. This game for the junglers is really built around early game. As opposed to last game for your dumb, you just wanted to scale up and get levels so he can evolve his spells and get all the gold as well so he could buy Infinity Edge for some reason. For your dumb this game, he's playing an early game champion and he wants his team to be packing all the damage in for him. So now we're going to be seeing him have a very different role on this team. And I mean, he looked really good in the last game, but this is a different style.
This is a much more early style, like you had been saying. But hey, okay, it looks like they still have a little bit of scaling as Senna is locked in there. Probably will be Senna with the Galio in that dragon lane, if I had to place a guess on it. Although, and Garen's still up. Although, with the nerfs on Garen, I don't think we'll see too much of him anymore here in the competitive side of things. But I'm surprised that Mr. Lazy Colt's actually going for the Diana instead of the Orianna. That's something that I wanted to touch on because the Orianna was so impactful. But now, Diana, a little bit more of a front line. I guess the argument is similar effect, but you can kind of get in there a little bit more.
It's really taking away the enemy team's champions, too. Diana was the big playmaker for random, so perhaps that's something that they're looking at as well. TDT feel like they can play these champions better, perhaps. So we'll see what they can do with that. I assume
Lulu
you're...
and Kaisa bans.
Yeah, I'm also quite confused about that. I don't know why you...
Yeah, I would imagine that it's already Senna and the Galio locked in down there, so Yon essentially with now just less bans targeted against their laners that they have yet to lock in, which will be Baron lane, and which will most likely be the mid lane unless they still put that Galio in there. And I mean, even the set, I guess, is flexible. Like, they're really not showing a lot of their composition yet.
That's true. I mean, maybe that's why TDT decided to ban those champions. They're a bit confused on where things are going to go. So we'll see how that goes. It's a Vayne lock-in. And that's pretty cool. We're still very low range in this game.
Yeah.
TDT are taking a lot more of that, but scaling damage is certainly there as opposed to the Xayah that we had for Ken last game.
This is a combo, if ever I've seen one. The Vi and the Diana can hard engage. Vayne can try and follow up on that engage and, you know, chain more CC on top of it. Okay, this is something that'll bring the composition together much better. The Seraphine gives them a little bit more pick potential, some healing and shields for the Vayne. But the problem with the Vayne into this comp is that you're dealing with Senna slows, you're dealing with a Galio, one of the best counters to the Vayne, just because you got to get close to people to hit them, and then he can just taunt you, and suddenly you're hitting a guy that you probably were not intending to target. And you got to worry about a Fizz assassinating you too. So, interesting draft here.
That's cool. I'm super excited for Fizz in this game, Kangas. This is a matchup that Random is deciding to pick into this Diana. He did just play a game of Diana, too, so you have to expect that Random knows the ins and outs of that champion, as we are in the WNS, expecting a lot of skill from these guys. So for Random, pulling out this very specific counter pick, this is not a champion we see very often.
But when
Super
we do see it, it's because the composition allows for it. I'm not entirely sure that this is like a comp I would traditionally expect to see it into. Usually I'd expect a couple more squishy targets, but the Seraphine and the Vayne are going to be those prime targets. If you can land that Chum the Waters on either of them, they're probably just getting popped.
Playful Trickster is really nice this game, too. You can avoid a lot of the damage from Vayne, make it really difficult for her to keep applying silver bolts to you. And if Vi decides to ult you, boing, you avoid it. Oh, that's pretty nice for Random. I'm excited.
A lot of tools to, or rather, a tool to use against a lot of the opponents' tools for Random, and one win away from making a run to the semi-finals in very fast fashion. Team Yon right now, they've been competing in multiple qualifiers up to this point, in majors as well, and they're one of the teams that we expect to go all the way here. When I looked at favorites, I was looking at Team Yon, the list of teams participating in this weekend's qualifiers, as maybe the best team at this entire event. And I think after last performance, no surprise, let's see what they can prove here.
That was a pretty good game. We'll see if they can replicate that one. Like I said, their jungler's playing a very different style, so for your dumb, we'll need to have a good understanding of what to do on this one. This Lee Sin, you don't really want to farm that much in this champion. You just want to get into that lane and use your early game powers.
Wait, Ito. He's taking damage from the hemorrhage and the melee minions. Oh, just barely lives.
That's set passive diff right there. The health regeneration, quite powerful in this game. All right,
close
Kangas,
though. Monkey God almost got it.
I have. Oh, hold on. Your dumb might look for something fancy here. If not, then I have a story time for you.
Like a whisper story time? All right, never mind. Yeah, they're just flash committing, but Monkey God should get out here. Sonic Wave under the turret. You're dumb. One more turret shot. Traded back 1-for-1.
First Blood's not too bad, though, and we do see the wave crashing, so the Monkey God will miss out on the cannon minion. So it's a favorable play, all the same, for Yon, and so far, You're Dumb showing us that he does know this champion quite well is Random.
Random might not win this, actually. Flashes forward. The exhaust came out a little late. Maybe Astro can turn the play, make it another even trade here, and will do so, but now You're Dumb catches him down a level. Astro's actually very close to level 5. Astro, if you can get towards a melee minion or a wave, some camps, not going to, but You're Dumb doesn't find the kill either.
You're Dumb, super strong. He did hit level 4 in the middle of that fight, so it's not the only one.
Oh!
Whoa!
Scary! With the Justice Punch, flash, but they don't get the kill! Again with the Condemn under the wall, that means Astro's level 5 and chases for another one. Joey will fall, and that's 2 kills to TDT.
You're Dumb baited underneath the turret by Ken's low HP bar, and they did not have anything to follow underneath. And just like you said, Kangas, if Astro gets just a bit more experience, he'll hit level 5. That's exactly what happened right there. And Joey gets punished. Really nice play from TDT, and they have the lead now for the first time in, what is it, like 20 minutes of gameplay?
Yeah, this is a complete stark contrast to last game. Last time around, it was You're Dumb with a massive lead over Astro at this state of the game. This time, it's a 600 gold lead for Astro, sizable XP differential for Astro as well, because You're Dumb went for that gank in the top lane and traded his life, so I like this look for TDT, and I like that they're finding a way to get into this game early on, because that was their biggest weakness in game number 1, was just the snowball got rolling too soon, and they couldn't stop it. But hey, this is not a snowball right now for Team Yon.
You got these objectives spawning in 30 seconds, both of them. We'll see if they can actually keep this one going. You'd expect that Mr. Lazy wants to kill this next minion wave before recalling, so you can go back and get that Rod of Ages. You can come back and be more impactful in this team fight, but it might be a bit too late with Random pushing that in. If he doesn't actually get the recall off, then the Diana ultimate's not going to be super powerful, so I'm a bit worried. We'll see if TDT can actually manage this. Astro fighting mid.
Ooh, that's actually Jump the Waters buffered with the Sultan Battery. Now You're Dumb is here. They might have extended too far. Astro and Mr. Lazy Colt need to get back. There's no chum the waters here for the Fizz at the potential Dragon fight, but with no Assault and Battery either, I think that TDT will back off.
Looks like Astro moving over to the Wolves right now, so not starting up either objective on the Vine. No ultimate means it's a bit harder to do, but it does look like Yon are in a very similar situation to last game where they're taking a full objective and there isn't a trade fast enough. And Astro going to Rift Herald now is not very safe after you took the time to take Wolves. I'm very, very worried for TDT right now.
This is a collapse. Look at the flank from Ito right now. Pulls Mr. Lazy Colt into the pit, and now they're on to Astro. The Vi's taken down. Oh, it was just a leash for the side of Team Yon as they will steal away the Herald and get a double kill to your dumb.
Astro, if you're going to go for Rift Herald, you can't stop at those Wolves. You have to go straight there. You do not have enough time, and it gets punished heavily right here by the entire team of Yon. Bouncing their way back into this game with the Galio ultimate as well. Carry on point with yet another support champion. And even though there's a lot of crowd control from the Seraphine right there, I do appreciate Dank Light. It's not enough to save the team. And it's another objective going over to Yon.
I can tell that there's a lot of strong individual performers on the side of TDT. They have the mechanical skill to hang with the best of the best here at this qualifier number 6. But it's a team play. It's getting everything to happen at the same time in the correct windows. That's the big mark of like a lot of these teams that have been practicing in multiple qualifiers. They've gone up against Immortals and Sentinels, two of the best teams at doing just that. They've learned those kinds of things. And I think that what we're seeing here from TDT is if they find that Seraphine ultimate and everybody's still up, everybody still has their health bars, they win that fight again. You know, like they have these little moments, these little windows where they shine. But it's just getting everything to come together, putting the puzzle piece together, you get to see the big picture.
Orion, that experienced team right now. Oh my god. The ultimates.
Okay. And he doesn't get hit by Jump the Waters, but Random is still there underneath the turret. And Ult comes in to shield them up, and Astro taken out. That's 2 more kills to Team Yon.
And I'm sure Astro was not ready for that wild ride. Random flashed into his team, and as soon as the Assault and Battery is channeled, you follow to the ends of the earth there. Under the turret.
More. Underneath the turret, Galio's taking it up. A nice Seraphine ultimate again, but again, it is not enough. It is too little too late. 1 is traded back. A Team Yon with another successful dive. Maybe Monkey God can do something here, but Ito says, no, you're going away. You are not getting onto my team. And instead, I'm just going to bring them to you. Monkey God picked up in the river, trying to make the hero play.
And it looks like Rift Herald popped in the Dragon Lane is enough to finish off the turret at the same time. 2 turrets on both sides here for Yon. Make it a third if they have enough damage here. And they do. All outers have fallen. And Kangas, the slip and slide is starting up again.
Against a team. Oh, wait. So Lazy Colt wants to catch them on the resets here. Jump the Waters goes back. Oh, no. It could be disaster. That's a good stasis to buffer. Flash away. Okay, they get out safely. So once 1 domino falls, the rest in sequence will tumble here, Smags. This is what happens when you're against a team like Yon. If you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. They get 1 turret, rotate to another, and I think TDT, they're just getting, out tempoed here. Like, they're not used to this aggressive pace of gameplay.
TDT stopped the momentum early just a bit by outplaying the dives, but they are clearly not quite ready to match the pace of Yon's map movements here, as all of those turrets fall in one fell swoop. We're seeing Yon move over to this dragon now. A couple of wards were easily dispatched of thanks to the sweeper, and we're going to have to see if Yon can secure this Drake. We'll likely need to see them bounce other members outside of the pit, because Astro has Vault Breaker and Flash, has easy access to get into this objective as long as don't get hit by the Fizz.
Straight in onto Dank Light, still alive. The Seraphine has another big ultimate right there. Trade 1 for 1 to start off the fight. Much better start for TDT, but they're in the grinder right now. Too many members of Yon are there with too big of health bars. That's 3 picked up as Astro and Ken trying to get to the safety of their turret right now. Under the safety, Astro does get away. Okay, I thought your dumb might have been able to pick 1 more up, but 1 for 3 trade. It looked a little better for TDT there, Smacks. They were slowly getting on the same page, but Yawn are still so far ahead right now.
Once they get into the corridor, you can really start to see the weakness in their composition. Their damage is very based around single targets. With the Vi ultimate, with the Vayne damage of the Silver Bolts, you really do need to take out one target at a time. And once everyone's there for a Yawn, it's so difficult to actually accomplish this. That is a full team fight win again for Yawn. Drake is taken. They're over to this Rift Herald because they are desynced from before. That's just the butterfly effect from what we saw 4 minutes into this game, splashing over into 10, and Yawn are fully taking advantage.
Like I said before, once the first domino falls, Yawn get the objective on the bottom half of the map, get the objective on the top half of the map. 10,000 gold lead at 10 minutes. That is a slip and slide, true and true. Props to TDT for hanging in the early game this time around. They had a couple really good plays early on. I'm still very impressed with the level of play that I'm seeing from the individual members on this team. The mechanics are there. The gameplay is there. It's just, again, finding the correct windows against a team like Yawn, who's just so experienced at this level of play. Moments like this, as a Baron laner here, you think you're safe to get away, but they know that you are not, and they will collapse on top of you. Okay, this is something you don't expect. You're dumb just alone in the enemy jungle, fishing for solo kills. But you understand
He's going for the things. He's hanging on to this Diana. I think Lazy Colt is gone. Okay.
Yeah, stasis used, but there's nobody coming to save you, so it's just delaying the inevitable. And that's what Yurdum can do on the Lee Sin at this point. Just look for these picks in any side lane available. 2 for Yawn. And they still, I believe, yeah, they have the Herald right now on Yurdum. I'm surprised he's still holding on to that and hasn't dropped it.
We have another Hull Breaker, Steve. Ito's got it.
Oh, we
More
do!
new items.
Let's go. Ito's loving this pick right now. But again, when you have it, you're yelling at Yurdum, get out of my lane, man! You're taking my stats! I'm supposed to be alone. Ooh, cute play there from Yurdum. Okay, wait, Ito might just die regardless with it. No, the Hull Breaker! He's still alive! In the 1v2, will trade his life. But hey, that's Hull Breaker, baby.
Over. Oh.
And in a lot of trouble, flashes away, but the Jump the Waters are there. Random
Wow.
gets out to safety. Zaliu, I'll take that kill.
Nice movement there on this Fizz. You can tell that this guy's really comfortable on this very unorthodox champion, making it look super comfortable here. Random takes another life, and all of the inner turrets are dead at the same time. Very similar to what Yawn did to the outer turrets, now that I think about it here. Just 6 turrets gone. TDT have not been able to scratch a single one, and that is heavily contributing to this massive slip and slide gold lead that we're seeing from Yawn. And yeah, Steve, you and Dimitri are right. This does sound nice.
It's a satisfying term, right?
Yeah.
And going more on the water analogy, playing against Team Yawn feels like playing against tidal waves. It's like one wave comes in, it crashes, boom, Dragon and Herald. You have a little bit of respite for the next one comes. And I think that was a little ripple right there. You know,
that wave just kicked. I don't know. That wave just kicked Dank Light in the face. That does not feel good.
I think so. The wave is still coming too because they're looking for even more there. They'll get the stasis out of Astro, as the base defense is all that can be on the mind of TDT. But like I was saying, each wave that comes in is multiple objectives. It's never just one. It's always multiple in a row. As Monkey Cat almost just dies.
He's dead.
That's Ignite. He's dead. He's out. Ignite is enough from Random to pick up the kill, and now Ken, again, the low-range Vayne, really struggles into this composition and is picked off to a double kill to Random on the killing spree with 3 dead. This could just be the game-ending push from Team Yawn here. 13 minutes on the board. They won't need the Baron. They won't need another Dragon. They just need to focus the Nexus. Will they do it here? Another ult onto Mr. Lazy Cold here. Into the stasis, has the Moonfall, but I don't think it's going to do much at all. Nice ult from Dank Light right there for the encore. With the waves crashing in here like tidal waves onto the shore. Team Yawn are inevitable, and they will push forward. Wait, that's GA. Okay, I was doing the ramp up too soon. It looks like we still got more gameplay ahead of us, Mags. The game's not over.
They didn't bring the minions in time, and Yawn have one more opportunity to get back into to get this game ended in a 2-0 fashion, and TDT have that opportunity to try to get back into it.
One more shot. One more opportunity. Mom's spaghetti,
big,
baby. 20,000 gold lead at 14 minutes for Team Yon. There's a dragon. Okay, you're dumb. You have like 300 health. What are you doing, my guy?
You know, he's recalling.
He's
not recalling. I don't know what he's doing. But
he's just,
oh no,
he's confusing TDT. They're looking at the Baron like, surely they're here. Surely we need to be worried about this objective. And I mean, they were right, but more so about staying alive through the objective. That is a jump the water max range onto Astro. Another kill picked up here, and Yon just wanted one more team fight for fun here in the quarterfinals. But they will sweep the 2-0 against TDT. One more best of before they qualify for the next major. Congratulations, Team Yon taking the win.
And that one was faster than the first game, Kangas. They have upped their game. It may have looked closer in the early stages because they went for a few too many dives, but that game was very quick. And there we go. The slip and slide is red this time. I don't know what that means, but
it's clearly red, like, the
kind of gruesome.
The remains of your enemies.
Yeah. I like the blue better.
To 8. Yeah, the blue makes you think of water more, like a fun beach day. The red's not as pleasant. Random. Yeah. 11, 2, and 9 on the Fizz. Very impressive performance. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the hook snipes from Carrie's Thresh in game number 1. What about those Chum the Water snipes from Random in this game?
That was really cool. I think he's our star player for this one. The Fizz.
Oh, for
I haven't
sure.
seen this champion in a really long time, I feel like. I definitely have not. Not even in, like, solo queue games. This is a really unpopular one. A niche pick that you have to be super comfortable on. Random did that. And most damage in this game as well. Not surprised by that at all. Made this matchup look super easy. 10k gold just by himself against Mr. Lazy Colt. Or not gold. That is damage. 10k damage above Mr. Lazy Colt. That's what I'm looking for.
I'm also looking at Danklight. Danklight had the most damage on TDT on the support Seraphine. Cool stuff. Danklight had a very impressive performance overall. I actually liked Danklight's gameplay. Mr. Lazy Colt, I think, also was somebody that really impressed me. Like I said, everybody on TDT had moments where they demonstrated mechanical ability and that, hey, they can hang here at the top of competitive play, but it's getting the teamwork to come together, finding the correct windows, when to reset, when to get back on the map, when to set up your wave to push, and then get that reset so you can get to the objective next and position correctly for that. Like, those are all the team-focused things that you don't really experience in solo queue. And I don't know much about the background of these players, but I'd love to chat with them sometime and see where they've all come from, because this definitely felt like a game where there's very strong individual performers, but they just need to communicate, need to get on the same page. But Team Yon is a tough team to do that against, so I'm not going to hold it against them. But here we go. Team Random, Player Random with the star player of that game.
Again, 1,000 plus gold per minute. Not too bad. Maybe it's just this whole team is doing this. Just the carries of this squad are putting in the work. We will see more of Random and his team tomorrow, as they did just qualify for the semifinals. A win tomorrow means that they are in to major number 3 against some of the best teams in all of North America. So really big congratulations to Random for today. It's not the end of the road for them. They do need to do that tomorrow.
One more best of 3, and then they're locking in at least 8th place going into the 8th seed rather, going into the next major here. And a best of 3. Their next opponents will be the winner of the next match that we have coming up here. So arguably a tough opponent, depending on how that shakes up. Of course, we'll still talk about that later on in the day. But for right now, I think that Yon are still looking like the raid boss. Based on what we've seen so far of all the gameplay today, obviously we haven't seen the final quarterfinals yet. That's coming up next. But do you agree, Smacks? Are Yon looking like the team that's on form currently?
It feels like it to me. I think I came into this expecting Saint to be really good. They did struggle, and they even lost their first game today. So I might have to change up my expectations. But this is certainly a good look for Yon. Definitely works in favor of them for being the favorites moving into tomorrow.
I love it when I see a team get kills and then objective. Kill, objective. Fight, objective.
Like
it's always about the next thing, not just what happened in the moment.
I really like this squad. I think they executed everything really well, apart from those early dives in this game. And this is how dominant you can be in the game of Wild Rift. This one just felt mean.
That was just silly.
Kill them like 3 screens away. Depending on the size of your phone, I guess.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. It even got the double kill at the end there. Like, he's still full health, basically. And even took like 2 turret shots before that. Just silly stuff for random there. But that is, of course, our 3rd match of the day in the books. Max, we got one more best of 3 ahead of us. And already, we broke the 2-1 curse. We did it. Let's go. We might have a quick day here. As next up on the bracket, we can see it will be Saints versus one side tomorrow for the first semifinals. Saints is the team you were looking at as another favorite potentially. But then Yawn versus the winner of this next match. Ailish.
I like the Saint logo. It looks like a Great Gatsby. Like that, that aesthetic looks pretty cool.
It does. And there's also shout out to TCB, Tilt City Banditos. They're always so close, man. Every time they're so close to making that push. One of these days, I believe in the TCB fan club. I'm in their Discord. I haven't played any of their in-houses yet, but they got in-houses for one every now and then. So if you're looking for people to play Wild Rift with, check out the TCB Discord. But I want to bring our attention into the next match, Smacks, because of course, after that one, we have Ailish versus Purple Rain as our final match of the day. Baby, Mecha, and I believe production has confirmed that Team Ailish's mid laner is Tyrant, so that's what we'll be calling Tyrant there, and then Lynn and Just Mobile Gamer.
Glad to see JMG on the Rift here. I'm excited for Team Ailish. This is also a team that I was expecting to do very well today. And talking with Alk Battery, he said that his 2 favorites today were Ailish and also Saint from before. We already touched on Saint a lot, but he expects that Ailish is going to make it through this entire tournament and go on to the major. We're gonna have to find out how right he is, as they've got some cool opponents that we haven't seen really at all on the side of Purple Rain.
Yeah, Purple Rain's one of those newer teams coming into this qualifier with a lot of newer names, newer faces to the scene, which is always fantastic. It's great to welcome in new players every single time. That's the purpose of these qualifiers, to find the best of the best, even if you're not able to make a deep run yourself as a team, as a roster of 5. If you have a standout performance, there's a lot of people watching that might be recruiting for their own teams, their own roster. So if you're a high elo player, find a team, sign up for one of these qualifiers, because we love to highlight you. But this is Team Purple Rain, M4, Puma, 8718182, and mid laner is Eli, that's what we will be calling them, with Lightning T, and then support Kaio 3. So just as a quick, aside there, with special characters, we always ask the players what they'd like to be called on broadcast, and we will do our absolute best to remember those. I will try, everybody. No promises.
You'll be saying the Puma
I'll give it honest
every single time, of course.
Yeah. Oh, clearly, yes. Yeah.
Ideally, that is not Puma's phone number. Hopefully.
Ooh.
Hopefully that is not the way to contact
thought about
them.
that.
I feel like that. I mean, we need the area code, but
do you? I don't think you don't really need to type that in modern phones, do you?
I mean, you would. It would just default to the area code that you're at, right? So
it could be.
Don't try calling that number. Is what I'm saying. We'll see. I mean, maybe Puma's really good, and you need some Wild Rift tips.
Yeah, what if we need to ask Puma about the team? How'd they come together? Who recruited who? This is valuable information, Smacks.
Maybe we'll get an interview. Maybe Purple Rain will win the whole thing, and we'll get to interview him at the end. We'll see if that's Puma's phone number. Also get to hear about how much of a fan they are of Prince.
Exactly. And with that said, we will be sending it to a break before we're back to give our predictions as to who's taking this next series right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we are preparing for the final best of 3 of the quarterfinals before we get into tomorrow's games when the semis will kick off. We have Team Ailish versus Team Purple Rain for the final spot right now, Smacks. Now, we did our predictions going into the day. We have more information on Team Ailish. I'm curious what your prediction was going into this one. You want to share it with me? How you feeling?
I don't think I get a choice, but I'm going to go with Ailish, as it is right here.
No. See, this was your first mistake. This was your first mistake.
Didn't you draw this logo?
I did draw that logo. Wait a minute, they're using That's fantastic. Yeah, they competed in one of the Fight Night Rifts. But the reason that you're wrong here, Smacks, and I'll lay it down to you, is that Purple Rain is smash hit by Minnesota's beloved artist formerly known as Prince. So I just gotta say, I'm rooting for the home team, basically. I don't know if any of these players are from Minnesota or even understand the reference that they're making, but I hope they do. I truly do.
They have to know. I don't know what Purple Rain
Right?
could possibly be if it's not the Prince song.
You never know with kids these days, man. Sometimes they just like think of something cool. They just assume it was an original thought. It's like, nah, sorry. There's no such thing as an original thought, kids. It's everything's
maybe it's some Fortnite
inspired
reference or something. I don't know.
Right? Yeah, probably. Honestly, at this point. But Team A, okay. If we're being honest, I went for Purple Ray because of the beloved artist formerly known as. But if we're looking at this realistically, Team Ailish have shown the track record of performing in previous qualifiers. They have some reps under their belt. Purple Rain's one of those teams that's coming in here where we don't have a lot of information on them, so we're going to be learning together here what they look like. And hopefully we get a chance to talk to some of these players after the game. I always love chatting with them ahead of time. Wasn't able to do that today. Just kind of figure out how they put rosters together. Like, was there a team captain? Were they just like putting random message boards out? Did they find each other in a Discord somewhere or just through plain solo queue? You know, it's always fun to hear how players come together to form these teams.
Yeah, we'll tell you that Purple Rain was the last team to sign up. So they're pretty last minute to get into the space. But I do know Lightning T's been around for a while. I believe Aqua has been as well. I could be wrong there, but I definitely remember Lightning T's name. And yeah, we've also heard that they have some really high elo players. Their MMR is equivalent to that of Saint. So that's pretty solid. Saint's really good. They're already in the semifinals.
Absolutely. So let's see how they intend to get themselves to the semifinals as well. Set locked in with the Camille, Fior, and Thresh bans. And Ailish responded with an early Morgana pick. We don't see a lot of teams pivot towards this early in their drafts.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think for them, they might be looking at drafting that champion for Lyn. I haven't seen a lot of mages in the Dragon lane, but based on the Ziggs lock-in, I think that's about to change. Both of those champions very potent as Dragon laners and can open up for supports to roam around and be that secondary jungler that I personally absolutely love doing. We have some Baron laners locked in as well, we're assuming, with the Set and the Darius.
Exactly. The Darius versus Set. We saw this both games of the last series that we had as well, so it wouldn't be surprising if they decided to opt for that. But the thing about the Ziggs, still flexible. Thing with the Morgana, still flexible. So I'm curious if during these ban phases we do see more AD carries banned away. Kai'Sa is banned away, so already my question is being answered.
They're removing some of these marksmen. I know for Kai'Sa fans on PC League of Legends, you'll know that this champion is a mid laner right now. So maybe that's something that Ailish are thinking.
Truth isn't playing this game. I don't think we need to worry about Kai'Sa in the mid lane.
Maybe Truth inspired Faker to do it. You ever think about that? Maybe Faker's a Wild Rift fan. And
maybe he's a big fan. Yeah. Maybe Faker's watching right now and he's like, all right, maybe I need to pull out the Ziggs next game, right?
Hi, Faker.
I'm thinking of that meme like, we know we have Faker at home and it's just Truth playing Kai'Sa. Zed banned on the table as well. Another Truth champion as Rakan is locked into here for Ailish.
That's pretty funny. We'll see which role that goes to. You know, speaking of Truth, it could be mid. We're assuming that's going to go to Just Mobile Gamer. Alongside the Morgana, makes a really solid pair. And, you know, Zaya's going to be locked in, so that debunks my Ziggs theory. That's going to be going over to Lightning T. They don't want to give over the Lovers Duo pair, it seems.
But the thing is, you're also taking it away in case Ailish wanted to go for the Lovers Duo themselves. I don't know if I would love the Xayah necessarily into what Purple Rain had already drafted, but either way, it's great into the Kha'Zix because you can just ult as soon as the assassin jumps on top of you. You have that self-peel. Xin Zhao paired with it, so a much earlier focus for the jungler here side Purple Rain.
I like Xin Zhao a lot. They did just buff this champion. It has more uptime on the 3 Talon strike. It also deals slightly more damage. So you actually can do quite a bit with this champion. I imagine that it can maybe use Divine Sunderer too. So that's going to be something to watch out for in the jungle for Aqua. We've got another marksman on the other side here in the form of Akshan. That's going to be going into the mid lane for Tyrant.
I mean, you never know. You never know. I have been seeing Akshan piloted in the Dragon lane too, so I don't want to call it until they switch around. Typically it's in the mid laner. It can roam around, you can fully maximize that stealth, but I'm just saying, I don't want to, log it in there. Okay, it does look like they are going for that. All right. So, it's Akshan versus Ziggs. Ziggs does have a lot of range advantage over the Akshan, but can be difficult to land some of that because once he's swinging around, hard to hit all those skill shots.
It's into this Ziggs champion too, so you have to worry about the poke. Ziggs recently nerfed, so you don't have to worry too much about the uptime on the mines anymore, as that has been cut down by 3 seconds. So maybe that'll help him move around a bit more as the main form of magic damage on the side of Purple Rain. So we'll see how that goes for this Akshan. It is a bit short range, as you mentioned. This can definitely get poked out if you're not careful.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the idea of the Akshan is to get out of lane. Push your wave and then roam around the map. Ziggs is kind of dangerous to leave alone in lane because he does extra damage to turrets. That Satchel can actually blow those turrets up. So you don't want to leave a Ziggs alone in lane for too long, especially with his own wave clear. Interesting to see the strategy employed from both of these teams. A lot of it can come down to which mid laner gets that priority and also which team's able to get into the later stages of the game. I'm seeing... I don't necessarily favor either of these, from a holistic perspective in terms of scaling. I think both have scaling options, but when I think of assassins like Kha'Zix, the later the game goes, the scarier they're going to get.
Speaking of Kha'Zix, Kings, I need to know, is Mecha playing as Mecha Kha'Zix?
Ooh, that's a good question.
We need to know this, because
maybe our
not,
observers can take a look.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah, you're right. Or Mecha Graves, right? Those are the only 2 options here. As
there's Mecha Rengar, I think.
Keo getting chunked out here in lane with Just Mobile Gamer, taking advantage of that. It is Mecha! Let's go!
He's Mecha Kha'Zix. Or Mecha Kha'Zix Mecha.
We live in the most blessed timeline right now as we got a full-on 1v1 into Baron lane. Ale Baby's got a flash.
We're seeing the same matchup that we got from the last game, too, with the bleed damage. Interacting with the set passive, it's really nice for Wolf to be able to survive all of that and keep going in this lane. She has the option to do, clearing out some of these wards with the Vision Cone and just going right back to laning. And we're definitely well aware that Darius can completely dumpster on these melee matchups, but Set can oftentimes void that thanks to his gigantic shield and that health regeneration. So... for Wolf, we're expecting him to be okay.
Very fun matchup to see in the Baron lane. Honestly, we could keep the camera up there the whole time and I'd be satisfied, but camera's right now showing us the trading in the Dragon lane and also a fight around the Scuttle here. Mecha has the assistance of Tyrant to make sure that they secure this one. They can just run straight up to this top one, potentially, but actually, as I say, that Baby is banking.
Pretty rare for the isolated jungle matchup to go that way. Aqua playing the Xin Zhao has a lot more early crowd control and agency than something like a Kha'Zix before hitting level 5. However, like what you said before, Steve, we see that Tyrant is able to leave this lane and actually help out the jungler take away this camp. So we get that extra priority, and Mecha gets to clear these camps a bit faster than normal. And I mean, we saw just how powerful an accelerated Kha'Zix can be off the first game that the 2 of us just casted.
True. That one was terrifying. That was definitely the more one-sided series we've had. The other 2 best of 3s went to the full 3 games. So if that's any precedent, then that means that we'll have some close ones today. Smack says, again, Wolf getting a full all-in on the Baby right now. No flash, no barrier, no chance of survival. First blood picked up by Wolf.
I wonder where those summoner spells went for Baby, but the result will be the same either way. Wolf, so powerful in this matchup. Does look like he was able to get a recall off before Baby, as we see there's only a Ruby Crystal up until the death came through, so Wolf slightly more powerful.
Baby didn't have sums because of the level 2 all-in from Wolf. And
Oh,
Baby
yeah,
did get it
you're
back
right.
because he's got the plated steel caps. But that's not going to keep you alive through all of Wolf's damage here. A full level up. So, well done on the set. But now you have to be a little more careful because now Wolf actually doesn't have the summoner spells and Baby does.
True. That's true. Maybe still has quite a bit of all-in. Less crowd control, albeit, in the set. Maybe we'll need some more...
Aggressive
games here.
bubble. Gio is throwing out these bubbles as an engage tool rather than a defensive tool right now.
I mean, you got to do what you got to do, right? Nami has that big flexibility with where you can drop that one. Sometimes it's pretty difficult to actually land that onto multiple members, but if you can land it on someone that doesn't have Black Shield, that person can certainly die. So something to keep in mind is Lightning T sort of struggling in the poke matchup against Morgana. Can't really get a whole lot of leeway there.
And neither of them have gone for their backs yet. They will reset now, but objectives have already spawned. Surprising to see Baby on this early. Look at Baby's items compared to Wolf. He got the boots!
Oh, wow. He
Better hope
does
that's
have
enough.
the boots. He's got the Kha'Zix too, and Kha'Zix has some more items. And
it's the
more
best item in the
abilities
game.
Also,
Yeah. But speaking of Meg, doesn't get pulled back by the Facebreaker, but still chased down by Wolf regardless. Haymaker's available. There we go. The showstopper forward. Wolf just picks up a solo kill, and now with the assistance of Nami, there's the Haymaker. Doesn't even die to the dunk, and a double kill to Wolf on the killing spree.
it looks like there was 3 in total up there with the Blade of the Ring King. There's so much sustain on the set, and with Nami there too, Kyo 3 able to actually do so much with the full tidal wave and the sustain as well. Staying alive all throughout, potentially a full turret. You got to be careful with that Blade of the Ring King. Yeah, full turret, completely isolated there from Wolf. That is so much gold on the set.
Massive lead right now for Purple Rain. They'll look for more. Dragon was started out by Elish. I think they assumed that there was a reset, but now Aqua could be in trouble. Throws out the ultimate. Still alive. Goes back in for the Dragon. Oh, the steal from Mecha. Or maybe the secure, if you want to call it that. Elish get the objective, but they cannot get out afterwards. Purple Rain. They have too many members here. Wolf joined in, and that is the fight win for Purple Rain.
Elish get that kill and the Dragon, but all of those kills going over makes them feel a lot less good about it.
So
much. That boy got punched.
Woo! Those are fists that do the talking for him. Aqua went back in for the Dragon, but good on Mecha to get it. It's just there's not much the team can do after.
Get the jungler, get the Dragon. Afterwards, not a whole lot, as you just mentioned, and we're going to see what the aftermath is here for Purple Rain. They've still got this gigantic gold lead. They were able to get the mid lane turret, too. That's a really big deal. That entire top side is going to be heavily opened up, and the big farming win condition of a Kha'Zix, it's not really there once you have this no jungle that you are able to take. So something that Elish need to really keep in mind and really protect Mecha to get all the evolutions that we expect from a Kha'Zix.
Yeah, Mecha might want to start making things happen right now if possible, but it also comes down to the rest of the team to set him up for that. Also interesting, we're seeing another of the new items purchased for Lightning T. This is kind of cool. I usually don't like talking too much about items, just because it's not as exciting of a narrative, but when there's new ones, kind of fun. But let's actually bring our attention to this fight. It's breaking out. Nice double knock up there from Just Mobile Gamer, but still, the response is just not there from the team. They don't have the stats to pick up the kills. It's 1 for 2 in favor of Purple Rain, make it a 1 for 3.
Couple of kills there for Purple Rain. They give over Lightning T. Again, this is not a very long-range champion here for Xayah, so when on the offensive can be difficult to keep up. That's probably why the Stormrazor is built, if I'm honest. So, heads-up play there from Lightning T. Will go down. No ultimate available. And Elish find another kill. It's really tricky for them to keep pace, though. As you mentioned, it's a 3-for-1 in the end. And Wolf, unmatched at this moment. There's really nobody there to punish this set at all. Baby certainly is not going to do it. You can see there's a gigantic lead just in isolation in the Baron laners. So when all the plays are happening Dragon lane, Wolf, even without something like a Hullbreaker, is just going to cave your head in.
And another slip and slide right now, Smags. I'm just looking at the gold differential. See, the thing about a slip and slide is it was supposed to be a fun name that you're not supposed to say every single game, but at this point, it's just like, it's the default. This is what happens in competitive Wild Rift. Once a team gets a snowball rolling, they keep it rolling. The thing is, they do have the earlier game composition, so somewhat expected to get this kill into Tyrant. That would be fantastic. Oh, the Zig Bomb, not quite enough. Lightning T, though, caught out here all alone. Wolf gets a solo kill. Lightning's still alive. How are they not getting on this Xayah right now? Nobody is hard committing, and Lightning T is still up. Both thumbs down, ultimate down. Nobody's traded yet. Ayla should get out of that one. Took them a long time for that kill, but hey, they got it.
I am fairly certain as we see another kill. Oh,
Tyrant. Oh, barely gets Eli right there. As now over the wall goes Mecha, but maybe didn't want it. Aqua, very powerful on this Xin Zhao.
Wow, yeah, the Xin Zhao doing a lot of work. Baby respawned after getting solo killed by Wolf.
Oh, that's a bubble. Knock up. Don't get the kill. Aqua's out. Oh, but here comes Wolf. Joined in after taking the Herald by himself, mind you, and will just pick up another kill on the baby. Hey, you hungry, kid? How about a knuckle sandwich?
That's ridiculous here. Wolf is fully crushing everyone, now moving over to this Infernal Dragon thanks to the teleport he purchased for himself to help out the squad. And by help out, of course, he just means come and take some more kills off their hands. They don't need those ones. Getting those over to the boss as Wolf goes into this mid lane. Rift Herald in tow. We'll see if Purple Rain want to lay their claim here. I think that Wolf has enough money to buy another full item. All right, he's close.
Almost did. Almost did. Also had the teleport very early on. Not something that we see that often in Wild Rift. Typically, teleport is just kind of saved as a, oh, we have to make a crazy play for an objective. The enemy team is just spawning, but we can get there quicker. You know, something along those lines. Rare that it's picked up, you know, this early into a game, but because of that, Wolf was able to get that flank in the mid lane, and is now just going to sit on it. That's not something that Ailish need to be aware of, too. As if this game wasn't hard enough for them, they also need to worry about a set teleporting behind them.
Pretty tricky stuff. I feel like at this point, Kangas Alk Battery is feeling less confident in his prediction, and I'm feeling like I should never have trusted him when I predicted this.
That was your first mistake. I've cast with Alk many a time here, Smacks. You always consult me before, you know, taking his word for anything.
I learned this the hard way right now.
This man lives in Florida.
I will not make the same mistake. He does live in Florida.
That's right now, Purple Rain are very far ahead here. Just Mobile Gamer trying to dance around, battle dance his way, maybe to find and engage. Mecca is over the wall, ready to follow up. We're at the ARAM portion of the game where not a lot's happening, but with Rift Herald in Wolf's pocket, I imagine they'll go for something. Ooh. Baby actually goes in, the full engage. Wolf cannot fall. He's still over half his health up. Maybe now going forward. He cannot say the same. Double kill over to Wolf. The boss is banging right now. Multiple kills over to the set, and now the Herald will drop.
Got the Rift Herald. This is going to be a full inhibitor if Ailish can't stop this. Lots of damage onto that Rift Herald. They need to get 831 more into it. Otherwise, this is going to be a very deadly charge, and there it is. 11-minute inhibitor. At least stop him from hitting the Nexus. There you go. This is so much destruction this early, Kangas. It's really difficult to come back from an early inhibitor in the game of Wild Rift.
Ooh, but this is a decent catch right now if they can get him. All right, Aqua flashes the wall right into the waiting hands of Tyrant and will fall. So that's something, but that's a consolation prize if that.
All right, that is the jungler. See if they can go for any objectives or any buff steals at this time. Doesn't really look like there's anything up. That's unfortunate. Maybe that's why Aqua went so greedy for the Raptors. He's like, it's okay if I die. I just want these Raptors. I want to buy an extra Ruby Crystal.
You don't need to defend the overstay. All right. We don't need to defend this one either. Wolf says there ain't no defense. Actually, a Smite slow will be enough.
All right. There is some salvation from the boss, as it turns out. Wolf can't do everything, as he only has 2 forms of movement, and he uses them both before the jump comes through, so Mecha is able to survive.
I'd say Mecha was born to run. It's a Bruce Springsteen reference, a.k.a. the boss for the Maybe two people out there that got that reference. Yeah,
I see.
I'm trying to think of a way to slide one of those in here to one of these calls, but I figured if I do it in a call, nobody's going to get it, so I have to explain it.
Yeah, I wasn't too far off with my guess as to what that was. I, did not know what you were talking about. So I'm glad you explained it, but I thought that it was a Prince song, but I was wrong.
Smax is the Zoomer representative on the broadcast, everybody. The one that can speak the terms of the people and translate
I have
for me.
TikTok.
Good for you, man. Right now we got another engage coming in for Purple Rain. Potentially. We'll see if they actually commit for it. Dragon's also up, so... Oh, I like this from Ailish. They're on the Baron.
So is Aqua actually going to stick around here? It looks like the answer is yes. He will not be there to smite steal away the Baron, but will Ailish kill this in time is the question.
Will Baby survive? Baron secured. All right, Nami ultimate stopping some of the backs. Mecha's down. Tyrant's down. Flashes to try and maybe get an outplay, but cannot find it. That's two Baron passives right now, but all right, Just Mobile Gamer, he stopped. In the minimap, you can see that the Rakan's back was stopped, and the Nexus is focused. I think that's just game. Teleport's coming in. Nice attempt from Ailish, but it is all for naught. Game one, the Purple Rain.
You know what, Kangas? I like that play a lot. I think that was one of the better plays of this entire game from Ailish. Even though they did it and then immediately lost, I respect that a lot. I think that was really cool. That was really the only way they could possibly win. They still lost, but I like where their heads are at. And that is the praise that I'm going to give to Ailish. Now switching over to Purple Rain. What a game. That was incredible.
What a game.
I really liked that look from them. And they're playing similar champions to what we've seen before as well. The Kazakhs, again, looking pretty powerful, but the set, man. The set is too good. I was thinking of the wrong jungler, by the way. The Xin Zhao is the actual champion that looks strong, but Wolf on this set is, oh my god. So
Wolf
good.
is, and a reminder, Wolf is listed as their second sub of the roster. M4 was their original starter. So I don't know kind of the reasons why Wolf is playing in this game, but hey, I think making a strong argument. Who's the starter of the team again? Oh, it's me, right? Slots opening up because after that kind of performance. Yeah, that's an argument for you. Aqua also subbing in here for Puma8718182, as we had been saying before. I think I might have thrown in an extra 8 in there. I'm not sure.
There were a lot of 8s.
There were a lot of 8s in that name, but with 2 subs, Purple Rain still managed to pull this one off. Very impressive.
And in case it wasn't clear, we are going to give star player to Wolf. That was a brutal performance. I really liked that one. He had half his team's kills.
Half of the kills, 10 and 0. Oh, death smack.
On a melee champion too. Like that's a lot. You are the This is a pun, but this is the best way to say it. You're the setup on this champion to get everything started as well.
I'll allow you that one.
Alongside Nami. The Nami actually was really solid too. So just good performances all around. I like this look a lot. And again, we're proving Alk Battery wrong. I love doing
that. That's the best takeaway from game number 1 is Alk Battery was wrong. I mean, there's still a chance, Smax, that this can bounce back. That was a dominant win for Purple Rain. Wasn't particularly close except for that one Baron call at the end where maybe Ailish could have looked to turn something around, but they were losing out a lot around the map. The Kazakhs is feast or famine. We saw it pop off earlier in the day. Now we see what happens when it doesn't get a lead early on. And I think that was a big reason for why things didn't work out too well for Team Ailish, is they just never got their comp rolling. But here we go. You can see the stats. Congratulations to Purple Rain's Wolf. 27% of the team's damage as the Baron laner. Very impressive. You don't see that often.
And Match Point getting into the semis also to try to play against Yon tomorrow. You need to win one more game in this series to actually accomplish that one. And for Ailish, they got to win 2 at this point to actually keep on moving. And the stakes there, you do have to go and play against Yon tomorrow. If you win that matchup, and if you make it into the finals tomorrow, then you qualify for the 3rd major. And there is a huge prize pool for that one. Overall, the entire WNS, this split is $150,000. Each major is 10% of that one, $15K overall. So better try your heart out to get to that major. There's a lot of money on the line.
And as we're taking a look at the gameplay, I think that, again, Purple Rain are giving a strong argument as to why they're going to be the ones walking away with a little more moolah today, or rather tomorrow if they can make it there. The setups around these objectives, even the objectives that they weren't there first, like that was 2 plays in a row where we see them show up to an objective, but they have more numbers. They're ready for those kinds of plays. Even here, they have more numbers. They're ready for this collapse. Consistently, we saw Ailish taking fights, taking plays, taking objectives, or attempting to, when they didn't have proper setup and they didn't have as many numbers around. And then this is like the one time where they had the better engage. But by this point, it's too late. You know, you don't have a gold lead. You're too far in the hole.
Really tough to come back from that slip and slide, as you said. I don't think it was an official slip and slide by the end. I think it might have gone a bit too long. We're going to have to crunch the numbers there. Get our accountants involved.
Wait a minute. I just realized. That was a Baron steal. I didn't even realize that. Ziggs stole the Baron at the end there. That was really? Lightning T getting the steal. Or no, sorry, not Lightning T. That was
Eli?
Eli getting the steal right there. I didn't even credit him. It was off screen, I think, when it happened, but now it makes sense why they actually had the Baron buff. So that wasn't even a Baron take from Ailish. It got stolen in the last moments. I'm so sad I missed that. That was so impressive right there from the Ziggs.
I called it the best play of the game, too, and
wow.
Got stolen.
Makes sense why their backs were taking so long.
That's true.
Part of it, I was like, I'm surprised that they're not getting back to their base to defend it. But hey, that's what a Ziggs can do, everybody.
That's ridiculous. I didn't notice either. Wow. That,
right.
Even more credit.
I feel even better about my prediction now. It's a 2-0. It's over, Smags. Honestly, let's just call off the night. Let's get our post-series interview in here if we have one planned for the day. No, of course, we do still have another game ahead of us. I want to talk about it from Ailish's side now, Smags, and to kind of get your thoughts of, like, what do you do if you're a team in this situation behind? Oh, yeah, what?
Eli is Boba from last year. You remember Boba? The mid laner?
I do, yeah.
That's the same guy.
Interesting.
Boba's back. Oh, it's so exciting.
Boba's back, everybody. Okay, cool. When players' name changes, sometimes hard because, like, I don't have all of them on my friends list. I'm not, like, in constant communication, so oftentimes we miss little things like that. But that's cool. Yeah, of course, he was known for his Ziggs back in the days. So, hey, look at that. Back to old tricks.
Yeah, I'm always so glad to see players that have played in the past, like all WNS or Summoner series in 2021 return. Wow, if I knew that, I might have predicted Purple Rain from the beginning. That's revisionist. Don't listen to me. That's me making excuses.
You got to commit to it, Smacks. You got to commit. Got to commit to Alg Battery's prediction going into the day. Never doubt Purple Rain, man. Never doubt Prince. But, okay, things are starting to come together now for Purple Rain. Again, a reminder, though, that they did have 2 subs for that last game, too, and they still had that dominant upper performance. So it's good news for them. When we look at that performance compared to Yawn's performance in their series, Yawn got maybe off the ground a little bit quicker. I've had to think of, like, one main difference between the two, but the snowball was essentially the same. I'm very excited to see that matchup in a semifinals tomorrow. If that is, of course, what happens if Purple Rain can close out the series. That would be a tense semifinals match.
Yeah, because that game was 14 minutes. The Yawn games were 13 and 16, respectfully. So that is a pretty fast series if all things stay the same moving forward into that semi. Like you said, of course, Purple Rain still needs to win one more to do that. That's going to be pretty explosive tomorrow. In case you didn't already know, more games are happening tomorrow. You better tune in there. It's going to be a lot of stakes on the line for that one. And in order to make sure that Ailish has the best chance to do it, they are banning Set and Nami. Good move.
Makes sense. Do not give those over. Those were 2 of the big problems, big pain points for them in that last game, specifically the Set. So now I'm wondering what Wolf would actually default back to. I thought maybe he would first pick the Darius since that's up, but no, it's actually Olaf locked in here for Aqua.
So Wolf did first pick Set last game, and for some Baron laners, I'm not saying Wolf is one of them, but for some Baron laners, what you end up having is you have only a couple champions that you're really comfortable in, and maybe those 2 champions for Wolf are Set and Olaf. and we might end up seeing an Olaf top. I'm just throwing
be.
that out there. It'd be pretty good into Fiora, especially considering Fiora was just nerfed. So interesting.
Are you calling me out? Are you calling me out for my small
yeah,
Baron lane champ
that
pool,
was,
Smacks?
that
Is that
was
what that
indeed
point?
Yeah,
all right. I got it. I read between the lines. Okay. I understand you're probably sick of playing with Pantheon Kale every single game.
Oh no, I love Pantheon and Kale. It's
Okay.
not a problem for me, but if those champions get banned out and you play competitive, then that might end up being an issue. That's all I'm saying.
My Singed leaves a lot to be desired. Fiora and Lucian, though, locked in for Team Ailish right here. And it's back to Ziggs for Eli, a.k.a. Bubble Tea or Boba, depending on what you knew him for back on YMCA days. The mid laner for Purple Rain.
Right, yeah. Back to the Ziggs here. Really liked that look. It just provided just so much turret taking damage. And I mean that's what Boba did back in the day as well. So good to see that strategy still works for this player. Kai'Sa too. So that champion was banned away in the last game. We were already immediately ready to say that Ziggs was going to the Dragon lane before in the last draft. We were wrong about that. So the Kai'Sa
I don't know what this Wii business is, Smacks. That was a you thing. I always hold the counter pick to the very. This is probably Kai'Sa top lane. Maybe Kai'Sa top.
No,
Kai'Sa
it's not
jungle.
Kai'Sa top. No. Kai'Sa jungle we have actually seen. The Kai'Sa top, I draw the line at Kai'Sa Baron lane. That one's not happening. I like this Braum Lucian. That's really cool.
Braum can stop a lot of the damage, actually from all three. Even the Undertow, the Olaf axes, he can block a lot of that damage. Ziggs bombs as well with the Kai'Sa, and you pair with that Lucian. Very strong combo. The concussive stacks from Braum. Lucian has the double auto attack reset, so he actually can stack those up very quickly.
I like this quite a bit. Fiora does the same thing, because Lunge does count as that auto, so Braum passive. And we putting in a lot of work right now. So we get into the ban phase to figure out what's going on there. Because we got to ban some champions here. I think for right now, Purple Rain, they want to have some more crowd control on this team to actually get in and activate the Olaf and the Kai'Sa.
I'm also looking at just potential enablers for the Olaf. Either a dive buddy would be great, or something like an enchanter that can help just kind of buff him up as he goes in. This is where I would start looking at things like the Karma, if she was allowed in this event, in this this weekend. But of course, she's too recently released. Morgana's not on the table. That's another one I would look at that you can try and pair with even the Kai'Sa or the Olaf. It's just even more anti-CC ability for yourselves. But things like Orianna, I guess, would still be available. That's something that could pair with him, give him some shields, give him some engage options.
Lulu too. That one works pretty well. It doesn't give you the engage per se, and it doesn't necessarily appreciate being with Kai'Sa, but that's something.
Have you ever seen a wild growth Ragnarok Olaf? It's kind of terrifying.
It's pretty spooky. Don't really want to see that one happen again. For those of you wondering at home, where's Yuumi? Yumi's disabled right now. There's a bug. So that would be an option if it wasn't disabled. But it is.
Not playable this weekend for right now. But it looks like the focus here from Purple Rain, taking away some of those mid laners and junglers, and it's Jax. You have double split pushers right now, Smacks, Fiora, and Jax locked in.
Not a lot of wave clear for the middle if they're both going to be split pushing at the same time, and I'm pretty concerned about that considering the range advantage of the Ziggs over Lucian. I think the Aelisher is definitely going to want to pack a bit more punch in the mid lane with a mage of some kind. We're going to see what they've got in store for us, as we do have a support lock-in with the Galio. That can actually struggle a bit into the Braum, and it doesn't help out the Olaf super well, but it does do a lot for Kai'Sa specifically.
If the Olaf just hard commits, the Galio can follow up and kind of help him out once he gets in there. But the big thing I'm looking at with Jason Ziggs, is this an AP Kai'Sa? Is this just a full poke comp? Poke him off and then Olaf goes in and cleans them up. I mean, there might be an angle for that.
I don't know how powerful that is in Wild Rift. I haven't experienced that too much.
I've ran to an AP Kai'Sa in some of my solo queue games, and it doesn't feel like as good as AP Kai'Sa, but like it's annoying. Like you still get hit by the Void Seekers and they still hurt.
I feel like the cooldown reset is less good in this game as it is in PC. Because I think in PC it's like 77% if you hit an enemy champion, and I think in this game it's only 50, if I'm remembering correctly. So that would be a difference. It could still be there, and Kai'Sa still has Void Seeker, so if they want to poke, that's an option for them to go for. It might just be that Ziggs and Chase is enough on their own also.
True.
Touching on Ailish composition, they did lock in magic damage. That's not the mage I was looking for. It's a Kali, so you're hard committing more. You're definitely at a range disadvantage. And now you kind of have like 3.5 champions that want to be in a side lane on this composition, which worries me.
It's an interesting draft for Team Ailish. Is it enough? Backs against the wall here for their chance at making a major, let alone continuing here in the qualifiers up against Purple Rain. The team with the elo to back up the name and the pedigree here. 1-0 in the series, one more win away from getting into the semifinals and qualifying for day 2 of this qualifier. Everything on the line right now, so let's bring our attention to what the strategy is of each of these teams going into it. Junglers starting on opposite sides, and already in lane here. Advantageous health bar trade for the bot lane of Purple Rain.
This is really interesting here. We're seeing the trade in top is pretty brutal as well.
Die?
Taken incredibly low.
I'm
if Baby
surprised
took Ignite,
Baby didn't flash. Yeah, I thought he would just flash and hit that proc. Like, he was very close.
that could have been the angle here for sure, but not quite there. For Tyrant, we saw him look into the enemy team's jungle and try to drop a ward. Did end up doing so, but took a bit of a health trade there to do it. And now needs to be a little careful against Boba in this lane. As you can see, you've got the Shroud, yes, but you do really need to be careful about all the bombs as you are a melee champion, and you don't have all-in threat until you hit level 5.
And so that means at early levels, it's just the 5-point strike, try and clear out the waves that way. Speaking of clearing out waves, Aqua, very low on the health bar. As Olaf, you kind of want this so you can clear faster, but that means that you cannot contest this river scuttle. One over to Mecha. Might just look for another if you go straight to that bottom river.
Pretty rare. I feel like I said this last game, but it's pretty rare that Olaf doesn't get this scuttle over Jax. But this is happening yet again because Ailish is rotating for their jungler at this stage of the game. Now Lin hit by the undertow. That's not what you want.
That's 2. But now focus here onto Keo. And first blood over to Wolf, actually, in the Baron lane off screen. The action's still happening down here, though, as flash is used by Lin and Just Mobile Gamer. Ailish not finding anything.
And Wolf is doing it again, though, Kangas. I wonder if we're going to get to see a look at that one, but the solo kill, I mean, we knew just how low both those Baron laners were as, oh yes, here we go. Wolf bumps Baby away. The Ignite is on, and Wolf, oh, the range advantage there. Cheating with the Ignite and being a ranged champion on Jace. Baby, I'm sure, feels like the honorable 1v1 is not quite so honorable.
Also hit level 5 on the wave, so had that extra bit of health come in too. I think all those things is what allowed Wolf to get that kill. So Baby's probably feeling frustrated about that one. I know I would as a Baron laner when you're that close on the cusp of winning the 1v1 yourself. But maybe it's a dive for Ailish. Very low health bars, Lightning T, and Kaio in a lot of trouble. And that is 2 kills picked up here. Who gets the second one? Lin almost falls, but will pick up the kill.
Good turret juggle right there. You gotta be careful of the Ziggs ultimate. Will it be thrown? Nope. It's just going to be Boba walking back to the turret in shame. Ailish walks away from that one with all of those kills they were looking for with the dive. Now in the Baron lane, Wolf going for more.
1v1 in. Grand challenge pop, but now Baby's just trying to escape here as Aqua's hanging in. Wolf with the flash forward. Grand challenge is still issued, but Baby will fall to the auto of Aqua.
Baby that time was trying to flash for the vitals, but too little, too late as Aqua's there with all of that extra damage. And Kangas, we're seeing it again. Wolf is so strong at this early stage of the game. Black Cleaver and Boots already purchased and will be coming back onto the Rift, trying to make a play with his jungler. Looks like all eyes are set on the Infernal, and Lin really low.
Yeah, it's already looking rough for Ailish as Just Mobile Gamer also has to jump away. Stand behind me is a decently long cooldown. That means it should not be available for a potential dragon fight. I like this look from Ailish though. Mecha says, all right, give up the dragon. We see the Jace is down there, so let's just take Herald.
Oh, I was wondering if he was rocking with the Mecha Jack skin, but I don't know if that's in Wild Rift yet. Sweet. Got Boba looking for another... No way!
What?
No
Oh, that's just rude. Eli, aka Boba, whatever you want to call him, the Ziggs player right now, steals the Baron last game, steals the Herald this game. Oh, that is insane.
Oh. At this point, you just gotta feel bad for Mecha. The Ziggs smite is too strong. 2 in a row for Boba. I mean, we told you that this guy is very capable on this champion. Doing it again.
For the Ziggs. Maybe that's why they keep name changing. That way people keep forgetting to ban the Ziggs away.
Could be.
No, I'm not that guy. I'm not the same gamer that, you know, has like an insane win rate on Ziggs. That's somebody else.
Or maybe he just like climbs the ladder with a new champion or like a new account. It's like every time he hits challenger with Ziggs, he's goes to the next account, trying to fill the champion leaderboard with only his accounts.
Yeah, rank 1, 2, and 3 Ziggs player NA. That would be impressive, honestly, if somebody could pull that off. I've never heard of that before.
It's a lot of games to do that, so.
Yeah, that would be. And also, all the games you have to play to not decay. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's like exponential games right there. Maybe not exponential, but you know, you get the point.
Big numbers there.
Big numbers.
You can tell that Boba has played a lot of Ziggs games, so that's why we're even bringing it up. He's very comfortable on this champion, pushing in yet another wave into this mid lane. And even though this champion was just nerfed, if there's one player I trust to play this, it is Boba.
Ooh, I like this from Tyrant, actually. Changing the lanes right now. Has he execute? Tyrant with the solo kill onto Wolf.
And Wolf dies for the first time in this series just now. Not prepared for the 1v1 against Akali. He was fully ready for the Fiora to arrive yet again. You can see it with the confident positioning, but underneath the Twilight Shroud, you can't abuse the fact that you're a ranged champion all that much. Akali is fully safe under there. You can only try to get the Shock Blast. But Jace really does need to whittle them down with the auto attacks over and over and over. Not quite so lucky. Nice.
Oh, nicely done from Just Mobile Gamer. Good read on the knock up there, predicting the flash. And now everyone's grouping up. There's really no objective to fight over. It's just a little bit of an ARAM happening right now for Purple Rain. They're even taking some pepper damage from this Colleen, but meanwhile, Ailish are playing the map a little bit better. They have the push top side. It's now caught by Purple Rain. Seems like we're just kind of playing reactionary at this point. I'd like to see, especially Ailish, have more focus on these side lanes. Get this Fiora into this Dragon lane. Yeah, heading down there now, I believe that you have the 1-3-1 composition, so you got to start using it.
That's true for the entire game. Like right now, your Jax is just farming up, right? But right now, you can just fill that spot with the Akali, and it does look like the damage is definitely there too from Tyrant to compete. And Tyrant even has the most gold in the game right now, just barely. Actually, no, that's not even true. Boba does, but it's most on his team, and he's using that to great success in that 1v1 against Wolf. And that's probably going to remain true unless Wolf finds like some magic resistance item. Maybe a Mob Malmortius could get him there, but for Jace, you really don't want to stop your build path all that much. You really need the, what's that item called? The Grudge. Serelda's.
Oh, Herald down. Eli's able to trade a little bit of health back, but that was, of course, the Ziggs that had stolen that Herald before, so just drops it. He was probably even about to time out there. Can't even get this wave to hit the turret, though. But Baby, very low on health as the dragon spawns. That means that this Fiora should not be able to contest this.
Seeing the Drake fall very low. Nice Galio.
Rio, here is the Galio. Dragon is secured, and now Lightning can reposition down here, but actually has no front line in front of him. Lightning in trouble. The rest of the team is winning their side of the fight, though. Lightning will fall. Lin very low. So is Just Mobile Gamer. Flash forward by Wolf. Knocks back. Double kill. Get onto Lin. One auto should do it. Finally finds it for the triple kill. Give him the quadra. Here comes Tyrant on the Akali. Gets one traded back, denies the pentakill. Ults under the turret, takes one shot, takes 2 shots for the double kill. Eli versus Tyrant, who wins it? Triple kill to Tyrant.
And Eli's completely out of mana, doesn't even try using the summoner spells because he knows there's nothing that the Ziggs can do at that point. Tyrant with the triple kill, Wolf with the quadra, and now we're getting another duel in the Baron Pit.
Baby's got a friend with him. Gets the healing, but still falls. I like the attempt from Baby there, but did enough. I don't think Aqua can actually approach. Aqua's got to be very careful right now. Even look at Tyrant here on the side. Doesn't have the ultimate, but can still do damage. Nice taunt from Rio here. It's under the turret. And I believe that the Herald was secured right there. I don't know who got it, but I think Ailish picked it up.
It does look like the Ailish has it. They give over a turret in the Dragon lane, all the while Purple Rain still retain that gold lead. But as you can see on the scoreboard, Mecha, has that Rift Herald. Scaling up on Jax to nearly level 11. We'll get there after the Scuttle Crab. This is getting a bit scary because Jax will outscale the Olaf eventually, and Aqua going for the newly reworked Death Dance to match its PC counterpart. Not actually that powerful in the early game as it used to be, so the rush item not quite so good on the Olaf. I would have expected something like a Black Cleaver if the adjustment was made, but not there yet.
Thing about this new one, you are against a lot of physical damage, so it still does make some sense, but the problem is, Tyrant's the fed one, so this Akali will be doing a lot of damage to you. And I love that Ailish had this read. You know, get Fiora out of the Jace lane. Get Akali into the Jace lane. Much better matchup for the Akali. As we can see, Tyrant's going for another 1v1 right now. Oh, Shuriken Flip just barely misses. Now has to get to safety as Lightning T and Rio are hanging out around the area, but this Akali is able to get so much work done in the sidelines now, and that is what's keeping Ailish in this for right now. But the flash forward, the kill for Eli, and Mecha doesn't get the kill to burn. Oh, barely lives. Ziggs playing on the edge of death right there. Will pick up a kill, and now Mecha, he doesn't even get the stun. Just baits out the exhaust.
It was a favorable trade to trade the exhaust there, but he definitely thought that Eli was going to fall. The barrier saves his life. Just barely as well, as Eli does get to survive and keep playing through this game. Ziggs, I don't think has died this game, so keeping that gold strong for Purple Rain, and has the turret damage too to keep going. I was wrong, he died once. Can push out this wave and look for some more damage, because with the satchel, you can just throw it on the turret and it deals some damage to it. It's not just the execute Wild Rift.
Wolf giving a lot of respect to Tyrant. If I'm Purple Rain, I'm saying, how do we back up Wolf right now? Because Jace is most of their gold, but he can't win against most of the gold on the side of Ailish. Dragon's up in 20. I think that that's going to be the play that they go for. Maybe they just trade for Baron instead, but it takes a long time to get that objective. So I imagine they'll be looking at this Dragon.
Purple Rain's already got a couple of them before. From the previous plays, they're looking for 3 before the Elder. As there's that turret damage I was mentioning from Eli. Not fully taking it out quite yet. That would have helped a lot. I'm not confident enough to do so, and will take a bit of time before that actually happens. Oh my god.
Lin, proto-belting away. Didn't even see that he had that as his boot enchant. Now the turret's down, though. Mecha and Lin have to back all the way off. Tyrant, it's going to come down to the Akali. What can you get done right now? Spot it out. Uses the Shuriken Flip and the Shroud. Cannot go back in now without the Shroud, but flashes forward with a 5-point strike. Meanwhile, watch Aqua here find space for the rest of the team. Lightning T will fall down, but Wolf's all the way in the back line. Double kill over to the Jace, under the turret, onto Just Mobile Gamer. Doesn't quite have the damage for it, and taking too much from this turret. Not a wise move. Will trade his life back.
Wolf diving past his bounds right there, gives over another shutdown. He's feeling himself, though. You can tell the confidence is oozing through the screen as we see Aqua able to take down the 3rd dragon, and it does look like Eli can clean this Rift Herald up before the charge arrives, thanks to that minion wave. I believe we're going to get another look at this one, and I want to watch Wolf once more. All of that damage onto this Akali makes sure that Tyrant can't actually even press ult in this entire team fight. And then diving past to kill Lin, tries to get the damage onto Tyrant once more, but This is too much.
Yeah, that extra little push onto the turret. But they still get a lot for it. I think at the end of the day, they do crack. Oh, no, they don't actually crack the turret. So tier 2 is still up in the mid lane. Purple Rain will just walk away with the dragon as their prize. The big kind of question mark I have for the side of Ailish right now is, again, are you going for the team fights? Is that your win condition? Or are you going for the side lanes? You can give up dragons still. You can just go for side lane pushes, get Fiora in the side lane, get Akali in the side lane, try and win out that way. But it seems like every time an objective's up, they're contesting it, they're fighting it. And at some point, I think you need to accept, we're not winning these fights anymore.
Yeah. It's just a slippery slope at that point. See, that's a different version of slip and slide.
Hey.
So you've got to be really careful what all you give away. You can't give away too much, and I think that's likely what Ailish is thinking, but I think you're right. They need to be more accepting of trades in this game. They've done it a little bit, but not for the meaningful moments like these Drakes. That's the reason that they're down 0-3 in terms of that objective. It's the reason that they are still at this deficit, even though they have these side laners. And they're just not really taking advantage of their side lane threat in this one whatsoever. There's some global threat from Ziggs and Gallia. You still have to try it.
You know what? What I will give them, though, 10 to 10 on kills. They are still trading a lot in these fights, but it's just the fact that oftentimes the fight's happening after the objective's taken. Or during the objective, it's still going over to Purple Rain. Might have another fight right here as it's just back to the traditional ARAM. All these side lane split pushers, and Ailish still have people grouped up, clumped in the mid lane right now. Okay, here we go. Tyrant will go towards the dragon lane. And it looks like, yeah, reset for Baby heading towards Baron lane. They're not committing to a split push. Yeah. They're not committing to side lanes. They're just kind of like running around the map, spending a lot of time in transition rather than time creating pressure.
And Purple Rain really like what's going on right now because they have all this poke, they have all this way of setting up for these objectives. It's one of the reasons why they do have 3 dragons in a row. And once that Elder Ocean spawns, Ailish are going to just play right into their trap as Wolf.
This is a big pick. Wolf flashes. Oh, they don't get him. That was a necessary pick right there for Ailish. Their bot lane got shoved in because, again, Tyrant groups up with the team rather than committing to the side lane split push. So they don't have priority around the map. Again, they don't get the pick that they were looking for. And now Dragon's coming up. And look, you don't have any vision priority on the bottom half of the river. Purple Rain can actually walk in themselves. They push this mid. They already have the push bot. They have priority out of the bottom river right now.
Aqua showing on that Baron pit as well, just throwing it out there saying, hey, Ailish, we could potentially be over on this Baron. You have to be very careful. You have to second guess yourself when it comes to these objectives because Purple Rain know just how powerful they are on those. As Wolf maybe cut off on his escape plan.
Oh, he's gonna die right here. Big pickup for Tyrant. He just got the perfect execution, but still finds the kill regardless. That's 50 seconds on Wolf. That is a long death timer. 17 and a half minutes into this game. Lightning T pushing for it. Won't kill just Mobile Gamer. Rom's pretty low now. It could be a 5v4 fight at this dragon. This is Elder. I think if you're Purple Rain, you just stall. Use the Ziggs. Poke people out. Wait for your Jace to respawn.
You cannot fight this one. Akali Ultimate's really low.
Oh, it's hard forced. Just Mobile Gamer finds the angle, finds the engage onto Lightning T, who runs right into Baby. Taken down. Now Ragnarok pops, Rogue Entrance pops, but everybody's dying on the side of Purple Rain. Ailish have found their team fight off of a pick into a setup at the Dragon, and they're right back in this game.
All right, Kangas. Ailish is making this series interesting. Wolf is the only one alive on Purple Rain. He's performed miracles before, but he's going to need to do it again on this objective. We get to see Lightning T fully exploded off of an excellent engage from just Mobile Gamer. And the rest of the team fight's just so easy. There's no Wolf, there's no Jace here alive. It's so simple to clean up everybody, even underneath 2 separate turrets. Ailish know they can do this.
Wolf's about to die. Again, another kill for Tyrant.
Wow.
The Akali mechanics are just too clean, and that should be Baron. That is Elder Dragon into Baron for Ailish. You cannot ask for a better comeback story. Wait a minute, Baron fights back. All right, they're good. They're fine.
Baron damage did just increase on this patch, so you have to be really careful about that one. But Ailish, they got it. They're here. They've got Elder, they got Baron. This should be enough to close out this game, not to mention Tyrant's expert Akali really just keeping his team in this entire game. Whether you credit him for it or Wolf overstepping a couple times too many, it's those interactions that are keeping Ailish in the lead right now, and those interactions are keeping him in the series too. They need to win this game and the next one. Full reverse sweep to get into the semifinals. Purple Rain at that match point, but you have to imagine with those two objectives that it's going to that third game.
They haven't been doing the side lane split push as much as I expected, but when they find those little windows where Tyrant's alone, he's consistently finding the kills. And that's what you want out of your mid laner. Now with the Baron buff, they are committing. Fiora's in the top lane, Akali's in the bottom lane, everybody else mid. Let the Baron-empowered minions do the work for you. This is multiple turrets, tier 2 falling. The Purple Rain, they have to defend at the inhibs now.
See if they can keep their inhibitors alive. That's what Ailish is really looking for right here. Alongside just ending the game outright if they can. You really need to use this Baron to take out these inhibitors. Like you said before, Kangas, they've not been able to make those side lane pushes as effective as you usually end up seeing them. So with this Baron, they can brute force it perhaps and actually take those permanent objectives and permanent pressure in this game.
That's bot inhibitor most likely falling right now. There we go. That's first one. Top one's very low as well, as Wolf almost falls to Tyrant in the 1v1 again. Using the fountain to heal up. Mid inhibitor falls. Mecha picked off! That's one down. That's a long death timer. 53 seconds. No inhibitors. Purple Rain, they got one pick, but their base is in shambles.
Kangas, I would have done the same thing if I was Mecha right there. Just make sure that all the inhibitors fall. The rest will come easy afterwards. That's what Ailish accomplished in this one. And it's looking like they're just going to end the game. It's very, very difficult in Wild Rift to come back from triple inhibitors. You have to stay in your base at all times. I will say, they have the one champion that can do it by himself. That is Ziggs. Ziggs is actually capable of killing them all at the same time, as long as there are no champions doing it also, which is a tall order. You have a team fight, perhaps?
Ooh, Just Mobile Gamer had the angle to throw out that Braum ultimate. I thought Glacial Fissure would be the game ender right there. Don't pull the trigger. Baron's up in under a minute. Ailish can let the minions win the game for them. The inhibitors will not respawn. That's permanent supers pushing. They can just wait for Baron to spawn and then either fight at Baron, take the Baron for free, or just stall and let the minions win.
22 minutes into this one. The stall option is looking pretty good for them right now, Ailish. They're just waiting around for the Baron to come through, and I mean, there's really no reason for them not to do this. Purple Rain can't send out a meaningful attack force to actually make sure this Baron goes their way. Purple Rain needs to stay in this base at all times. So Ailish, now this Baron has spawned, they can group up around this one, keep the minions in the enemy team's base, and just take the big Baron.
Right now, it's Eli that has to stop Tyrant's push. The Ziggs is here, catching the wave. Now Tyrant's coming up from the flank. Lightning T's in a lot of trouble right now. Akali's about to spot him. Akali gets onto the Kaizu, just jumps further into the backline, but Lightning T's down. It's a chaotic fight, but it is Ailish coming out on top. Nobody traded. A clean 5-0 if they can catch Eli right now. The poor little Ziggs running for his little life. Waddle away, buddy. Get to safety, but the game is over. Ailish with the comeback victory will not go silently in the quarterfinals. They're bringing us to game 3.
Okay, Steve, it looks like the third series was the anomaly. 3 for 4 on full-length series in the quarterfinals today. Shout out the earlier series from Ravishing Ravish and Beatdown Boulevard, and shout out Ailish for making this comeback happen off of some really solid picks onto the previous star player from Game 1.
Exactly. They caught Wolf a few too many times. Clearly, Wolf was not as comfortable with the Akali matchup as the Fiora matchup. As soon as Tyrant got put in that lane, that's when the lead started to mount. Actually, I guess he was put into that lane a little earlier on, but once they got the big pickup and then into that Dragon Baron, literally Elder Baron buff, like those are the comeback mechanics in
Yeah.
Wild Rift. If you get those, you can turn around a deficit. And we saw that in full effect. Tyrant 8-0-4 on the Akali has to be star player.
Oh yeah, for sure. He saved the game so many different times for Eilish. He is the main reason why they go into this third game with a lot of momentum, riding high off of this win. And even though he did not top the damage charts, not even second, the damage was more meaningful from him. It was at the right times on the right targets. Very nicely
What's
done.
damage doesn't even count. That was just damage that Baby kept getting slapped with early on in the game. And it didn't really amount to much at the end of the game, Yeah. You see 24,000 damage taken as if you are actually taking the most damage in the game as well. So, Baby doing the frontline Fiora, the legend.
You know, Elder Ocean helps out with that a lot, because then you take all that damage, you heal it back up, and it's like nothing ever happened. So, good on them to get that objective.
Also, want to give shout-outs to Just Mobile Gamer on the Braum. Had really good engages, too. That one flash Glacial Fissure onto Lightning T right before the Elder Dragon, that is what won them. That Elder Dragon fight. That willingness. Again, a flash skill shot, tough to land consistently in Wild Rift. The fact that they were able to pull it off, had the confidence to pull it off, and then the team followed up, and they got that kill into Lightning T. That was what got that rolling, and then they won the fight. They got the Elder, they got the Baron. So I think, yes, Tyrant deserves star player, absolutely, based on the Akali performance. But if we had, TJ likes to call this a planetary award. We give a planetary award of somebody else circling the star. Definitely Just Mobile Gamer. But here we go.
Yeah,
Eilish Tyrant, star player.
So I guess he'd be Mercury then, Just Mobile Gamer, because he's the closest one. And then we got to give rings after that.
I don't know the planets and their distances from the sun. I'm not gonna lie. I was never.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
There aren't that many. Do you know what the furthest one is?
Well, it's not Pluto because that's not technically a planet now, right? Or it's been brought back.
I would have counted if you said Pluto.
You would have counted it? All right. Well, then it's Pluto. But do you know this? I do know this fun fact, Smacks. Since Pluto was discovered in like 1930 something, it has not completed one full rotation around the sun.
It's true. That is true. It's got a really weird rotation too. It goes like on a big oval. So yeah, it hasn't even been one full year on Pluto since it's been discovered, and it's been 100 years on Earth. So that tells you anything. But it's only been 20 minutes since Eilish started this game and won it. And it's only been about an hour since we started this series, but we still have one more game to go. Eilish has a lot of momentum. And, after games like that, big comeback victories, really cool mechanics, it kind of just makes me want to play Wild Rift myself, Steve. And
I know!
Unfortunately, we won't be able to do that until after this third game. But
I forgot Wolf got a quadra-kill during this game.
Yeah, I know.
That was so far ago. But the only downside to casting Wild Rift is you don't get to play it while you're casting.
I know, man.
Yeah. Can't have it both ways, man. That play was so close.
Yeah. I'm really impressed by the Akali mechanics. I do not have an easy time playing that champion myself. Mm-hmm. I was back in like the end of November after Horizon Cup, I was really excited. I was like, I'm going to try to play support on every champion. And Akali was one of the first ones I tried. And then I got a whole lot of busyness going on, and I couldn't do it for a long time. I have my capture card now, so I might revive that. But Akali was one of the first support champions I tried. It did not go well. And I think that was mostly just because I'm bad at the champion. Tyrant,
yeah. Clearly not
Tyrant
that nothing
not
in her kit lends to being a support. Yeah, it had nothing to do with that.
If Tyrant was playing Akali support in Emerald, I think it would work out. After that performance.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, I don't think a lot of Emerald players would ever even imagine that Akali could be played in a support role. But hey, yeah, please bring that series back. That'd be fantastic. I'd love to check it out if you're streaming those, or YouTube uploads. You can do that too, Smags.
Yeah, that's true. I'll have to bring it back because I do have a capture card that works now. I didn't for a very long time, but nice. I've been testing it with some other games and everything. So we'll see how that goes.
Other games? You play other games?
No, I only play Wild Rift. I don't know what I was talking about. The other games are
exactly.
ARAM and URF.
Okay, good. Nice save. Maybe TFT for mobile. We'll give you that one as well.
Yeah.
Full 3-game series, Smacks. We're back to the curse. We had the 1-2-0. I thought maybe we would have a quick night after game 1, but it's showing. All right. Alex, prediction for Ailish being one of the teams favorited in this tournament this weekend. Okay, maybe there's more basis to that after this last performance. They still lost the early game, but they made the comeback happen. What does this mean for this team going into a game number 3? Do they need to focus more on the early game or double down into where their strengths seem to be, which is more the late game team fighting?
Well, they weren't losing as hard in the early game, and I think banning the set is definitely helping. The Nami also, because that was a really solid pick as well. So I think keeping those 2 bans is going to help a lot. I'm surprised that neither of these teams are playing Master Yi. Like, I know we're in organized play and you can bring some crowd control to it, but it's not being banned, and I think the champion is good enough to pick it. So I would like to see it.
He is pretty busted. Yeah, that Alpha Strike buff was maybe unneeded.
I was trying out Master Yi with Rafa. Rafa was playing Master Yi, and the only time we lost was when we were against another Master Yi. So we were doing it in draft mode, not ranked. So
that's very funny. I like that. 100% win rate, even in the loss.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, the thing about Master Yi and competitive, like you said, picking enough CC, everybody having the comms to say, Master Yi's on me. I'm going to flash into the team, blow him up. Like, those kinds of things can happen much more frequently than in solo queue environments. So maybe that's why we're not seeing it as much. But I am still surprised because I think that the coolest thing, the difference between Wild Rift and what we see traditionally in like the PC counterpart is that a lot of the champions that in PC are considered like too simple, too beginner, not meta enough. Well, they're meta in Wild Rift, baby. I mean, their stats are nuts, and the map's so small that you can get around. I think Master Yi definitely fits into that category.
You can farm really fast in this game too, especially in the jungle. You can really end up being the big funnel on your team. And I know saying Master Yi and funnel in the same sentence is bringing back some nightmares for some PC gamers out there back in the day. But I assure you it's not that bad.
When are we getting Tarek in Wild Rift? Make it happen. Make it happen, Draggles. Come on, I know that you're in charge of this.
I do like Tarek. Yeah, it's only Draggles that does that.
Only Draggles. Yeah, he's the champion designer. He's the comms. He's everything for Wild Rift.
Tarek is from Targon, and then was that on one of the ones that they teased coming? It's Bilgewater, Noxus, and then
I don't remember.
I don't think it was Targon. I think it was something.
I don't think so. Yeah,
so
unfortunate.
It'll take a bit, unfortunately.
And what can you do? Purple Rain still on the blue side with the Nikali, Diana. There's the Nikali ban. That makes a lot of sense. And the Thresh ban. Kha'Zix is open. Ailish did not ban it.
That's true. And it was that Master Yi that I mentioned before. But yeah, Ailish still with the same ones. They actually tag on the Lulu this time. But the Nami and the Set are off the board. Purple Rain actually steal away the Fiora. It was first picked by Ailish on red side in the last game. It was traded for this Olaf. Not the case this time. They've just fully swapped those.
Yeah, so Ailish will say, all right, we'll take the Olaf instead since Fiora is gone, and they pair with the Orianna. Another Tyrant Classic here. I know that he is a player that likes this champion and can pilot it, so it's a combo that's very strong with Olaf. It can provide extra shields, and then he can be a big engage. Speaking of engage, we could see a Camille, maybe just a Galio slammed in here as well.
I would be surprised if it's not Ziggs. I feel like this has been really comfortable for Eli, aka Boba. The mid lane, there's that one.
There it is.
So we've fully rounded out the top side of the map. We don't know where Fiora and Camille are going. Those can swap. But we're definitely assuming that the Ziggs is going mid lane. Or the 3-for-3. We've still got the Dragon Lane duo to lock in for Purple Rain. And for Ailish, that might end up being the case too. They have locked to top side. And yeah, it absolutely is. Darius will be the counter pick to both of those champions. Because, you still don't actually know which one you're playing against yet.
I do believe that also all 3 games we've had the top half of the map locked in first, and then it's a save of the Dragon and supports for last rotation here. Just interesting note for these 2 teams, especially for anybody in the semifinals. Team Yon are probably watching these games right now, doing some scouting. So, what's up, Yon? Look at this. They're drafting Dragon Laners last, and they're showing a lot of their solo lanes early. That means that you can look to counter.
We gotta yawn for respect.
Except yawn. It's a late night, everybody. We're going to full distance. It's been a long day. There's been a total of 11 games of Wild Rift now in one day. Shout out to Ravish and Beatdown for coming in for the first half of the day. That was awesome having them on the show and picking up the first 6.
Yeah, I hope we get more from them soon. Always love new gamers on WNS. It's been a really cool split and everything, and that goes for players too, not just casters. I always love seeing new players in Wild Rift too.
Or player casters. We had Michael Udall on earlier as well.
Yeah,
so
true.
Works both ways.
Yeah, absolutely.
The Galio is banned away. That makes a lot of sense from Ailish's side. You don't want to give that with the Ziggs and Camille. That's very scary as a 3-piece combo. I was taking away the Kaisa from Lightning T, who piloted that last time. And an earlier Braum. This is good into the Ziggs. And I guess double melee. So yeah, it's still good into a lot of what Purple Rain's back.
We also see that Purple Rain are respecting the mid lane pool enough to ban the Zed also, assuming that Orianna could very well be going over to Lyn. We're not sure if that's going to be the case, but that is something the Purple Rain has done. Ezreal is here. This is a big champion in terms of the Divine Sunderer, new item. He works really well with this, and we saw that earlier in the day also from some of the teams that have already qualified for the semis.
Ooh, very defensive Dragon Lane from Lightning T and Keo. The thing about the Ezreal that I'm always interested in is it's a very strong pick, but in my opinion, one of the hardest AD carries to pilot in Wild Rift in terms of just landing skill shots and bouncing around and repositioning in fights and then even in auto attacks. Not an easy champion to play. And in North America, I think we've seen a lot of AD carries lean away from learning him. They're not interested, even though he's very strong. They're like, nope, that's too much. I'd rather spend time on like 4 different champs and learn all of them at the same pace it takes to like get really good at Ezreal. So it's really cool that we see Lightning T pulling this out.
I've got a cursed Ezreal build for you, Angus. Are you ready for this?
Oh, no.
You go Tear of the Goddess. You go Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah.
And then you finish Fimbulwinter.
You could have at least said, like... I would have rocked with Sunfire over Fimbulwinter. Why does it have to be Fimbulwinter?
You can go Sunfire after. That sounds pretty good.
Not gonna go Sunfire after on your Ezreal builds.
No, okay, so here's how it works. So Fimbulwinter, they just changed it, right? Now it works on slows. And when you have Iceborne Gauntlet, you slow them, and then you get a shield on Ezreal. And Iceborne Gauntlet has mana attached to it also, so it's giving you more HP on Ezreal.
I'm still not going to try it. Although I will say, I did do a tank Ezreal Baron lane one time. Me and TJ were trolling around with some random builds. I think he did like AD Mundo mid lane, and I did tank Ezreal top lane. And we lost. It was not a great...
Well,
but here we go,
try it
Smegs.
now with that build, and maybe it'll work better.
I think Divine Sunderer is actually just the best. Like, Divine Sunderer into the Iceborne Gauntlet would probably be correct. And then maybe
then
you
you
can
have
still
2
get
Sheens,
Fimbulwinter.
right? So then it doesn't work as well.
Yeah, whatever. Still, I'll allow it. As Lightning T taking a lot of damage here. Level 1 Lucian Braum power, everybody, but it's actually traded back. Lyn is hard chunked out as well. Game number 3, match point for both of these teams, already starting with a bang.
Both marksmen quite low in this lane. We're going to probably see them use up those honey fruits as wow. Oh, okay.
Lyn, you got barrier out. That's exhaust. That's first blood. As exhaust comes out late from Lyn. Lightning T will survive. Just Mobile Gamer. He's going to hide under his turret.
And Lyn, not respecting the level 2 spike, was so excited that he hit the piercing light. He's like, oh, I see red. I can go for this one. And then level 2 hits. And then the shield's there and the exhaust is there. It's like, oh, I overstepped. My bad.
Not what you expect from the Lucian Braum lane, too. You expect them to win, but now you also expect the Olaf plus Darius combo here. Woof, nicely done reading that. Says, nope, I'm going to get out. No successful gank here for Ailish.
Wolf has had 3 different games on 3 different champions in this series. Looked really, really good, especially in lane on the Set and the Jace. Outside of lane, a bit different for the Jace, as he was picked off quite heavily by Tyrant Akali. See if he can have the same level of performance in the lane.
Eli did not expect Just Mobile Gamer to be hanging out. Very early, an odd gank there from the Braum, and now Aqua goes back in with the hook shot. Has to flash out to safety, so Purple Rain losing 2 flashes.
Great roam there from Just Mobile Gamer.
You get 3.
Flash. Wow, 3 flashes in 1 roam for Just Mobile Gamer. Didn't even have to use like anything for that one. Just being there on Braum is scary enough. We're seeing the rotation was attempted from Lightning and Keo, but you're just seeing that it just gave Lin enough time to push out the wave. That's exactly what you want on this Lucian when you're in the isolated 1v2. Just some time to farm up and get some gold while your support is roaming around. And Just Mobile Gamer is still doing it.
And Wolf did not expect Braum the second time. Oh, ultimate from Baby, not quite landing, but they still get the kill. It's traded back, but Baby, the recipient of his.
I like that try from Just Mobile Gamer, but it just took 1 too many turret shots. Baby definitely would have been okay with both Flash and the barrier available. Just a bit of a miscalculation, giving over an unnecessary kill. We get to watch this one more time. I like the delay on the concussive blows, just waiting on that last proc to make sure that they don't get reposted by it. And that's exactly what ended up happening. I really like that play.
And then also, Wolf was able to survive the execute damage from the ultimate with that barrier, but they still had enough with the concussive blow afterwards. Now, Lightning T, hit by the Winter's Bite, still has Flash and Barrier, so should be fine.
Seeing that Keo doesn't have ultimate on the Janna in this lane, we'll need to wait just a bit to be as powerful as the rest of the champions here. I don't think it's just they're not 2v2 fighting anymore. All these abilities make it really difficult to kill either side, especially Lightning T on Ezreal. You really can't 2v2 kill the Ezreal with the shielding and with the extra blink from the Arcane Shift. More interesting is the objective fight that will come. Lightning T doesn't have these items quite yet, so as safe as he is, probably won't be dealing that much damage this early on. So maybe Purple Rain will have some contest on this objective. That doesn't look like it.
Yeah, they're just going to trade again. Mecha's going for the Herald, but on his own, and just started it. Now Wolf in a 1v1 against Baby, and Baby finally gets justice and revenge against Wolf, but Mecha's actually in a lot of trouble, dies to the bomb, and now Tyrant got baited out as well as Ghost and Flash, but cannot get out of the pincer. That is a double kill, that is objective, that is Baby going down. 3 and a Herald over to Purple Rain.
Man, you'd think that Mecha would learn to not do these objectives while Eli is alive on Ziggs.
Yep.
That's 3 games in a row that the same thing has happened in the same pit, the same area of the rift. We're seeing Just Mobile Gamer does land a nice ultimate onto Eli, but he's taking so much damage.
The bomb didn't land on the turret either. Just Mobile Gamer still alive. Mecha! Oh, picked off. So much damage from these Ziggs bombs.
That's brutal. This Ziggs is really accelerated. Hasn't even recalled yet. Let's see what he's able to purchase off of that. We'll see that later. We're going to get this fight one more time. Mecha. Let's look at all this damage that he takes. Double bombs. Can't get enough damage. Can't get around to the eye of the Herald. And I like the attempt to try to secure at least the Herald from the rest of Ailish, but they're just walking into the waiting arms of all these members. And this time, Keo is there on the roam. These supports are doing very well.
Tyrant got so trolled right there. The Oriano's trying to walk up to hit the back of the Rift Herald, and Rift Herald turns around to face him. Just rude. Rude
Honestly.
from the AI right there. It says, no, this is not your Herald. This belongs to Purple Rain. Now up 3,000 gold at 6. And it's not a slip and slide yet. But with this turret falling down in the mid lane, it might turn into that one. Lin jumps forward. Has exhaust and the flash, but he can't even flash out. That's just a free kill for Purple Rain. Baby looks for one of his own. On the Wolf, flashing the turret. Does not want the honey fruit to go over. He's just taking it up right now. Baby, this is so funny. Oh, he won't get the kill. It goes to Just Mobile Gamer, but that was all Baby's work.
That was so funny. That was just pushing him off of the honey fruit. I've never seen anything like that.
That was a great moment.
Oh wow, baby, that was amazing. What a way to show some stuff in this final game. Also, I think baby is buying a hull breaker right now. There it is. He's got a hull breaker. We're breaking the holes.
So a reminder,
the hole buster.
once you have Hole Breaker, yell and spam ping your jungler to stay away from you. You do not want ganks anymore until you've already done enough damage to the enemy laner. You want to be alone so you get those stats. That goes for you too, Just Mobile Gamer. I see you patting it up there. Get out. Don't you take those Hole Breaker stats away.
It's also pretty funny because the map is so much smaller in Wild Rift, so I'm pretty sure Just Mobile Gamer is in range right now and is denying the stats. Yeah, you can't see the blue thing on him.
Despicable.
So, there's a little like teal blue logo over your character.
Ooh, here comes Aqua. They're looking for an engage. Oh, they actually Hextech ultimatum onto Braum, so that means Baby is fine. The Grand Challenge is issued, but they cannot find the stacks. Wolf was not able to position correctly. Dies to the undertow. Max range from Mecha as Baby survives under the turret. Focus it down. They will break another brick. Lin, meanwhile, got a shutdown onto the mid lane. Eli, focus the turret. Mecha will trade his life to get the objective.
It's honestly a bit greedy there from Mecha. I don't know if that one was necessary. Could wait a bit later to take that one, perhaps. Not quite going to do that as Lin.
Lin's in trouble.
I don't think you're making it out.
It was finding him. Just giving some wards, and Lightning will commit the flash.
All right, that's a flash. It's not nothing. We're also seeing Tyrant able to take down most of this turret. Tyrant knows not to be so greedy here, Mecha. You could learn a thing or two for your mid laner there.
Back off the turret. You don't need to sacrifice yourself just to get the objective. But more members from Purple Rain on the bottom half of the map means that they will get the Dragon Herald started by Ailish. How many times do you have to learn this lesson? This has not gone well for them in the past. I'm watching Ziggs. Bomb's not available and all the way on the bottom side. Okay, they might be safe. Who's going to steal it this time? It is secured. Mecha got the objective, but can they get out? Now the Braum shield does not stop the damage on the Baby. But Purple Rain cannot continue the chase, or rather they choose not to. So Ailish get the objective and they actually get out.
Mecha's Kryptonite was on the other side of the rift this time, so it's all okay for Ailish. They do get that objective and they do set up for this flank.
I like this setup right now from Ailish. If they can full collapse onto one member, make it two now, as already Kyo's taken off the table. Wolf and Aqua got away.
Not very easy for a Janna to escape that one, especially as we saw Aqua. He wasn't able to get the right angle on his hook shot right there, so no play to be made. That's the logo you can see to the left of Baby's Darius guy right there. That is the Hullbreaker logo. If that's on, you know it's working.
He's got it. Look at all the resistances. Look at all the extra stats, everybody. Baby's going to live through it. Hextech ultimatum. Oh, it's blocked. The True Shot Barrage did not land because of the Braum shield. Wolf in trouble now. That is a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Ailish.
Lightning T just wanted to take down the turret, but the rest of the team trying to go for this dive. And Kangas, this game all of a sudden is so close as Purple, even though they have these two dragons, they're giving over a lot of leeway in terms of these kills. It's very similar to what happened in the last game, and they did end up losing that one. As we watch this dive one more time, Aqua really just in no man's land. He's got stasis. There's really not a lot of follow-up for his team anyway. We get to see Tyrant arrives, ends up being a 4 versus 3, 4 versus 2 under the turret if you don't count Lightning T, and he really wasn't there.
Ooh, damage on the Lin right there. That is just Ziggs, everybody. Turret will fall as Just Mobile Gamer tanks it up. Another objective for Ailish. True Shot Barrage onto 3. Lower health bars, but it shouldn't amount for much. There's really no objectives on the map for Purple Rain to push for right now. But you're right, Smack. Such an even game state. Game 1, all Purple Rain favor. Game 2, them in the early game. Then there was a big swing back. But this time, the gold graph is just going to be these little divots. Little ups and downs for each of these teams. Nobody has gotten a stranglehold in the game. And props to Ailish for having their best early game yet. They've been answering trades. Yeah, they lost the first Herald. That's the meme. But they've been able to turn it around since. And now find themselves in another fight here. It's a 4v2 in favor of Purple Rain. They're going to catch Baby. As Just Mobile Gamer has to jump away underneath the turret. Has a shield. surviving through it, crucial ability.
Baby's dead. Can they actually take this turret? There's a couple of members here for Ailish, more arriving soon, and that culling completely eats away at the wave as well. We're going to be seeing Mecha arrive to this team fight as Aqua, looking for some Krugs, will take half his HP, and there goes the turret finally.
Finally they get it, but now Ragnarok popped by Mecha. Looking for the engage. The Ziggs bombs do so much damage.
Ooh.
Done to knock away with that shockwave from Tyrant. Prevents the rest of the engage from Purple Rain, so nobody else will fall, no deaths. But that is a turret picked up, and we're right back to dead even gold.
Seeing Purple Rain, they're getting a whole lot off these plays, and they're not being super greedy and diving underneath the turret before they even take it to begin with this time around. They've yanked the reins a little bit. Lightning T is saying, hey, I just want the objectives. I'm Ezreal. I don't want to dive under this turret. I'm not going the really strong Smacks tank Ezreal build that I think everyone should go.
Does have the Divine Sunder. You know, he got the new item.
I'm mostly just kidding. Lightning T's build is good, but he can't dive under a turret. And he knows that, and he knows that his team should not be doing this.
Now it's a focus of the objectives. They're spawning on the map. Baron's up right now, and the Dragon is up as well. Currently both teams posturing around the Dragon. Who can get control of these waves in the mid lane and the bot lane?
Drake started up right now. Mecha in this pit. He's spotted out by this ward. Cleared out. So Purple Rain will need to place another one if they want vision into this pit, or just walk into it themselves. You have some Ziggs bombs arriving on top of the play. Redemption is a lot of vision.
Yeah, they want to see how much health the Dragon has. They don't have any wards in the pit right now. Shockwave only onto Aqua. And now into the stasis. Low health bars. The Ziggs bomb is massive. Dragon secured by Ailish, but can they get out of the fight afterwards? Maybe looks for the kill trade, but was not even close. Mecha will find one, though, as now Tyrant underneath the turret on the Wolf. Goes into stasis. Wolf low. Just Mobile Gamer is here as well, but the Brahms got to flash away to safety. And look at Tyrant, this poor Orion, nowhere to go. And that is 3 kills traded for the Dragon.
Ailish do end up with that Dragon, as you said. They kill Aqua for it, too. And it's still just such a close game. Purple Rain pulling out ahead a bit further off of that play. And again, I was hoping that they would get all this vision down. I didn't realize that they had this redemption very nicely placed by Keo to make sure they're actually able to scout out the vast majority of the members of Ailish there. And it really helped them set up for all this poke from Lightning T and from Eli. This Ezreal Ziggs combination can be so deadly if you take a while to take out these objectives and stay in one place for too long. And that's what Ailish did.
Again, very close game state. We slowly see Purple Rain coming up with the lead here, Smacks. I'm pausing because I'm seeing all these members grouping around the Baron. I'm holding my breath, waiting for the big engage to come through from either of them, because we're at that state in the game where the timers are long enough. If you win a team fight, you can take that Baron. But it doesn't look like either team is willing to hard commit for it. So back to the controlling side lanes game in Wild Rift. Who can get the push? Who can draw pressure from the enemy team? Come down and answer, and maybe look for a pick in the side lane. Woof! Throws out the grand challenge, gets Ragnarok out of Mecha.
Ult trade, and no Ragnarok for Mecha. No flash either means that the Baron is a lot easier to access here for Purple Rain. They can just take away the blast plant and make sure that Mecha has no way to actually get into the pit. All of a sudden, your Ziggs bombs and your zone control is so much more effective at keeping an Olaf out because he's still a melee champion. I say this, and they don't actually take that punish, and Mecha's ultimate will be up most likely for this next play, but that was an option that they could have taken for Purple Rain. I think it makes sense that they didn't. It's still pretty risky.
We have a Death Brush right now from Ailish. They're the team that's behind 4K in the hole. Makes sense that they would look for something. Oh, Wolf's walking right into it. Does not see this coming. Glacial Fissure knocks him up. Has the flash to jump away, but the burn will take him down. That is a pickup for Ailish.
A tragedy for Wolf. This is a little deja vu, Kangas. This is what happened in that last game. Luckily for Purple Rain, the Elder Dragon is not up, and it won't be in the time that Wolf is dead, so it's not as deadly as it was before. However, they have nobody stationed to help out this Dragon lane, and thanks to the Hullbreaker, This turret's dead.
Baby's taking it very quick. Look at those cannon minions. They do extra damage to turrets. They take so much less. All Baby needs is 1 or 2 cannons, and he can shred these turrets very fast.
We're seeing the effectiveness of this new item. We didn't get to see it in the first few series on the day, but Baby is pulling it out, making it work super well. That's a nice chunk of gold here for Ailish, keeping them in that conversation for the gold lead. So we have this Elder, 25 seconds away. We're seeing Ailish. They've got a whole bunch of members stationed and ready to go for more Deathbrush plays, but Mecha's not one of them. He is taking some Krugs, taking his time. Even the Raptors, too. I would like to see him in position.
Maybe went aggressive right there. Interesting choice. In a 1v3 situation, let's back off. Another Death Rush. No way. Aqua's walking in the area. Go for the bottom wave instead. Elder Dragon's up. No wards from Purple Rain. They will have to walk in here to face check. Do they walk in? They go for it. Aqua in trouble. He's knocked down, and the Guardian Angel, is this the pick to define the game? Flashes over the wall. Lin flashes forward, wants the autos, wants the damage. Hextech ultimatum to respond. Into the stasis. The bomb from Eli yet again. How many times has it been the difference maker? And now the rest of the team can run through Ailish. 3 for 0. Aqua bought so much time, and that is Elder Dragon.
Oh, it looked so good on the Death Rush onto the enemy team's jungler. That's the exact person that you want to take out in that scenario. But Aqua's stall was so effective, Steve, with the Hextech ultimatum, the stasis, the flash, the shielding on Camille. It all looked so easy for him. And now we're seeing Purple Rain. They have the Elder. They are moving to this Baron. Mobile Gamer is in.
You went in very early. Now has to stand behind me to get away. And use the blast cone. So now Mecha can't use it to get over himself. Mecha's gonna have to flash. Ragnarok, he's in! But too early. Blind into the pit. It was a nice effort, nice attempt. But now it's Purple Rain with the Elder and Baron buff combo.
Oh, it was a good try from Ailish. I like their strategies here in this game, Steve. But it doesn't look like it will be enough to win them this series today. Purple Rain, the new members, the new team to WNS, seems to be continuing their trek in this qualifier. Once they can get past these inhibitor turrets and take down that Nexus, that will be all they need to go to the semifinal and play against Yon. Look at all this damage. Oh boy.
Tyrant's just gonna die as the stasis does survive. Now Aqua apprehended back. Lin's there for the damage as well. Camille's out, and the turret in the mid lane is down. That means supers for the rest of the game pushing through mid. Probably on both sides of the map as well, because Purple Rain pushing in here. Maybe Ailish can look to hard commit onto the top side. No, they're going for the fight down here instead. They're losing the turret. It's down. They'll lose just Mobile Gamer. He's down. Baby running back to base as well. And that's all inhibitors fallen. Baron empowered minions. They've done it. Purple Rain in a 3-game series. Move on to the semifinals.
Congratulations, Purple Rain, for making it to the semifinals. You gotta win against Yon tomorrow to qualify for the major, but you've got some time now to collect your thoughts, prepare for the match, and think about how you're going to approach that as well. If it's anything like you played today, I'm excited.
Look at how even the game was, Smacks. 4,000 gold lead was the biggest that we saw for either team up until the Elder Baron combo, and that ends games. Like, you can't stop it. It doesn't matter what composition you have, unless the enemy team completely throws. Lightning T, 605. Eli on the Zig, 6-1 and 4. The hero in so many of those plays. I don't even know who to give star player to. This one's so close. It's probably between one of those two. And in fact, I think it has to be between one of those two. I just don't know which one I want to give it to.
Kangas, you fool. Or you have forsaken.
Oh, is it obvious?
You have forsaken Keo. 17 assists on the gem. The redemptions were so sick. The kiting, the shielding. It was beautiful.
Almost did as much damage as Aqua. That's actually impressive. Also, shout out to Just Mobile Gamer doing more than Lin there. They're tough to play the Lucian into all the range. That's like the weakness of
More
Lucian.
than Mecha too.
Yeah. It's like as an AD carry like that, you know, the Ezreal Ziggs outrange you. You're getting slowed by Janna. Like, it's not a fun time. Not a fun time to play this matchup. But either way, Purple Rain are your victors here for the final series in the quarterfinals. They're going up against Team Yawn, who sped ran their quarterfinals. It was like under 30 minutes for both of their games combined.
Yeah.
That was a blistering speed. And Yawn, watching this series, there's a lot to learn about this team. Hopefully they're both doing their prep going into tomorrow's match. That is the semifinals that I cannot wait to watch.
It's going to be good. And we've got those 2 semifinals tomorrow. We got the finals after that. It's going to be a great day. But for now, I want to keep singing the praises of Keo on that last game. The Janna. I'm giving the star player.
All right.
Janna.
All right. We'll give it. I think that I chose one of them earlier today. I don't remember who chose the other ones, but there's an argument for the Janna player.
It's a good argument too. It'd win because all of those assists, all the utility, it was so beautiful. Nearly every single team fight, Keo was there providing all this utility, and Janna just doesn't get enough love in Wild Rift. Steve, when's the last time you saw Janna?
Actually, I think we just played with a Janna in one of our games earlier today. So not that long
that might
ago.
Be true. But in
Yeah.
WNS.
In WNS, it has been a while. And leave it up to Smacks, the support main on the broadcast, to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and paying attention to support players for star player. Thank you, Smacks, for keeping us grounded. I always appreciate you.
I always love appreciating supports. And there we go. See, look at that, 86% KP.
86? I didn't even realize.
I told you.
That's a lot. That's high. Only 10% damage, though.
saying.
Come on, man. We got to. Those are
Okay.
rookie numbers.
Yeah,
Gotta bump
Janna's
those
not
up.
dealing damage. Oh no, that's terrible. We gotta pull up. We gotta do like healing percent. It'd be like 99 or something.
Probably.
Or shielding.
Shielding percent for sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the thing about
definitely.
Janna is like you shield way more than you heal, but still.
Yeah.
Either way, congratulations to Keo for picking up the star player there. Planetary awards. I think that there was 2 planets for sure, rotating around that big old star in that game. Those being lightning.
Maybe then Keo is the
Light.
moon, or no, Keo is the planet, and then those 2 are the moons. Maybe
That's not a moon. That's a starship. Max, look at that damage. Ooh.
Yes, that's true.
Death lasering right onto all these objectives. Like, look at this poor Oriana's just trying to get to the eye. The Herald trolls him twice. He literally turned around twice. That's so sad.
Just throwing asteroids in there on the Ziggs. Yeah, you're right. This is a lot of damage. The Ezreal
This was my favorite part.
That was so funny, man. Maybe we should give a star player to Baby, just for that single play.
Honestly, yeah. Baby for rushing Hullbreaker, then having to deal with the Braum.
Yeah.
Air quotes helping him for the entire rest of the game. He's like, man, just let me use the new item. I just want the stats. Although that play, he did stay alive because of those stats for so long. It was just such a close game. As we run through the replays, they go back and forth. Like, it's impossible to tell who's winning out on these until we have this big, pivotal Elder Dragon fight.
Yeah, the Elder Dragon fight was absolutely massive. I think after watching the full series, I'm convinced that tomorrow's semifinal between this team and Yawn is going to be amazing. Because we saw just how fast both of those games were from Yawn, and the first game from this team too. But then we saw them, they were heavily challenged in Game 2 and Game 3, and they still came out ahead in that third game and in the series because of it. So I'm really happy and pleased with the performance here from Purple Rain.
And just because Yawn 2-0'd and Sped ran their quarterfinals doesn't mean that they look like a better team than Purple Rain, who had to work for it. Because Ailish was one of the teams that we had at the top of the list of teams that should be favorites to make it to the finals. The fact that they didn't make it past quarterfinals means that is how good Purple Rain is. So Yawn should still be sweating going in. But let's take a look at the bracket so we can catch everybody up on who's playing against whom tomorrow in the semifinals. Also, shout outs to Fun, TCB, TDT, and Ailish for giving us some fantastic Wild Rift today. It was awesome to see all of them. But tomorrow it will be Saints versus 1SD for the first semifinals, and then Team Yawn versus Purple Rain for the second.
Gonna be some really cool games. I'm excited for one side. Those games were really fun against Tilt City Banditos. Again, Tilt City Banditos so close to winning
Every time.
One side pull out ahead. I think that match against Saint is also going to be great. It's going to be a really fun day tomorrow. And most importantly, Kangas, Alk Battery is wrong. He predicted Ailish to make it through.
Woo!
Alk, Florida man, he got it wrong, and that makes me very happy.
Yeah, never bet on Florida man, always bet on Minnesota buff. Okay? I think that's what we learned today for AKA Purple Rain. Also, just one more time, shout out to TCB. At this point, just pillars of the community, being in every single tournament, and I think they've gotten knocked out in quarterfinals every single time. But they keep showing up! And we love that. We love that they keep showing up and participating in these events. But with that said, Specs, that's it for the day's games. That means we get to have some fun before we close out the segment today, right? You know, they started off the day with this game that they were playing, Beatdown and Ravish. They would start a sentence with one word. The other person would have to jump in with another word, and then they would just keep going until they finished out a sentence. I think we can have a little more direction with this. Let's try and summarize the day and maybe hype up the day tomorrow. So we'll do 2 sentences. Does that sound good for you?
Yeah, let's do it. Should we do
let's
one
try it
for
out.
each series that we just casted? I think that makes sense.
Sure, yeah, why not? We're running the show. They can't stop us. We're the ones on camera. All right, first series of the day. Team
Oh, what? Yawn.
clapped
Everyone.
repeatedly.
Yay!
Sweet. All right, that's one. Series number 2. Ailish versus Purple Rain. You start this one.
The
Closest
game.
was
Game.
3.
But
Maybe
had
Hole Breaker.
Yay! We did it!
There we go.
Kangas. Those
Now
are great
let's bring our
sentences.
minds together, Smacks, to tell people why they should come in and be excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow!
We
Have
2
4
semi
finals.
and
Action.
great.
Took me way too long to think of action. There we go. Those are, I don't know what, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't catch the segment when Ravish and Beatdown did it, but I almost promise you theirs was better, so now I gotta go back and watch and see how they do it. Because that was much harder than I thought it was gonna be. But thank you everybody for tuning in. It was awesome having some fun, casting some Wild Rift, and seeing the level of competition that we still have, even when there's 6 teams that have already qualified for the next major. It is crazy how good these teams still are. We got more semifinal matches coming tomorrow, so make sure that you stick around. We can't wait to see you then and bring you all the action. Have a good night, everybody.